Chapter 1. The fake younger sister dressed as a big man in a vest. Gu Jin, why are you so vicious? You know that Yang has hemophilia, and even if you scratch her skin, she will bleed profusely, and you deliberately pushed her down the stairs. The real daughter of the Gu family can only be Yang. You don't know anything. Isn't it enough for the Gu family to take you back to enjoy the blessings? If something happens to Yang today, you will immediately go back to your rural orphanage. Gu Yang woke up to the loud and angry voice of the woman beside him. His slender eyelashes moved slightly, and what he saw when he opened his eyes was the elegant and luxuriously decorated living room of the villa. At this moment, she was leaning in the arms of a young lady, and the lady was pointing at the girl at the corner of the opposite staircase with a sullen face and angrily reprimanded her. Gu Yang felt dizzy in his head. The back of his head and some parts of his body were aching, and he didn't understand what was going on for a while. Suddenly, a cold feeling came from the back of the head, accompanied by a slight tingling pain. She subconsciously reached out to touch it. The hand was grabbed, and a gentle voice came from behind. Don't touch it. The voice is gentle, but there is a bit of coolness, like a spring breeze. The lady who supported her looked at her with concern, and her voice softened. Yang, Dr. G is disinfecting your wound. After Dr. G bandaged Gu Yang to stop the bleeding, he went through the medicine cabinet and said gently, Mrs. Gu, Ling Qianjin has lost too much blood and needs a blood transfusion. But it is said that Ling Qianjin has golden blood, and you know that this blood type is special. There is no blood bank for this blood type. Normal people won't lose too much blood if their head is smashed, but Gu Yang suffers from hemophilia, so after being injured, he will bleed continuously and lose blood very quickly. Madame Gu turned her head and told the nanny, Go and bring Fengju here. Soon, the nanny brought a thin boy in a white shirt. He came out of the twilight, as if walking out of an ink painting scroll, unstained, noble, and clean. He stood in front of Gu Yang with his head down. His broken hair slightly covered his eyes. His face was fair and clean. His facial features were exquisite. His soft lips were slightly pursed. He looked very beautiful and well-behaved. He raised his eyes and glanced at Gu Yang. Those eyes were as clean and clear as still water, but they were covered with a layer of mist. Gu Yang used to be a psychiatrist, but without any judgment at this moment. She seemed to read the silence of stagnant water and despairing loneliness behind the mist, like a dying old man who spent his whole life on the watch in despair. How could a teenager in his prime give her such a feeling? Is she wrong? When Gu Yang wanted to investigate further, he found that the boy had already moved his eyes away. He stood there, bright red blood flowing from his end through the transfusion set into her body. Gu Yang noticed that the back of the boy's white hands were densely covered with needle holes, which was shocking to watch. At this very moment, countless images of this beautiful boy being stabbed with a needle appeared in her mind, and a memory that did not belong to her rushed into her mind. Gu Jin, Fengju, living blood bank, true and false daughter, hemophilia. It took a long time for Gu Yang to digest the fact that she, who had just inherited billions of dollars, was wearing a book. She transmigrated into the false daughter sister of the heroine of the novel about the true and false daughter in the vest that she just read. It is the kind of green tea female supporting role who is elegant and noble on the surface, but in fact has no shame in occupying the magpie's nest. Also has the same name as her. And the one who is still carelessly playing with her mobile phone at the corner of the stairs is her half-sister Gu Jin, the leading heroine with many beautiful roads and vests in the text. Chapter 2 is too insane. The fair and beautiful young man standing in front of her now is the royal blood bank that the Gu family found for her. Yuan suffered from hemophilia since childhood and had extremely rare golden blood. It took a lot of effort for the Gu family to find an orphan with golden blood type, namely Fengju. It is said that Fengju was adopted, but in fact it is a living blood bank that treats him as the original body. Fengju lives under the fence, and his status in the Gu family is not as good as that of a servant, but he doesn't complain a word. Instead, Yuanqin used to him with needles every now and then to vent his anger on him. Gu Yang looked at Fengju in front of him with pity. Too insane. What an obedient and beautiful young man. Even Nanny Rome couldn't do it, but the original body was able to do it. Moreover, she remembered that Fengju, a small blood bank in the original book, later became a friend of the big villain. In order to help Feng Ju vent his anger, the big villain not only contributed to the bankruptcy of the Gu family, but also broke Yuan's 10 fingers. 10 fingers connected to heart, it hurts just thinking about it. Thinking that all these might happen to him, Guiyang felt that she should take pity on him. She was the one who died the worst. Look at the current situation. Not long ago, Gu's father, Gu Xiaoming, accidentally found Gu Jin, who looked very similar to his late grandmother's young photos, when he was on a business trip. He sent someone to take Gu Jin's hair for a paternity test, and found that Gu Jin was his own daughter. Although Gu Xiaoming is a top quality, he is a top quality who is afraid of his wife and loves his wife. He has never fooled around outside, so naturally there is no illegitimate daughter. So Gu Jin can only be born to Gu Xiaoming and Gu's mother Yuan Shuling. Afterwards, Father Gu asked Yuanshan and Yuan Shuling to do a paternity test, and after the results came out, it was confirmed that Gu Jin and Yuanshan were indeed in the wrong relationship. However, they felt that Gu Jin lived in the country, was barbaric and ignorant, and if she was named the daughter of the Gu family, it would embarrass the Gu family. On the contrary, the elders of Jincheng's wealthy family said that they were children from other people's families. They were elegant, sensible, versatile, and had good grades, which made them look good. And compared to Gu Jin, who just came back, they naturally prefer the original body that they have raised for 17 years. After all, I have been raising it for so long. Even if I have a dog, I have feelings for it. Although Gu Jin was brought back, but after the green tea in the original body, Gu's father and mother agreed and kept Gu Yang's identity as the daughter of the Gu family and did not announce Gu Jin's identity as the real daughter, and only raised her as an adopted daughter in the Gu family. Yuanshan completely stole Gu Jin's identity, but still felt a sense of crisis, fearing that others would know that she was a fake daughter. Even if she planned to make Gu's father and mother hate Gu Jin, it was best to drive Gu Jin away. So I designed the one just now. Yuanshan deliberately provoked Gu Jin when he came down the stairs, and then deliberately pretended to be pushed down by Gu Jin in front of Yuan Shuling, and fell down the stairs. In the original book, the design of the original body really aroused the disgust of Yuan Shuling and the Gu family towards Gu Jin. However, Gu Jin still slapped the original body in the face in the end, proving his innocence. Although the original body deliberately chose the monitoring blind spot to frame Gu Jin, but he did not expect that Gu Jin's phone was always in video recording mode. Gu Yang's eyeballs rolled slightly. Although she framed the heroine at the beginning of the game, used the villain as a blood bank, and offended all the decent villains, but she hasn't finished framing her, and the blood bank hasn't finished squeezing it. Maybe, there is still a chance of redemption? Gu Yang was lowering his head and thinking about it, when he heard Yuan Shuling's angry and cold voice. Gu Jin, why don't you come over and apologize to your sister? She raised her eyes, only to realize that Gu Jin, who was leaning on the handrail of the stairs, was now leaning on the opposite sofa. Gu Jin was wearing a black suspender dress, and the light hit her body. Her complexion became colder and paler. Her posture was still lazy, and she was sliding her phone carelessly. Chapter 3: Why Little Green Tea doesn't play cards according to the routine. She looks very good-looking, like a fallen angel, with a holiness in her charm. Especially her pair of eyes, deep and sharp, as if the whirlpool could swallow the soul, and seemed to be able to see through everything. It's not necessary. I didn't push her. Hearing Yuan Shuling's words, Gu Jin just laughed casually and answered concisely. What a country girl, barbaric and hard to train, who doesn't stand up well, sits down well, and has no education. Yuan Shuling cursed in a low voice, very dissatisfied with Gu Jin. The blood transfusion was over, and Dr. G, who was packing the medicine box, suddenly looked at Yuan Shuling with a gentle voice. Mrs. Gu, since Ms. Gu Jin said so, there must be some evidence to prove her innocence. Why don't you communicate with her patiently? Really? Miss Gu Jin. Dr. G looked at Gu Jin and blinked at her from an angle that others couldn't see. Boss, take out the video and slap that little green tea in the face. As an outsider, Gu Yang naturally knew that Dr. G's name was Ji Linbai, the behind-the-scenes dean of Jincheng First People's Hospital and one of Gu Jin's younger brothers. His majestic dean will personally come to Gu's house for a consultation today, and it is also because of Gu Jin's face. Gu Yang knows that the face-slapping plot that readers want to see will soon come. So, she stood up first, held Ruan Shuling's hand, and said, "Mom, my sister didn't push me. I stepped on the air and fell down by myself." She doesn't want to be slapped in the face. Ruan Shuling frowned and became even more annoyed at Gu Jin. "Gu Jin, look at it now. Yang Yang has already excused you. Can't you act like a big sister?" Gu Jin just looked at Gu Yang and didn't speak. But Ji Lin Bai was going to be furious, but he wanted to continue to maintain his image of a gentle doctor, so he could only keep scolding Gu Yang's little green tea from the bottom of his heart, and even thought he was retreating. Enter. Just when Ji Lin was so angry that he wanted to grab his boss's phone and play a video to hit Gu Yang in the face. Gu Yang said seriously, "Mom, I didn't excuse my sister. At that time, my sister's mobile phone was recording. If you don't believe me, watch the video on her mobile phone." Gu Jin's fingers paused slightly, and she looked at Gu Yang with dark eyes, full of surprise. "Ji Lin Bai, fuck. Why didn't little green tea play cards according to the routine this time? And how does she know that the boss usually turns on the video recording mode on his mobile phone?" Even Feng Zhu, who sat obediently and had a very low sense of presence, looked at Gu Yang a few more times. Ruan Shuling looked at Gu Jin suspiciously when she heard the words. Seeing that Gu Yang's eyes were serious and he spoke with style, she reluctantly believed it. She didn't look up Gu Jin's video and couldn't hold back to apologize to Gu Jin, a junior, but just warned with a cold face. "Since Yang Yang has said so, I don't care about it. But you'd better not hit me wrong in the future. Make up your mind." She greeted Ji Lin with tea again. Ji Lin Bai gave Gu Yang a sneaky look before leaving, but he met Gu Yang's eyes. Ji Lin Bai staggered, nearly falling over. Gu Yang smiled slightly. "Dr. Ji is gone." Ji Lin Bai. "This little green tea must be on purpose. She must be very proud now. I didn't expect her rank to be so high. To resolve the crisis first. Heh, next time he will definitely help the boss slap her in the face." Ji Lin Bai left, and the nanny took Feng Zhu out. Gu Yang went over and stopped her. "Aunt Li, why are you taking Feng Zhu out at such a late hour?" She remembered that Aunt Li never brought in the small blood bank just now. Sister Li looked at Gu Yang with a complicated expression. "Miss, have you forgotten that not long ago, Master Feng Zhu spilled your skincare products, and you punished Master Feng Zhu to sleep outside in the greenhouse?" Feng Zhu lowered his eyes and said nothing, looking very cute. But it just happened to be like this. Let Gu Yangming know that it was none of his business, but he still felt guilty. She just remembered that there was indeed such a thing. The set of skincare products was given by Yuan Chen's cousin, and Yuan Chen liked it very much. Before she could use it, she was spilled by the small blood bank. Yuan Chen got angry and asked Feng Zhu to move out of the villa and live in the greenhouse in the yard. Chapter 4 So good. Yuan is the group favorite in the Gu family, and her decision is mostly dictated by her father and mother, and they also feel that they must teach Feng Zhu a lesson. The greenhouse is mainly used by Gu Zhiming to raise delicate and famous flowers. It is very spacious inside and can accommodate a person to lay the floor. However, there are various types of flowers, and the sealed greenhouse may lack oxygen, so it is not good for people to live in it. Moreover, it is too much to not live in this good villa and let the floor be used. Gu Yang wanted to restore his image at the small blood bank, lest his big villain friend cut off her 10 fingers in the future, so he said in a gentle tone, "What I said last time was just angry words, so I don't care what Aju says. My brother, how can he live in a greenhouse? Let him go back to his room and sleep." Aunt Li. So Master Feng Zhu has been living in the greenhouse for almost a week, and the lady only found out today? Feng Zhu looked up at Gu Yang in surprise. "Thank you, sister." The voice is shy and soft, like a puppy. "So good." Gu Yang couldn't help but tiptoed and touched Feng Zhu's head. After touching it, her face was slightly hot, and she went upstairs as if nothing had happened. Feng Zhu was absent-minded for a moment. Looking at Gu Yang's back, his eyes seemed to be flashing with emerald greens, and the hand hanging on the side couldn't help but tighten slightly. The bedrooms of Gu Yang and others are all on the second floor. Those of Gu Jin and Gu Yang are on the left side of the stairs, and those of Gu Pei and Feng Zhu are on the right side of the stairs. After closing the door, Gu Yang looked at the surroundings, the furnishings, and himself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror is wearing a warm white chiffon dress, with long black and thick hair hanging down to her waist. The complexion is as white as creamy fat, and the skin texture is moist and delicate like a fresh lychee. The misty eyebrows are painted lightly, stretching like blue daisy in distant mountains. The eyes are clear and agile like water. The bridge of the nose is straight, and the lips are pink and tender, just like the peach blossoms in March. Is undoubtedly beautiful. Different from the black rose-like evil and cold temperament of the heroine, the original body looks gentle and elegant in appearance, and she is indeed the favorite lady of the elders. Guiyang is very satisfied with such a cute and gentle appearance. Before transmigrating into the book, she was a daughter of a top-notch family. She looked gentle and ladylike on the outside, and was very pleasing to the elders. But in fact, her character is not soft, but rather rebellious. Otherwise, he would not evade the arrangement given to him by his family, and instead of inheriting the company as the president, he would instead become a psychiatrist out of interest. However, what she didn't expect was that after his father left, he still left all the family property to her to inherit, but he didn't give his beloved illegitimate son a single cent. Now that she is dead, the family property is probably in the hands of the illegitimate son. She suspected that the illegitimate child was responsible for her death. Guiyang thought about things in and out of the book all night, and couldn't sleep all night. The morning sun shines through the window lattice. Before the dining table, there was a stylishly dressed young woman holding Ruan Shuiling's arm and talking, looking very intimate. She glanced across the dining table at Gu Jin, who was playing with her mobile phone and drinking coffee, and said with a coquettish smile, "Auntie, is this the adopted daughter of your family? I heard that she is from the country, and she doesn't seem to understand the rules. Listen, she said she pushed her cousin down the stairs last night. Is she okay now?" Recalling what happened last night, Ruan Shuiling's face darkened. Yang is fine. Gu Jin would only embarrass her. Fortunately, it was not announced that she was the real daughter of the Gu family. "Andy, look how obedient Xiaoju is. This is all under the fence of others. How can there be such a big gap?" The young woman looked at Feng Ju, who was sitting there obediently, then looked at Gu Jin and shook her head. Chapter 5. This is unfair to my sister. Feng Ju and Gu Jin both raised their eyes, glanced at each other, and did not speak. Before going downstairs, Guiyang heard the voice from downstairs, saw the woman holding Ruan Shuiling's arm, and some information appeared in his mind. Wang Yin, 20 years old, the second lady of the second bedroom of the Ruan family in Jincheng, is also an entertainer in the entertainment industry. Wang Yin was originally an illegitimate daughter, and her mother was also Uncle Ruan's lover outside. A few years ago, Uncle Ruan's original spouse died, and the mother and daughter were brought back to the Ruan family. The Gu family focuses on entertainment media, and Xiaofeng Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in China, belongs to the Gu family. So when Ruan Yin made her debut, she also signed with Gu's company. In fact, before Ruan Yin, Ruan Chu, the eldest daughter of the second room of the Ruan family, was already an entertainer of Xiaofeng Entertainment. The mistress and the original partner's daughter are naturally confronting each other, and the villains have similar tastes, so the relationship between the original body and Ruan Yin is better than that with Ruan Chu. But as far as Guiyang is concerned, she naturally does not like illegitimate children and so on. "Cousin, you are here, my aunt and I just talked about you." Ruan Yin was very enthusiastic towards Guiyang. After all, many of her resources in the entertainment industry were obtained by Guiyang in front of Gu's father. "Really? What did cousin Wang Yin and mother say about me?" Guiyang's attitude was still gentle. But Wang Yin frowned slightly, feeling a slight change. The Ruan family only had 2 daughters, she and Ruan Chu. Guiyang and Ruan Chu had a bad relationship and only regarded her as a cousin, so they always called her cousin. Ruan Yin concealed her strangeness and glanced at Gu Jin, who was slowly drinking porridge. "I just said that your adopted daughter is a white-eyed wolf, and she pushed you down the stairs. I heard that you lost a lot of blood. I said, this is murder for money, and she should be sent to the police." Gu Jin's expression didn't change. Of course her face didn't change. The adopted daughter was not talking about her. She was the real daughter. Guiyang gently stirred the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the bowl, with a puzzled tone. "Cousin Wang Yin, you call me a white-eyed wolf? I'm curious, why did I push myself down the stairs?" Although she did drop it herself. Wang Yin was slightly stunned, and hurriedly defended. Cousin, I didn't scold you." Wan Shuling frowned and looked at Gu Yang, but she didn't stop Gu Yang from saying, "You just said that the adopted daughter of the Gu family is a white-eyed wolf." "Unfortunately, I am the adopted daughter of the Gu family. Gu Jin is the real daughter of the Gu family." Wan Yan's eyes widened in surprise. The people at the dining table were shocked. They never thought that Gu Yang would reveal the inside story. Wan Shuling didn't want to be cruel to Gu Yang, so she glared at Gu Jin. Yang, did Gu Jin force you to say that? You are the daughter of the Gu family. It has nothing to do with my sister." Gu Yang held Wan Shuling's hand, looked into her eyes with clear and vivid eyes, and said softly, "Mom, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think it's unfair to my sister. Although my sister and I were wrongly hugged when we were born, we are both innocent. But after all, I have occupied the magpie's nest for so many years, and instead of my sister, I have enjoyed the rich life of the Gu family and your love. Now that my sister is back, I can't just let my mistakes go and still occupy my sister's identity with peace of mind. My sister has suffered for so many years, we have to make up for her, and we can't let her go home and be wronged. Mom, don't worry, although I am not born to you, and Dad, I will remember your kindness and nurturing, still treat you as parents, and will repay you well in the future." There was silence in the living room. No one thought that Gu Yang would say this in public. Chapter 6. Yang is really lucky. Fengju lowered his eyebrows, as if he didn't care about anything. Gu Jin leaned against the back of the chair, staring at the coffee in her hand, thoughtfully. Wan Yin never expected to come to Gu's house and hear such explosive news. Jinsheng knew that the Gu family had adopted an adopted daughter from an orphanage in the countryside, and some people even wondered if it was Gu Xiaoming's illegitimate daughter, but they didn't expect it to be the real daughter of the Gu family. Her eyes fell on Gu Yang, with a somewhat unclear meaning. Therefore, Gu Yang, who usually has a sense of superiority in front of her, is a fake daughter who wants to occupy the magpie's nest. Gu Yang is also really stupid, to not hide things that are not good for her, but to speak out on his own initiative. When the time comes, the Shui family will find out, and they don't know whether the marriage between the two families is still going to be counted. Wan Yin felt a little happy in her heart, and asked, pretending not to understand, "What is my cousin talking about? Why can't I understand?" Gu Yang sneered in his heart. The original body's worries do exist. If her identity as a fake daughter is exposed, the attitudes of some people around her will indeed change. But at this moment, Gu Jin, who was staring at the coffee, suddenly chuckled, "You must be stupid." Wan Yan's face froze slightly. "Gu Jin, what do you mean? A country bumpkin dares to be so crazy. Do you really think that being the real daughter of the Gu family is a big deal? If the Gu family really valued her, it would be impossible not to disclose her identity." Gu Yang glanced at Wan Yin in surprise, with an expression of, "You don't even know what this means, cousin Wan Yin. You really should study more." Even Wan Shuling cast a sneaky glance at Wan Yin, feeling that what Gu Yang said made sense. After all, Wan Yin dropped out of school and did not study much. Wan Yin, too angry to speak. Wan Shuling was silent for a long time after listening to Gu Yang's words, feeling helpless in her heart. Yang told Wan Yin, an outsider, about his wrongdoing. Even if the Gu family didn't make it public at that time, the Jinsheng wealthy circle would know about it. Although they regard Yang as their own daughter, in the eyes of outsiders, an adopted daughter is not as good as a real daughter. Wan Shuling glanced at Wan Yin and the servants of the Gu family, held Gu Yang's hand, and said solemnly, "No matter what, Yang, you are the daughter of our Gu family. Your father and I will take care of this matter. Worry." Gu Yang smiled and nodded to Wan Shuling. She deliberately told Wan Yin about the wrong thing. Otherwise, even if she told Gu father and mother that she would disclose her and Gu Jin's identities, they would not make it public. It is not only out of protection for her, but also out of maintaining the face of the Gu family. But she is not her original body, so she cannot occupy Gu Jin's identity with peace of mind. Hearing Wan Shuling's words, Wan Yin slightly tightened her hand on the bag, and a trace of envy flashed across her eyes covered by long eyelashes. Gu Yang is really lucky. However, it is also good for Gu Yang to be favored. Thinking of the purpose of her coming to Gu's house this time, Wan Yan's eyes flickered, followed Gu Yang, who was walking in the garden, and talked to Gu Yang casually. "By the way, Yang, I heard that uncle's recent investment in talking about Sungama with wine also invited the best actor G. She sighed with some regret. Speaking of which, I'm still a fan of Best Actor G. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to meet Best Actor G since I entered the circle. Talking about Sang Ma with Wine is a variety show invested by Gu Xiaoming with the theme of rural life. The previous 2 seasons were extremely popular, and many artists became popular. Chapter 7, The Heartbroken Gu Yang. It stands to reason that such resources are not her turn, but every time she acts helpless and pitiful in front of Gu Yang will show her sense of superiority and help her obtain this resource. Although Ruan Yin envied Gu Yang's charity-like behavior, she needed it exactly. Gu Yang was walking on the cobblestone path in the garden. The morning sun shone on her body, giving her a soft light. Hearing Ruan Yin's words, she looked up at her with pity and said, "It's okay, cousin Ruan Yin. It's normal if you don't see Jingdi. After all, you don't have enough cafes right now." Ruan Yin. Not enough cafes. Can Gu Yang speak? She hinted so much. Why did she give her such a heart-wrenching sentence? Ruan Yin hated secretly, took a deep breath, took out a box of skincare products from her bag, and smiled on her heavily made-up face. "By the way, cousin, I heard that the skincare product I gave you last time was touched by a little beast. It's broken, and this time I brought another set specially." Gu Yang frowned imperceptibly. "Little bastard. Are you talking about Fengju? Yuanchen and Ruanyin have a good relationship and are cousins, but they called Fengju Little Beast in front of Ruanyin." Gu Yang accepted the skincare products. "Then I would like to thank cousin Ruanyin." Ruanyin's eyes lighted slightly, thinking that even Gu Yang had accepted her gift. He would agree to help her mention this matter in front of Gu Xiaoming, right? However, a minute goes by. 2 minutes passed. A full 10 minutes passed, but Gu Yang didn't mention this matter. Just when Ruanyin couldn't help but wanted to tell Gu Yang clearly, Gu Yang raised his hand and glanced at his watch before she said, "Cousin Ruanyin, I'm going to practice piano in the piano room." Ruanyin. Ruanyin looked at Gu Yang's back, couldn't help but squeeze her bag tightly, and didn't sneer until she got out of Gu's villa. In the past, Gu Yang was the real daughter of the Gu family, and she just endured it, but now she is a fake, and still so arrogant. Thinking of this, Ruanyin picked up the phone. The Gu family is a wealthy family in Jincheng, and they attach great importance to the cultivation of their children. Therefore, in addition to ensuring the basic learning, Gu Yang has to learn music, dance, calligraphy, etiquette, etc. since he was a child. It is not necessary to be fully proficient, but you have to be familiar with it to avoid being out of touch when socializing with other wealthy ladies. Of course, Gu Yang was the daughter of a top wealthy family before wearing the book, and he learned more from elementary school than what the original body learned in the Gu family, but there are some differences from what the original body learned. Take musical instruments, for example. Before transmigrating the book, Gu Yang mainly studied folk music, guzheng, and qin, while Yuanchen mainly studied piano. Gu Yang pushed open the door of the piano room. The first thing he saw was not the room full of musical instruments, but Gu Jin sitting in front of the piano. The lights in the piano room were not turned on, and the curtains were closed tightly, making it a little dark. Gu Jin, who was wearing a black dress with suspenders, almost merged with the pitch-black piano. If her arms and neck were not so strikingly white, Gu Yang would not be able to see her at a glance. Gu Yang frowned, feeling a bit depressing in such an environment. So she walked over and opened the curtains, revealing the blue sky, white clouds, and green tree branches outside the window, and the sun shone into the piano room, brightening the room. Gu Jin looked up, with a lazy expression. "Why?" The boss spoke concisely, and the question seemed nonsensical, but Gu Yang understood it. Gu Jin was asking her why she gave up framing her last night, and why she admitted that she was a fake daughter this morning. Of course Gu Yang can't say, "I'm wearing a book. You are all characters in the novel. I know you are a boss. I can't afford to mess with you. Of course, no one will believe me." So he said casually, "Probably because of a fall, I corrected my 3 views." Chapter 8, What Happened to the Hot Search. Gu Yang observed Gu Jin and found that the boss didn't care about this cold joke. Gu Jin's gaze fell on the skincare product in Gu Yang's hand, and only then did his eyes change, and he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that skincare product." Gu Yang looked dumbfounded. The boss is still short of a set of skincare products? Seeing that Gu Yang hesitated, she narrowed her phoenix eyes and sneered. Why? You don't even want to give me a set of skin care products, but you are willing to give me the identity of the daughter of the Gu family? Gu Yang stared at Gu Jin and suddenly asked, Sister, did you see something wrong with this skin care product? Gu Jin paused slightly with her slender fingers caressing the black and white keys, but her pitch-black eyes still didn't see any waves. Although the boss has almost no micro-expressions, she, who was a top international psychologist before Chuan Chu, has a strong sixth sense. Intuition is precise, and her intuition told her that she was right. Also, the boss doesn't even disdain the identity of the daughter of the Gu family. How could he be inferior to this set of skincare products? It's just, she knew there was a problem with this skincare product because she remembered the plot of the novel, and the boss can see that there is a problem with this skincare product through the packaging. Gu Jin got up and walked to the window, turned up and sat by the window, looking at the landscape of the villa garden outside the window. Aren't you going to practice the piano? Gu Yang looked at Gu Jin inquisitively and obediently sat down in front of the piano. Oh? She remembered that in the novel, the boss didn't meddle in other people's business, looking for the skincare products from Yuan Yin. Because the remedy she made worked? Gu Yang's lips raised slightly. The midsummer sun is shining brightly. The branches outside the window are densely covering the sky. The bright piano sound is flowing briskly, and even the chirping of cicadas among the branches and leaves is quiet. Sunlight penetrated through the gaps in the branches and leaves and fell on her face, leaving sparse spots of light. Gu Jin's eyelashes moved slightly. The sun was dazzling in her eyes. She raised her hand to cover it slightly. Only then was she surprised to find that she was sleeping with the cicadas singing to the sound of Gu Yang's piano just now. She seemed to have not fallen asleep so peacefully for a long time. Gu Yang casually played a song before stopping. Her piano level is not as good as the original body's, it's just an amateur level, but maybe because she often plays the piano for psychotherapy, the sound of the piano she plays casually is also gentle and healing. And at this time, downstairs, Feng Ju, who was leaning against the window, also slowly opened his eyes. Those clear and still water eyes seemed to be stained with the midsummer sunshine. It was as if a ray of light shone into the bottomless abyss of the ice field. Gu Yang looked at Gu Jin, although he was playing tricks in front of the boss, but he wanted to know the boss's evaluation, so he asked, Sister, how do I play? Gu Jin glanced at her lightly, jumped out of the window, and left the piano room with a lazy and sleepy tone. It's okay. Practice more. Gu Yang. She brought shame upon herself. This night, some people in the villa rarely had a good sleep. In sleep, the cicadas sing lightly, and the summer breeze is cool. Gu Yang was woken up the next day by the continuous vibrating sound of her mobile phone. She opened the screen in sleepy eyes, only to realize that it was not an alarm clock, but a bombardment of information from WeChat and other software 99+. There are even more than a dozen missed calls. At this time, there happened to be an incoming call, and Gu Yang clicked on it before he could see who it was. From the other end came the boy's slightly cold questioning voice. Gu Yang, what's going on with the hot search? Although the voice was nice, the tone made Gu Yang even more angry when he got up. She hung up the phone directly, only to notice that the caller was called Xue Duo. On the other end of the phone, Xue Duo looked at the phone screen in astonishment. Gu Yang actually hung up on him. Chapter 9, and the doll of the Xue family. Xue Duo dialed the number just now again in disbelief, but the number you have dialed cannot be reached. Gu Yang resolutely turned off the phone to catch up on sleep and waited for her to wake up before talking about anything. She stayed up all night when she first got dressed, so that she slept until 11 o'clock. After coming out of the cloakroom, Aunt Li told her, Miss, Master Xue Duo, and Mrs. Xue from the Xue family are here. Gu Yang vaguely remembered that she answered a phone call in the morning, and it was from Xue Duo. At that time, her consciousness was hazy, but now she remembered who Xue Duo was. The Xue family is also a rich family in Jinqing, and even better than the Gu family. Before Gu Yang was born, Xue's family and Gu's family made a verbal baby kiss. In recent years, the Gu and Xue families have indeed intended to have a commercial marriage. So, Xue Duo is her fiancé? No, to be precise, it should be Gu Jin's fiancé. In the novel, the original body has a good impression of Xue Duo. After knowing her identity as a fake daughter, She feels that the Gu family treats her worse than before and complains about the Gu family, so she does everything she can to marry Shui Duo, even betraying the Gu family. In the end, the Gu family was destroyed, and the property of the Gu family was annexed by the Shui family. Of course, the Shui family fought against the hero and heroine, and it didn't end well. Guyang clicked on WeChat, swiped down, glanced at it briefly, and basically asked her about the most popular things. She opened Weibo, and the first hot search item was, "Great Family Secret V, shocked. The blood of a wealthy family, a civet cat for the prince." The little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment, the talented pianist Guyang, is actually a fake daughter who was wronged, and the real daughter was left in a rural orphanage for 17 years. It is reported that the real daughter of the Gu family has been taken back, but the Gu group seems to have no intention of disclosing the identity of the real daughter. Pleasant Goat is triumphant. What a big melon. It smells like a conspiracy. The monster was captured by the master. The fake daughter has occupied the magpie's nest for so many years, but she still has the nerve to continue to occupy her identity? Face. After all, the Gu family is a wealthy family in Jincheng. Are they so confused? At Gusher Jitan V, at Zhaofeng, Yuelura V. Schrodinger's dog V. Maybe the Gu family is preparing to make it public? Hold on. The secret of the wealthy family is a big V who specializes in breaking the news about the incidents of the wealthy family. As long as there is evidence, he dares to disclose anything and has a high degree of credibility. Moreover, netizens are already interested in the affairs of wealthy families, and Mega Entertainment is one of the 4 major entertainment companies in China, and they are often active on Weibo, so the popularity of this matter is very high. When something like this happens, the Gu family will definitely push the trending search, but this trending search is now listed, which shows that someone is behind the scenes. Guyang thoughtfully went downstairs. Yang, come and see your Aunt Shui and brother Shui Duo. Wan Shuling beckoned Guyang to sit down. The mother and child are sitting on the opposite sofa. Guyang greeted them politely. Madame Shui nodded to Guyang with a slightly superior attitude. As for Shui Duo, he just scoffed lightly, without even looking at Guyang, with an arrogant and contemptuous attitude. Wan Shuling has a fiery temper, but the Gu family is a bit shorter in front of the Shui family, and she has to lower her posture. Mrs. Shui, although Yang is not born to me in Zhiming, she is still the daughter of our Gu family. Mrs. Shui interrupted Wan Shuling's words and said with a smile, Mrs. Gu, I also like Yang very much, but you also know that marriages of wealthy families focus on blood status. To put it mildly, but in fact it means that Gu Yang, a fake daughter, can't compete with the young master of their Shui family. Wan Shuling's face was ugly, of course she knew it. That's why she didn't want to disclose the identities of Gu Jin and Gu Yang, because she was afraid that Gu Yang would lose his engagement with Shui's family. Chapter 10 Playing Hard to Get. What's more, about the Gu family, there is a lot of noise on the internet. It seems that it is not good to give Yang the marriage contract that originally belonged to Gu Jin. Mrs. Shui said without changing her smile. Wan Shuling frowned slightly. So you want Gu Jin and Shui Duo to get engaged? Yang is not good enough for Shui Duo, so Gu Jin, a wild girl who grew up in the countryside, is good enough for Shui Duo? Wan Shuling even suspected that the things on the internet were created by Gu Jin in order to steal Yang's identity and marriage contract. Mrs. Shui took a sip of tea. The children are all in high school, so there is no rush to get engaged. I am here today just to confirm whether the things on the internet are true on behalf of Shui's family. After all, this engagement was made when the old man was there. Vague. By the way, didn't your family take Gu Jin back? Why don't you come out to meet guests? Mrs. Shui's eyes were slightly contemptuous. I heard that Gu Jin grew up in the countryside. In her opinion, she is not as good as Gu Yang, an adopted daughter. When Gu Jin was mentioned, Wan Shuling's face became even more ugly. Xiao Jin went out early in the morning. Mrs. Shui nodded and didn't stay any longer. After exchanging greetings, she took Shui Duo and left. Shui Duo didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but before he left, he frowned and looked at Gu Yang, seeming a little displeased. Gu Yang. Apart from hanging up his phone, she didn't do anything to him, did she? Shui Duo walked very slowly and kept looking at the WeChat chat interface with Gu Yang. Seeing that Gu Yang didn't chase him out or send him a message until he left the Gu family villa, he couldn't help feeling a little irritable. Doesn't she like him? If you want to play hard to get, you have to have a degree. Why is she not in a hurry now that the engagement is about to end? Shui Duo sneered. He wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Gu Yang. A few minutes later, Shui Duo sent Gu Yang a WeChat message with a cold face. Gu Yang, why did you hang up on me in the morning? However, a minute goes by. 2 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. WeChat still has no reply. Not even the other party is inputting has not appeared. As soon as Shui's mother and son left, Wan Shuling was so angry that she threw the tea set on the ground, and after venting her anger, she turned to Aunt Li and said, "Go and get Gu Jin back for me." Yang Yang kindly gave her the identity of the real daughter, but she still behaves like this. I don't know what's good and what's wrong, and even made a fuss on the internet, causing Yang Yang to be raped by the internet, and even lost her engagement with Shui's family. Mom. Gu Yang held Wan Shuling's hand and handed her a cup of tea. His tone was gentle and soft, with some softness that had just woken up. Mom, don't get angry and ruin your body. Hearing Gu Yang's voice, Wan Shuling's anger was also calmed down a little. She drank the herbal tea that Gu Yang handed over to calm her anger, and looked at Gu Yang worriedly. Yang Yang, don't read Weibo just yet. Mom and Dad will take care of these things. On the side of the Shui family, Mom and Dad will help you fight for this marriage. Gu Yang shook his head. Mom, no need. I don't like Shui Duo, and this marriage doesn't belong to me. Wan Shuling didn't believe it, and her daughter couldn't hide her liking when she saw Shui Duo's eyes all the time. Yang Yang, you don't need to back down on this matter. I want to ask Gu Jin, where did he get the face to rob his sister, fiancé? Gu Yang wanted to say that the boss still doesn't like Shui Duo. Gu Yang whispered softly, Mom, my sister just came back, and she doesn't even know about the marriage between the Gu family and the Shui family, so how could she plan to the marriage contract? It has been rewritten, and the content and introduction have been changed. Chapter 11 Anti-Use Wan Yin. Wan Shuling was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, how could Gu Jin, a country bumpkin, know this? Gu Yang clicked on the trending search list on Weibo. Mom should have asked the public relations department to drop the popularity and remove the trending search, right? But this trending search is still at the top of the list. Can my sister do it? Of course Gu Jin can. But judging from the contact with Gu Jin in the past 2 days and Gu Jin's character in the novel, Gu Jin will not do this. Wan Shuling prefers Gu Yang and hates Gu Jin, and in her opinion, Gu Jin is the most profitable person in this matter, so she feels that Gu Jin did it. If it wasn't Gu Jin, then who could it be? Wan Shuling felt that the servants at home were not so brave as to speak out about these things. Gu Yang seemed to be casually saying, Mom, Cousin Wan Yin said yesterday that she wanted to participate in Xiaofeng Entertainment's live variety show. I didn't want my father to use power for personal gain, so I rejected her. Wan Shuling was very displeased with Wan Yan's behavior and knew that Wan Yin would go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, and every time she came to find Yang Yang, she would take advantage of it. It's good to refuse. It took her a long while to realize the trending search is not caused by her, is it? That's right. The daughter raised by the mistress knows how to play tricks like this. Gu Yang lost his mind. Mom, Cousin Wan Yin is so kind to me. How could she harm me? Wan Shuling looked at her innocent and kind-hearted daughter distressedly. Yang Yang, you are too simple, and that is not a good thing for mother and daughter. They didn't plan on you before, so I didn't tell you more. Then Wan Yin has to be strong everywhere. Your cousin Wan Chu entered the entertainment industry, and she followed her into the entertainment industry. She must have disliked you a long time ago. On the surface, she flatters you, but secretly wishes that you would lose your identity and lose your marriage contract. You refused her request. She must have hated you. That's why she posted this incident on the internet. She is from the entertainment industry, and what she is best at is guiding public opinion and cyberbullying others. The more Wan Shuling talked, the more she felt that Wan Yin did this, and she wished she could kill Ruan's family immediately and slap Wan Yin. Gu Yang sighed in his heart, really analyzed Wan Yin's thoughts in the novel thoroughly. In the novel, Wan Yin was jealous of Gu Yang. That's why she deliberately gave Gu Yang skincare products with excessive lead and mercury. So Gu Yang was not surprised that Wan Yin would expose her and Gu Jin's identities to the outside world. This is also the effect she wants. She said that she would return her identity to Gu Jin, and she would not allow the Gu family a chance to repent. When the trouble got bigger, the Gu family could only disclose their real identities. Ruan Yin thought she had plotted against her, but in fact she was just used by her. I'm going to ask your second uncle how he taught his daughter. Regarding Gu Yang's matter, Ruan Shuling is like a hen protecting its cubs. Gu Yang pulled her back. Mom, but you go to uncle's house like this, and there is no proof. Then I'll teach that a lesson first. Ruan Shuling gritted her teeth angrily when she thought of what she said about Gu Yang and the Gu family on Weibo. Isn't Dad going back to Jincheng? Mom, why don't you discuss it after Dad comes back? Gu Yang handed another cup of herbal tea to Ruan Shuling. Maybe it was because of Gu Yang's warm and gentle voice, or maybe it was the herbal tea that cleared her anger. Ruan Shuling was miraculously calmed down and became much calmer. Yes, let your father find the evidence first. Otherwise, the mistress will definitely rely on our family. Gu Yang looked up at Ruan Shuling, smiling warmly and brightly. Mom, maybe Cousin Ruan Yin just slipped up and the paparazzi overheard her? Cousin Ruan Yin is still very kind to me. Feng Ju broke the skincare products she gave me last time, and she gave me another set yesterday. You see, after using it, the skin feels whiter and smoother. Ruan Shuling wouldn't have thought much about it in the past, but after knowing that Ruan Yin had bad intentions for Gu Yang, her thoughts diverged quickly, and she immediately thought of those dirty things in the entertainment circle and wealthy families. Her face turned pale slightly. Yang, don't use that set of skincare products of yours yet. Where are they? I'll have someone check them out. Chapter 12. This is Touch Porcelain? Gu Yang looked at Ruan Shuling with pure eyes. Mom, what's wrong? Is there any problem with the skincare products? Ruan Shuling took a deep breath. Her eyes were a little stern. It's better that there is no problem. Otherwise, I will never let Ruan Yin go. Gu Yang went upstairs and brought the set of skincare products to Ruan Shuling. Ruan Shuling took the skincare products and went out. She was worried and had to see the test results in person. Gu Yang also went out. Jincheng in August is like a furnace. The sun is high at noon, and there is a heat wave rolling in as soon as you go out. The plane trees on both sides of the street are towering, covering a green shade. It was the afternoon rush hour. The cars were like flowing water, people were coming and going, and the fireworks were full. The girl is wearing a warm white dress, with long hair reaching her waist, and she walks lightly, walking in the hustle and bustle, as if untouched by fireworks. At this time, an old man in hospital clothes stumbled towards him in front of him. Gu Yangting was about to give way to the old man, but the old man fainted at her feet. Gu Yang stood still. This is Pengzi? People passing by also stopped when they saw this. What's the matter with you, little girl? Don't you have eyes? How did you knock the old man down? An aunt who was passing by to buy vegetables pointed at Gu Yang and scolded. Looking at this luxurious attire, she should be a rich girl, right? The second generation of rich people don't care about people's lives. People gathered around Gu Yang to discuss, point. Some held up their mobile phones to take videos, and some called for an ambulance. As a psychiatrist, Gu Yang's mental quality is very good. He was not affected by the speech, and he didn't have time to pay attention to everyone's arguments. She squatted down to check the old man's condition, only to find that the old man had not touched porcelain, but had suffered a cardiac arrest. Although she is a doctor of psychology and mental illness, the most basic knowledge of first aid is necessary. So he began to press the old man's heart and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. People around were taken aback when they saw Gu Yang's actions. But soon someone ridiculed. Isn't it just pretending? How could a second-generation ancestor like this be able to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation? It must be pretending. It's so hard to press the heart. Can she be a little girl? Don't make more trouble then. So what if it adds chaos? Someone from a rich second-generation family like this must come out and settle it. Of course, there were also people in the crowd who saw the whole process before and knew that Gu Yang was innocent, so they defended Gu Yang. But this voice was almost suppressed by the condemnation. There was a boy wearing a black mask who couldn't stand it and stood up to defend Gu Yang, but no one listened to him at all, so he could only go to Gu Yang and ask, Miss Sister, are you okay? Don't press me instead. During cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the frequency of chest compressions is at least 100 times per minute, and the compression depth is at least 5 centimeters. The strength required is self-evident. There was also a middle-aged man who took the initiative to step forward, opened the airway for the old man, and performed artificial respiration in accordance with the frequency of Gu Yang's heart compressions. A few minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and the medical staff carried the old man into the ambulance. One of the doctors breathed a sigh of relief after checking the old man's condition. Fortunately, the 4 minutes of the golden rescue time were not wasted, and the cardiopulmonary resuscitation was done very well. He glanced at Gu Yang approvingly. "Little girl, your first aid measures are very standardized, and your heart compression posture is very standard." Until the sound of the ambulance disappeared, the onlookers still hadn't recovered from their senses, and the voices pointing at Gu Yang seemed to be paused. Chapter 13, Director of Mental Hospital. Everyone present could hear the doctor's words clearly, and those who mocked Gu Yang for making trouble before only felt a burning pain in their faces. Some people couldn't hide their faces and shouted in the crowd, "Isn't she supposed to give the old man first aid? Who made her knock down the old man?" Before Gu Yang said anything, many people in the crowd stood up, including the boy who was wearing a black mask before. "Who said it was the little girl who bumped into the old man? Don't open your mouth. Just now I was behind the little girl." When the old man stumbled over, the little girl was about to give way. The old man happened to fall in front of the little girl. An old man walking his dog on a leash was so annoyed that he couldn't breathe. "Yes, the young lady has a very good temperament, so I was careful at the time. The young lady walked very lightly and smoothly at that time, and didn't hit anyone at all," the boy in the black mask also said. Several other people who witnessed the whole process also came out to testify. Same as that boy, most of them were attracted by Gu Yang's temperament, but they just paid more attention to Gu Yang out of appreciation and saw the whole process. Obviously, the little girl didn't bump into anyone, and she tried to save others, but she was scolded. Even the onlookers were outraged. Fortunately, the little girl has a good mental quality, so she was not angered. Seeing so many people testifying, those who followed and cheered and watched fell silent. Some people generously apologized to Gu Yang and praised her. Some gave Gu Yang an apologetic look, and some left in a hurry in silence. Gu Yang nodded to those who came forward to apologize to her, then turned to look at those who stood up to testify for her, and thanked with a smile. "Thank you for standing up and testifying for me." The girl smiled warmly, and her every move revealed good upbringing. She looked gentle and elegant, and everyone liked her very much. It should. Can't let good people down. "You're welcome, little girl. You are not wrong. What you did is right." The middle-aged man who cooperated with her to give the old man artificial respiration before nodded to Gu Yang and said, "Little girl, you are fine." Gu Yang smiled brightly. "You too. Thanks to your cooperation, you are also a doctor, right?" The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Yes, the little girl has good eyesight. My name is Ji Minghui, and I am the director of Jinxing Mental Hospital." Coming together, Gu Yang's eyes brightened slightly. "My name is Gu Yang." Seeing that the little girl did not consider herself a daughter of a certain family, Ji Minghui looked at her with more approval. Elegant and well-educated, humble and courteous in dealing with others, calm in situations, much better than his wretched son. Gu Yang looked at the black masked boy who wanted to help her before. His smile was still warm and bright, like a little sun. "I didn't have time to reply to you just now. Thank you for your help." The boy scratched his head and was rarely embarrassed to see such a bright smile from the little fairy. "I didn't help you just now." Gu Yang suddenly saw a familiar figure on the opposite side of the street. His clear and vivid eyes moved slightly. "I'll go first. See you by fate." The words that the young man just opened his mouth dissipated in the wind. "Miss Sister, I am Ji Jingqi." At this time, someone ran towards him. "Little ancestor, where have you gone? Director Chun is looking for you everywhere." Ji Jingqi's pretty brows and eyes were full of irritability. Did he get rid of the female number 2 who slipped and fell in front of me 10 or 8 times a day? The agent looked helpless. "Little ancestor, this is not very good. After all, he is a person who is not good at investing." Ji Jingqi sneered. "Invest in me and replace her." Broker. Chapter 14, Are You a Devil? In a remote alley across the street, Fengju was besieged by a group of people. "Boy, do you dare to reject our eldest lady? Is it because you are impatient? Brother Long, tell him what to do so much. Let's teach this kid how to behave first, and then arrest him and serve the eldest lady. Feng Ju was surrounded in the middle, with his head bowed. His eyes were slightly covered by his broken hair, and there was a coolness in his eyes. What are you young ladies who dare to touch my people? The tone of this voice is gentle with a smile. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a soft and weak little beauty. Who are you? This kid is the one our young lady likes. Little girl, you'd better not meddle in your own business. Brother Long sneered. Brother Long, this chick looks pretty good. A man squinted at Gu Yang walking towards her, and even reached out to touch her. Feng Ju's gaze on that person was instantly cold, as if he was looking at a dead person, and the aura around him instantly became manic, like a wild beast. However, before he could make a move, Gu Yang threw the man over his shoulder to the ground, and stepped on his fingers fiercely. Ah, there was a piercing pain in his fingers, and the man exclaimed in pain. This miserable voice also made several other men restrain their expressions of watching the show instantly, and they all moved towards Gu Yang. A few minutes later, Brother Long and the others lay on the ground, holding their sore fingers and screaming. Gu Yang glanced at them. Hot chicken. Before wearing the book, she was the daughter of a top wealthy family. Although there were many bodyguards around her, the family threw her into the special forces for more than a year of training in order to let her have the ability to protect herself. At that time, she was complaining about suffering and tiredness, trying to be cute and passed the test by pretending to be cute. Later, she found out that it was really easy to learn martial arts. Feng Ju looked at Gu Yang in a daze, but when he saw her coming, he became docile like a wild animal being comforted, and his voice was soft and clean. Sister, are you all right? Gu Yang reached out on tiptoe and touched his head, smiling softly. It's okay, sister will protect you. Feng Ju looked at Gu Yang quietly. There seemed to be something surging in his eyes. At this time, the police car came. The policeman saw people lying in pain lying all over the alley, and Gu Yang and Feng Ju standing there. They were also stunned. Who called the police? Gu Yang pointed at the people on the ground and said weakly, I called the police. They pick quarrels and stir up trouble and beat others at will. People lying on the ground? Damn it. Are you a devil? Even called the police. We beat you. Isn't it obvious who hit whom? The policemen were also a little suspicious, but looking at the weak Gu Yang and the thin Feng Ju, they also felt that they were more like victims. Looking at the tall and thick men on the ground again, their complexions changed after seeing them clearly. So it's you. Just after you came out of the detention center, you're bullying men and women again. Gu Yang tut lightly, he still has a criminal record. Brother Long and the others panicked, pointing at Gu Yang. No. Didn't you see that we were all lying on the ground? She beat us up for provocation. Several policemen looked at Gu Yang, who was weak and protective, and looked at Brother Long with even more contempt. You still slander this little girl for beating you? They believed it was the boy, Long Gu and others. Even if they beat you, it's self-defense. A policeman hit the nail on the head. Yes, I have evidence. Gu Yang nodded, took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording, which was exactly what she heard in the alley before. Chapter 15 Jin Yangxian. After listening, the policeman looked colder at Brother Long and the others. Brother Long and the others also looked at Gu Yang in astonishment. They deliberately chose a blind spot for monitoring to teach Feng Ju a lesson, but they didn't expect Gu Yang to record the audio in advance. Gu Yang took the opportunity to say, Brother policeman, I suspect that they were ordered to bully my brother. The policeman looked cautious. Little girl, don't worry. We will find out. Gu Yang and Feng Ju went to the police station to make notes. Gu Yang also found out that Brother Long and others surrounded and taught Feng Ju a lesson because of a woman named Wang Yunxin. The Wang family and the Gu family can be said to be deadly rivals, and both of them focus on the entertainment industry. The Gu family has Zhaofeng Entertainment, while the Wang family has Hengyu Entertainment. Both companies are in the top 4 in China, and the Wang family even beats the Gu family. Wang Yunxin is the daughter of the chairman of the Wang Group, 5 or 6 years older than Gu Yang, and now works in Hengyu Entertainment. It is said to be going to work, but everyone in the circle knows that it is convenient for Wang Yunxin to unspoken rules for male artists. Today, Wang Yunxin fell in love with Feng Ju and invited him with her identity, but was rejected by Feng Ju. so angry that he sent someone to teach Feng Ju a lesson and kidnap him by force. Coming out of the police station, Gu Yang's expression was not good. I don't know if it's because Feng Ju is her royal blood bank. She subconsciously classifies him as her own and doesn't want anyone to covet him. Feng Ju followed Gu Yang, seemed to have sensed Gu Yang's emotions, lowered his eyes slightly, and said cautiously, "Sister, it's my fault. I've hurt you and made you unhappy." Gu Yang came back to his senses and resumed his gentle posture. "You are fine. I don't blame you. Then Wang Yunxin dared to bully you like this. I will definitely help you bully back." Feng Ju slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Gu Yang. The ice seemed to melt slightly in those eyes that were slightly covered by broken hair. Gu Yang stopped suddenly, looked at the signboard of Jin Yangshuan in front of him, and raised his eyebrows. "Aju, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." Feng Ju looked at the signboard of Jin Yangshuan, then at Gu Yang, who was walking inward with light footsteps, hesitated to speak, and finally followed up helplessly. The interior decoration of Jin Yangshuan is rather antique. There are bead curtains and screens between the booths, and the screens with lights and shadows are antique and extremely elegant. Shui Duo was sitting at the dining table in a daze. At this moment, the person beside him bumped him with an elbow. "Hey, young Master Shui, who do you think that is?" Shui Duo looked in the direction he pointed and saw Gu Yang in a warm white dress. "Isn't that young Master Shui's fiancée?" They were all in the same circle, and the rich men at the same table recognized Gu Yang very quickly. Shui Duo looked at Gu Yang and sneered, and finally let out the breath he was holding in his heart. He said, how could Gu Yang ignore him? Didn't he just find out that he was in Jin Yangshuan and came here specially? No. Then Gu Yang is a fake daughter now. How can he be worthy of our young Master Shui? Our young Master Shui has already divorced her. Tisk, isn't this someone who came here to find young Master Shui specifically to keep young Master Shui? It must be. Jin Yangshuan is a membership system, so we can only come in to eat by relying on Shui Xiao's membership card of Jin Yangshuan, and Gu Yang doesn't have a membership card. If he didn't come to find Shui Xiao, come in for a walk, haha. Listening to the words of the people around him, Shui Duo remained calm, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and at the same time he got up and walked towards Gu Yang. Although he doesn't plan to marry Gu Yang, but because Gu Yang is still favored by the Gu family, he is still willing to let Gu Yang obsess over him. Chapter 16 in the novel, The Brain of the Scumbag is really not very good. After Gu Yang came in with Feng Ju, a waiter came up to him with a smile on his face. Hi. Please show your membership card. Gu Yang's eyes paused slightly. Membership card? She was only excited when she saw the Jin Yangshuan opened by the heroine, but she forgot that this is a place where only people with a membership card can enter. As the chairman of the Gu group, Gu's father has a membership card, but she is a wealthy daughter who is still in high school, so she is really not qualified to hold the Jin Yangshuan membership card. Gu Yang's face was still gentle and calm. He didn't look like someone who couldn't take out the membership card at all, so that Feng Ju, who was about to take out the membership card behind her, paused his movements. Hello, I'm here to find someone. Gu Yang's soft-spoken appearance was very cute. The waiter has been in such a high-end restaurant all year round, and he has good eyesight. He can see that Gu Yang is either rich or expensive, so his attitude is also very good. Excuse me, who are you looking for? She is looking for me. Before Gu Yang could speak, a male voice came from behind. Gu Yang. Jin Yangshuan's membership card can hold a table seat, so people with membership cards can also bring a table of people to eat. The waiter saw that Shui Duo was a guest in Jin Yangshuan and retreated with a smile. Gu Yang turned around and looked at Shui Duo in confusion. Who are you? Seeing that Gu Yang didn't seem to know him, Shui Duo frowned and sneered. Gu Yang, I just met you this morning. You won't forget who I am, right? You've already chased after Jin Yangshuan, so there's no need to play hard to get, right? Gu Yang. Which I of yours saw me playing hard to get. But when he said this, Gu Yang remembered that the arrogant guy in front of him was Shui Duo, who came to Gu's family to divorce this morning. He thought she came to Jin Yangshuan to chase him? Gu Yang looked at Shui Duo and chuckled softly. Young Master Shui, I must have misunderstood. Aju and I just came here for dinner. Shui Duo frowned and looked at Gu Yang, apparently not believing Gu Yang's words. Gu Yang, I know you are dissatisfied with the divorce, but you are not the real daughter of the Gu family, and this marriage contract is not yours. Don't make trouble here. It won't hurt anyone. Good. Come with me. We can still have a good talk. Gu Yang glanced at him with a complicated expression and murmured, "The scumbags in the novels are not very smart. It really is true." "What did you say?" Shueduo didn't hear clearly, but only vaguely heard the word scumbag, and his face sank slightly. "It's nothing. Your brain is not working well. Why don't you change it?" Gu Yang smiled softly and sweetly. Shueduo looked at her in a daze. Why did he feel that the scheming girl Gu Yang had become more attractive? And this is actually a little cute. Of course, Shueduo could stop and appreciate him if he wasn't jealous. "Keep an inch." Shueduo's face darkened. "Gu Yang saw him coming here to pick her up, right? Do you really think that he will treat her like a goddess like Lei Qi and those idiots?" "Waiter, she is not my guest. Drive her out. Don't disturb our meal." Shueduo was annoyed that Gu Yang had made him lose face in front of his friends, angrily left a word, and returned to the original table. As soon as he sat down, the people around him surrounded him curiously. "Tisk, Xue Xiao really has the heart to watch her get kicked out. That's the most sought-after celebrity in our generation. After all, young Master Xue is really merciless." Although they said so, their eyes were full of schadenfreude. Shueduo shook the wine cup lightly, raised his chin slightly, and said to himself, "She will come to beg me." That woman Gu Yang always wanted face. How could she tolerate being kicked out of Jinyangshuan in front of so many people? Chapter 17. Your membership card has been cancelled. The waiter looked at Gu Yang apologetically. "Sorry, you can't dine at Jinyangshuan without a membership card. Miss, please go out." "Gu Yang, I said I'm here to find someone." The waiter glanced in Shueduo's direction. The meaning was obvious, but the person you're looking for doesn't seem to welcome you. Shueduo pricked up his ears to hear what they said, feeling a little complacent, and after a while he asked Gu Yang to subdue him in front of these friends. When he thought that Gu Yang, who was regarded as a goddess by others, could only be his licking dog, he felt like he was going to float. "I'm looking for my sister. She's there." Gu Yang pointed to the corner of Jin Yangshan. She had been looking for the heroine as soon as she entered Jinyangshuan. Having read the novel, she knew that the boss was relatively low-key, and every time she came to Jinyangshuan for dinner, she was always in the corner. "He's here anyway. As long as she's thicker-skinned, the boss won't let her have a meal, right?" Seeing that Gu Yang was referring to Gu Jin's table, the waiter became serious for a moment, and his tone was unconsciously respectful. "Wait a moment. I'll go ask." Soon, the waiter came to Gu Jin's side, whispered a few words. Gu Jin slightly opened the bead curtain and looked over. Gu Yang blinked at her, with a cute face. Gu Jin nodded, and the waiter came over quickly, with a slightly more respectful attitude than before. "Miss, please have a meal." Gu Yang smiled brightly. "Aju, let's go." Feng Juliang glanced at Shueduo over there, and followed Gu Yang's footsteps meekly. The waiter invited Gu Yang and Feng Ju to go behind Gu Jin's table, but then turned to Shueduo's table. Shueduo saw that Gu Yang didn't come to beg him, nor was he kicked out, but instead was respectfully invited to another place by the waiter. His face was very ugly, especially when the people around him still looked at him with the teasing eyes they had looked at Gu Yang before. Seeing the waiter approaching, he was a little annoyed. "Doesn't Gu Yang have a membership card? Why didn't you kick her out?" The waiter had a look of contempt in his eyes and said to Shueduo, "Master Shueduo, your membership card has been cancelled by Jin Yangshan." "What?" Shueduo stood up in astonishment and looked at the waiter dissatisfied. "I didn't violate Jin Yangshuan's taboo. Why did you cancel my membership card?" The rich and young at the same table couldn't sit still anymore. They were able to eat at Jinyangshuan because of Shueduo's help. Shueduo's membership card was cancelled, so wouldn't they all be kicked out? Just now they were gloating over Gu Yang being kicked out, but in a blink of an eye, they were the ones who were going to be. The waiter said indifferently to Shueduo, "I just informed young Master Xue, and also asked young Master Xue and your friends to leave." She was also very curious that one came here for the first day. How could these wealthy young masters? Could it be because of that Miss Gu Yang just now? But isn't the rumor that they are not compatible? Gu Yang didn't notice the behavior here. She and Feng Ju sat behind Gu Jin's table, only to find that there was a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses opposite her. The handsome guy next to the boss is very good-looking, and the boy with black-rimmed glasses is also good-looking. He is staring at the laptop in front of him intently, completely unaware of the sudden appearance of Gu Yong and Feng Ju. Although Gu Yong didn't know the young man, he could guess from his clothes that this was the heroine's younger brother Su Yi, the seventh on the darknet hacker list. Jesus is God or Jesus. This Su Yi is not number one, but his name is even crazier than number one. Chapter 18 Surify. What to eat? Gu Jin pushed the menu in front of Gu Yong. Gu Yong thought that he was here for dinner, seeing that Gu Jin and Su Yi hadn't ordered yet, so he said obediently, "Sister, a Jew and I don't choose. You can order." Gu Jin nodded and casually pointed to a few dishes on the menu to the waiter who was waiting. Soon the waiters served the soup. Gu Yong looked at the dishes expectantly. In the novel, Jin Yangshuan's private kitchen dishes are exaggerated, saying that even a 3-star Michelin chef can't cook them. Even a state banquet is tasteless in front of Jin Yangshuan's private kitchen dishes. She wanted to taste what a delicacy it was. However, she was stunned when she saw the dishes neatly arranged by the waiter. What, a little familiar. She didn't bother to pretend to be good. As soon as the plate fell, she picked up the chopsticks and picked up the dishes to taste. Tastes different. She tried several other dishes, but they all tasted different from what she remembered. Gu Yang's eyes dimmed a bit, and suddenly she saw dishes that were almost the same as her favorite private kitchen before she passed the book, and she still had the expectation of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. But when she tasted the taste, she seemed to have been splashed with cold water. The dish was even more delicious than the one she ate before wearing the book, but it wasn't that taste. It was also at this time that she really realized that she couldn't go back. Feng Ju lowered his eyes and said to Gu Yong, "Sister, if you don't like these, let's change to something else." "Until sis." Gu Jin snorted lightly and looked at Gu Yong quietly with both eyes. "Didn't you say that you are not picky?" "Why, Miss Gu is so picky that she doesn't even like the craftsmanship of the state banquet chef." Gu Yong came back to his senses and hurriedly defended, No, I like it. I like it very much. Not to mention that the dishes in the hostess restaurant really suit her taste. Even in front of the boss of Jin Yangxian, she dare not say that the dishes are not delicious." After finishing speaking, seeing Feng Ju and Gu Jin staring at him, Gu Yong said without changing his face, "I really don't choose." Feng Ju didn't speak. Gu Jin smiled lightly. At this time, Su Yi, who had been buried in front of the laptop all the time, suddenly burst out laughing. He stared at the computer screen, his fingers still jumping rapidly on the keyboard, and at the same time he talked to Gu Jin, who was opposite him. "Boss, those idiots of the Gu family have paid for the 7th time to downgrade the hot search for the little green tea. Haha. Every time the hot search, as soon as I dropped, I was sent back to the top of the list. Then guess what?" Gu Jin looked slightly stiff, frowning at Su Yi. Feng Ju looked at Su Yi with cool eyes. Su Yi was immersed in his own world and didn't realize that it was not his boss's voice, so he smiled to himself. Ha! But Gu's idiots thought that the popularity of other hot searches was too low, so they posted this one again, the top trending search, and then broke the rumors about the artist of the opposite family, but found that the rumors were not enough, so they changed the romance of their own artist. The other 3 people at the same table silently turned on their phones. Top 1 on the hot search list, the real and fake daughter of the Gu family. Afterwards, the hot searches along the way were all about a certain movie star cheating and a certain movie queen having a child in secret marriage. So it seems that the first place in the list is like a clear stream. Su Yi said so much when he stopped to get a drink. He realized that the air seemed to be condensed. His right eye twitched, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. He raised his head suddenly, only to find that the boss opposite him looked at him with a cold gaze, and there was a good-looking stranger beside him and the boss. When did this man and woman come? Being able to sit and share a table with the boss must be the boss's friend in Jincheng, right? The girl who looked like a little fairy on the opposite side smiled softly. "Who is Little Green Tea?" The little fairy took the initiative to talk to her, but Su Yi felt that the world was warm and full of flowers, and immediately told her, "It's the fake daughter of the Gu family, Gu Yong." Su Yi asked again, "Little fairy, my name is Su Yi, what's your name?" Chapter 19, I and the Little Green Tea in Your Mouth. Both Gu Jin and Feng Ju silently raised their wine glasses, covering the complicated look in their eyes. "Gu Yong, my name is Gu Yong." There seemed to be a dead silence in the air. The cup in Su Ye's hand suddenly slipped. He caught the cup with the other hand, looked at Gu Yang, who had nothing to do with the little green tea described by Ji Linbai, and showed his teeth with a smile. "Ha, I didn't expect that. Little fairy, you have the same name as that little green tea." Gu Yang looked at Su Yi with a smile. "I'm the fake daughter of Gu's family at the top of the hot search list, the little green tea in your mouth." "Su Yi, you are little green tea? How is this possible?" Su Yi shut down the computer abruptly in shock, turned to look at Gu Jin, expecting her explanation. Didn't that guy Ji Linbai say that the boss was framed by the fake daughter of the Gu family as soon as he returned home? With the boss's temperament of vengeance, how could it be possible for that little green tea to eat in her territory? Still sitting together? However, Gu Jin nodded and said, "She is Gu Yang, my sister." Not only Su Yi was stunned, but even Gu Yang was stunned. She had the cheek to have a meal with the boss because she knew that the boss didn't care about the meal, and she wanted to test his attitude towards her by the way. However, she never expected that the boss would admit her half-sister. Is it because she reigned in the precipice and didn't completely frame her and is still a good behaved? It seems that the big brother and sister have a good temper. Very easy to get along with. However, what Guiyang didn't expect was that it was Su Ye's fault that she was always at the top of the hot search list. She just said, "Wan Yin is a little guy." Even if the fact that she is a fake daughter is put on the hot search, the Gu family's public relations department is not a vegetarian. How could it be possible that the hot search hasn't been down for so long? Su Yi was dazed for a few seconds, and then suddenly realized, "Damn Ji Linbai. He must be lying to me. What is true and false? Isn't the boss and the little fairy really in love with each other? Otherwise, why would the boss say that the little fairy is her sister? You must know that the most annoying thing about the boss is that other people have relatives with her. Boss, I know I'm wrong. It's all due to Ji Linbai's insanity." Su Yi met Gu Jin's slightly cold gaze, almost crying, and scolded Ji Linbai dozens of times in his heart. Ji Linbai, who was helping his father in the psychiatric hospital, sneezed several times. Su Yi trembled and clenched the mouse tightly, expressing his loyalty. "Boss, I will withdraw the hot search right away and return the money that the Gu family paid for the hot search." Noticing that his boss's expression softened slightly, Su Yi heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at the computer screen, he was shocked to find that the computer had been hacked and crashed. His face instantly became serious, and he tried to reverse the situation, but the computer screen went black. Before the screen was completely black, a blood drop pattern appeared on the screen. Grass. If it wasn't for the occasion, Su Yi would have kicked the table. He shut the computer abruptly, looked at Gu Jin with aggrieved eyes, with a sad and indignant expression. "Boss, my computer was hacked by that idiot Quest." The computer newly developed by the company invested by the boss. It wasn't sold on the market yet, so he had the cheek to ask for one. Gu Yang's eyes moved slightly. Quest is meant to explore, seek and pursue. But in the original book, he is the third largest hacker on the dark web. The first and second on the hacker list are of course the hero and heroine of the original book. Compared with the first and second rankings who are male and female protagonists, in the original book, the third ranking is almost a little transparent and has no sense of existence. But now that insignificant boss suddenly attacked Su Yi, Chapter 20 Gu Yang's temperament is quite different from what we found. Gu Jin said, "Oh," ignored Su Yi, and ate by herself. Gu Yang was a little surprised. In the novel, Gu Jin was very defensive. Su Yi was hacked by Quest, but Gu Jin didn't help her get back. Su Yi was very hurt. He felt the boss's dislike for him. "It's okay. I still have a mobile phone. Don't worry, boss. I will put my sister's hot search down right away." Gu Yang's mouth twitched. "Who is your sister?" "Huh. The trending search has gone down." Su Yi looked at the phone screen in surprise. "He hasn't done it yet." "Who did it?" "Boss." "But the boss has been eating just now?" Could it be that the Gu family hired a hacker who was ranked above him on the dark web? But can a wealthy family in Jincheng invite those people? While Su Yi was staring at the screen and thinking, suddenly, in front of him, a blood drop pattern appeared on the screen, and the blood dripped and soaked the entire screen, and then the screen stopped. Su Yi clenched his beloved mobile phone. "Fuck. I am incompatible with that idiot Quest." For a hacker, it is a shame that his mobile phone and computer are hacked to death within a day. Guyang felt that quest was much more pleasing to the eye than Su Yi. She glanced at her phone and saw that the trending searches about her had indeed been removed, so she didn't care much about it. Seeing Feng Ju playing with his mobile phone with his head down, the back of his white-as-jade hand was full of fine and swollen needle holes. Guyang couldn't help but feel guilty for the original body. Furthermore, Feng Ju gave her another blood transfusion not long ago, and Guyang felt that he had to make up for her small blood bank. Guyang saw that there were no blood-enriching dishes on the table, so he called out to the nearby waiter. "Here is a plate of fried pork liver, 2 tails of yellow rice wine. Let me warm the rice wine." The waiter's complexion was uglier than a pig's liver, as if he had been humiliated by Guyang. If it wasn't for the concern that the boss was nearby, she would have wanted to tell Guyang loudly, "This is Jin Yangxian. Every dish is a private dish at the level of a state banquet. How can there be such an ordinary home-cooked dish as fried pork liver?" Guyang knew the reason and asked, "Isn't there?" The waiter looked at Gu Jin in embarrassment. Seeing her nodding, he was secretly startled and smiled at Guyang indistinctly. "Yes. Guest, please wait a moment." The boss said yes, so there must be. Soon, a plate of freshly baked fried pork liver and a bowl of warm rice wine were brought to the table. "Little fairy, do you like to eat these?" She hated animal offal the most, so it was hard to imagine that the little fairy who grew up eating flowers and drinking dew would want to eat these things. Guyang put the fried pork liver and rice wine in front of Feng Ju. "I won't eat it. Give it to Aju." She replenished more blood to the small blood bank, so she would not feel so guilty when using it in the future. Feng Ju raised his eyes, surprise flashed across his clean and pure eyes, his soft lips slightly pursed into a smile, still very obedient and docile. "Thank you, sister." Guyang was a little dumbfounded, thinking that such a well-behaved and clean boy could easily make people want to ravage him. She coughed lightly to cover it up and told Feng Ju, "You have to finish eating." Feng Ju, yes. Finally, Feng Ju ate up the plate of fried pork liver without falling to the ground. Guyang knew that Gu Jin and his younger brother must have something to talk about when they met, so he took Feng Ju and left first after dinner. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Gu Jin opposite. "Boss, that Guyang's temperament is quite different from the one we found out." Although he talked about little fairy and sister at the dinner table, he was actually examining Guyang's behavior. Chapter 21 Hypnotism. He feels that such a little fairy with clean eyes is not like the little green tea in Ji Linbai's mouth. Gu Jin didn't answer the question, but turned the wine cup lightly and asked, "How is it going over there?" Su Yi knew what Gu Jin was asking, and his expression became a little more serious. "Don't worry, boss. They won't find out that thing is in Jincheng for a while." As he said that, he praised Gu Jin again. The boss is still wise and unparalleled. Even those idiots would never have thought that the boss would go to Liangxing first to put them together, and then appear in front of Gu Xiaoming, making Gu Xiaoming suspect your life experience, so as to take advantage of the real daughter of the Gu family come to Jincheng with a clear identity. Gu Jin leaned against the window. "I can't hide it from everyone. Didn't the Shao family from the imperial capital also come to Jincheng? But even if he came, it would only be a waste of time." Su Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that person to come in person, but he was relieved when he heard Gu Jin's words. He laughed and said, "Boss is right. That thing must be in boss pocket in the end." After leaving Jinyangshuan, Guyang looked at Feng Ju's bag full of needles and still felt guilty. Yuanchan often used his hemophilia to frame people. Every time she bleeds, Feng Ju would give her a blood transfusion, and sometimes even hurt Feng Ju on purpose. Because the Gu family adopted Feng Ju has never complained about it, and has always been docile and well-behaved. Guyang thinks that this is either because Feng Ju is too innocent, or because he hides it very deeply. If it's the former, if she gives him more warmth, more care, and more love, she can easily expose the past. But if it's the latter, then her fingers are in danger. Guyang was walking on the side of the street planted with sycamore trees. The sun passed through the branches and leaves, and countless light spots covered her warm white dress. When the summer wind blows, the light spots shake and flicker. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Feng Ju behind her, stared into his eyes, and said softly, "Adieu." Feng Ju raised his eyes to meet hers. The girl in the mottled shadows of the trees was reflected in the clear eyes. The passers-by and everything on the side of the road seemed to be their backs. Guyang approached him and asked softly, Ju, since I was a child, I intentionally or unintentionally caused you to transfuse my blood countless times. Do you hate me? Feng Ju's expression seemed a little dull. He shook his head slightly when he heard the words and said softly, I don't hate, my blood is all from my sister. Guyang was a little surprised, but also a little hard to explain. Under her hypnotism, there are no lies, so what Feng Ju said was the true inner thoughts. Although everyone in the Gu family thinks that Feng Ju is her blood bank and his blood is hers, but even Feng Ju thinks so, it can only be said that the Gu family has been brainwashed too thoroughly, right? But when Feng Ju said that he didn't hate her, she was still relieved. It's fine if it's not blackened. Guyang suddenly reached out and touched his head. Seeing that his expression had returned to clarity, he seemed to be a little confused, with a slight smile on his face. You got something on your head just now? I wiped it off for you. Feng Ju said obediently. Thank you, sister. Let's go shopping with me. Guyang walked in front, walking briskly. She decided to make good compensation to the small blood bank from now on, so as not to make him black. Feng Ju followed behind Guyang. His clean eyes were like bright windows letting in sunlight, and the corners of his lips curled up in a cute curve. But the palm of the hand hidden behind him was pinched with blood by nails. Chapter 22, I like everything my sister gave me. Guyang and Feng Ju went shopping in the mall. She wanted to make up for Feng Ju, so she bought him whatever he needed. All clothes, shoes, watches, mobile phones were replaced with new ones, and a lot of luxury goods were bought for him, even a few sets for the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. Almost always Guyang buys and pays the bill. Feng Ju carelessly picks up things behind. A few hours later, when taking the elevator down from the top floor of the shopping mall, life weighed down the boy's waist. Feng Ju's 2 handbags are full of things, and there is a bag full of things on his back. He occupies almost a quarter of the elevator space by himself, just like a human-shaped shelf. After buying, Guyang was refreshed, but he turned his head to look at Feng Ju, then at his empty hands, coughed lightly in embarrassment, and stretched out his hand to him. Give me the one in the left hand. Bar. Feng Ju's voice was clear and gentle. No need for sister, I'll just take it. Little girl, your boyfriend is very kind to you. You have to cherish it. A middle-aged woman on the opposite side looked at the two and smiled. Guyang intends to explain a few words, but at this time the elevator has come to the end and the people have dispersed, so there is no need to explain. Guyang looked at Feng Ju, who was carrying so many things, feeling somewhat guilty. She was supposed to compensate people, but in the end she treated him as a coolie. Moreover, she chose things based on her own preferences, and she didn't ask him if he liked it. Out of the shopping mall, it was already dusk. Guyang asked, Ju, what do you like? I will buy it for you next time. Feng Ju stopped and looked at her. Perhaps under the sunlight, the young man's brows and eyes became clearer and gentler, and there seemed to be a faint light in his eyes. Sister. Guyang saw such a beautiful face in a prosperous age so close at hand. His heart stopped suddenly. I like everything my sister gave me. When he smiled, he felt like he was bathed in a warm sun, and his voice was warm and pleasant. It took a long time for Guyang to look away. If he hadn't used hypnosis to confirm that this was a pure-hearted little sheep, she would have thought he was teasing her on purpose. When it was completely dark, Gujin returned to Gu's villa. As soon as he entered the room, a glass was thrown over him. Gujin moved aside lightly to dodge. The teacup shattered next to her. Gujin, look at how you have the upbringing of a wealthy daughter. I don't ask you to be as good as Yang, but you still don't know how to go home when it's dark. Will you have to stay out at night next time? Ruan Shuling, now there is nowhere to vent the anger that is full of stomach. Seeing all the anger of Gujin, he vented it on her. Gujin snorted lightly. Not to mention, she really planned to stay out at night next time. I really don't have much education after all. I was born without a mother since I was a child. Gujin said lazily. You. Ruan Shuling was furious upon hearing this, touched a teacup and threw it at Gujin. Sinister. Are you blaming me? Gujin twitched the corners of her mouth, showing a sneering arc, and was about to kick the teacup back to pay Ruan Shuling back, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mom, I'm back. When Gujin turned her head, the teacup hit her shoulder and fell to pieces beside her. Porcelain shattered and made a crisp sound, and the villa fell silent for an instant. As soon as Gu Yong entered the living room, he saw Gu Jin clutching his shoulders and the porcelain shards all over the floor. His heart sank suddenly. Countless, finished, flashed across the screen in my mind. Although she had a meal with the boss today, she was not naive enough to think that she could be a good sister with the boss. Besides, she recalled the plot of the novel on the way, and finally came to a conclusion. But there are definitely those who have revenge. Chapter 23 The Big Brother's painting style is wrong. Wan Shuling didn't expect Gu Jin to return home late after training, and Gu Yong, who was uneducated and proud of her hind feet, also returned home late, only to feel the burning pain on her face, as if someone had slapped her in the face. Gu Jin glanced at Gu Yong, leaned lazily on the sofa, and chuckled. Madame Gu might as well tell the excellent Yang Yang what she just said to me. Wan Shuling glared at Gu Jin. Of course, she couldn't scold Gu Yong the way she scolded Gu Jin, so she picked Gu Jin to criticize. Gu Jin, is that what you call your mother? Today I will teach you how to respect your elders. Seeing that Wan Shuling was about to rush to Gu Jin and slap her, Gu Yong immediately went over and hugged her arm, hindering her pace of death. Mom. Sister just came back home, and she hasn't fully adapted yet. It will take a while for her to change her mind. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Wan Shuling's anger subsided a little, but she was still not angry. She stared at Gu Jin and sneered. Yang Yang is still sensible, unlike some white-eyed wolves. Gu Yong hurriedly interrupted her and decisively used Wan Yin to divert hatred. Mom, has the test result of the skincare product that cousin Wan Yin gave me come out? Sure enough, as soon as Wan Yin was mentioned, Wan Shuling transferred all her anger towards Gu Jin to Wan Yin. That really has vicious intentions. The lead content in that set of skincare products seriously exceeds the standard, and when you start using it, your skin will feel swollen. White is obvious, but it will be disfigured over time. Gu Yong already knew about this, but still pretended to be surprised. How could this happen? I am so nice to cousin Wan Yin, yet she... Wan Shuling sneered. What else can I do? She is not as good as you in everything, and she did this because she is jealous of you. I see that most of the hot search things are also caused by her. Yang Yang, mother will definitely deal with that for you of. Fortunately, Xiaoju overturned the set of skincare products that Wan Yin sent last time, and you didn't use much this time. Wan Shuling caressed Gu Yang's face. Her eyes were full of love and care for her daughter. Fortunately, but no matter what, I still have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Gu Yong nodded obediently and sighed in his heart. Wan Shuling really favored her as an adopted daughter so much. Yeah, thanks to Xiaoju, otherwise I'd keep using that set of skincare products, and my face might be rotten. Gu Yong patted his chest and said happily. But she couldn't help thinking in her heart. Feng Ju knocked over her skincare products. Was it really unintentional? Could it be that he, like Gu Jin, has already seen that there is something wrong with this skincare product? Wan Shuling realized at this time that Feng Ju came in after Gu Yong, and he was carrying a lot of things, so he frowned. Gu Yong knew that Wan Shuling was only generous to her, and seeing Feng Ju bought so many things would definitely be displeased. So he said, I bought those. Ju helped me bring them back. She didn't lie. She did indeed buy them, but they were all for Feng Ju. This spiritual compensation comes slowly, but material compensation can be achieved in one step. Wan Shuling frowned in displeasure, and she said why Yang Yang was so obedient and came back late. It turned out that it was because of Feng Ju. But listening to what Gu Yang said, thinking that Feng Ju had helped Gu Yang by accident, he didn't say anything else. Gu Yang had dinner with Wan Shuling again, had a conversation, and didn't go upstairs until her anger subsided. Gu Jin leaned against the door of her bedroom, gently rubbing the shoulder that was hit by Wan Shuling with a teacup with one hand, and swiping the phone screen with the other. Gu Yang couldn't figure out what the big guy was thinking, but felt that the cheap mother had caused a lot of hatred, so it would be better for her to redeem it. Sister, my mother probably got angry with you because of Wan Yan's incident, so I will take it on her behalf. I apologize to you. Gu Jin casually said, oh, but still leaned against her door like a door god. Gu Yang asked, Sister, what else do you need? Gu Jin handed the phone forward, and a WeChat QR code was displayed on it. Jin Yangshuan's meal fee, let's settle it. Round it up to 20,000 yuan. Gu Yang, a big man worth hundreds of billions, actually blocked her door and asked her to pay back 20,000 yuan for her meal. Big Brother's painting style is wrong. Chapter 24, maybe the entire Gu family will be calculated in the future. Seeing Gu Yong standing there in a daze, Gu Jin slightly raised her eyebrows. Why? Want to renege on your debt? Gu Yang's mouth twitched. No. She used WeChat to scan the QR code on Gu Jin's phone, and what appeared was not the payment page, but the page for adding friends. Gu Yong blinked his eyes. Sister, do you want me to speak directly on WeChat? Gu Jin flicked the screen with his finger and passed the verification of Gu Yang's friend. Stop talking nonsense and pay back the money. After Gu Yong transferred the money to her, he pulled her into a group called Family with Love and Love. Soon her younger brother Gu Pei asked in the group, Sister, who is this? Gu Yong, your dear sister, Gu Jin. Gu Pei, why did you bring that country bumpkin in? I only have one older sister, Gu Yong. Gu Jin, if you bully my sister again, I will kill you when I go back. Mom, kick her out. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. He was still a middle school boy. Besides, it is not certain who kills who. Wan Shuling was about to kick Gu Jin out of the group when a line of small characters appeared in the group. Gu Jin quits the group chat. Gu Pei, humph. Count her wise. Sister, she dared to push you down the stairs and wait for me to go back to help you avenge her. Gu Pei likes esports. He has been in the club for the past 2 months during the summer vacation, and he hasn't come home yet. Gu Yong vaguely remembers that Gu Jin has a vest and is an esports god, and he happens to be Gu Pei's idol. Since Gu Pei forced Gu Jin to leave the group, let him beg to bring him back in the future. Seeing Gu Pei's words, she silently rolled her eyes in her heart. What revenge? Gu Jin didn't push me and said that I fell by myself. Gu Juming, Yang, Dad will go home tomorrow. Gu Yong sent a behaved emoji. At this time, Gu Xiaoming sent her a transfer of 200,000 yuan. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Dad. Gu Xiaoming sent a voice. Envy Goose, I have wronged you these days. Your mother told me about the Shui family's divorce, and my father will definitely help you get the engagement back. You don't have to worry about things on the internet. Those netizens will forget after 2 days of cold. No matter what, you are the good girl that Dad loves the most. And Ruan Yin, that white-eyed wolf, how dare she plot against you like that? And her father hid her when she went back. Gu Yong is in a complicated mood. Although his father and mother have wrong views, he loves her more than his own daughter. Not to mention that Gu Jin is not as good as her. Even Gu Pei is not as good as her. She remembered that in the book, Gu's family was ruined. Gu Xiaoming's company went bankrupt, burdened, facing prison. After suffering from the loss of children, daughters, and spouses, she had a mental breakdown and committed suicide by jumping off the building of Gu's group. When she was reading a book, she naturally felt refreshed to see such a villain who took the blame for himself and ended up miserable, but now, she couldn't laugh. In order to avoid a miserable end, Gu Yong decided to correct their 3 views first. So he sent a voice. The tone was calm and gentle, and the words were clear. Father, forget about the marriage contract with Shui's family. I don't like Shui duo. And if they want to get the marriage contract back, the Shui family will open their mouths and ask the Gu family to give up part of the benefits, right? The Shui family is calculating the interests of the Gu family now, and it may be the entire Gu family who are calculating in the future. What are the in-laws of the Gu family planning to do? Gu Xiaoming on the other end was stunned for a long time listening to Gu Yang's words. He communicated with the Shui family after the Shui family divorced, but the Shui family hinted that the Gu family would give up part of the market. He didn't even have time to tell Ruan Shuling about this. Guessed? He thought it was nothing at first, and it was okay to make some sacrifices for the happiness of the female goose. But now hearing Gu Yang's words, he felt terrified. Chapter 25 Gu's Group Response. Although Gu Xiaoming's 3 views are not correct, he still has brains to be the chairman of Gu's group. After trying to understand the Shui family's intentions, he was furious. At this time, Father Shui called him. I said, Lao Gu, how are you thinking? I really want Yang to be my daughter-in-law, but she is not the daughter of the Gu family, and the old man can't explain it. But if you agree to give up that part of the market, the old man should be able to explain it. Anyway, we will be in-laws in the future, and this fat water will not flow to outsiders, right? Gu Xiaoming interrupted him with a sneer. Who is your in-law? If the marriage contract is cancelled, it will be cancelled. We, Yang, don't care about you Shui duo? Give up part of the market, and your Shui family wants to eat. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He only felt that the breath he was holding in his heart had been let out, which was so refreshing. Father Shui on the other side was stunned for a moment, then looked at Shui duo and frowned. Didn't you say that Guyang liked you for a long time? Shui duo's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the plan to threaten the Gu family with a marriage contract would fail. Gu Xiaoming discovered that his good girl Goose had sent a voice message to him again. Gu Yang's tone is still gentle, not rushing. Dad, the hot search is so big, the Gu Group stock price will definitely fall, and there may not be competitors behind it, so we can't deal with it coldly. It's been less than 24 days since the hot search happened. You asked the Public Relations Department to issue an apology and rectify your sister's name. Gu Yang knew that Gu Xiaoming was cold-blooded and ruthless towards Gu Jin, and it was considered compassionate to take her back home, so he didn't say something like, it's unfair to Gu Jin if you don't recognize Gu Jin, but persuaded Gu Xiaoming from the perspective of the Gu family. She believes that Gu Xiaoming is a qualified businessman and will make the right choice. Sure enough, Gu Xiaoming's gratified voice came from over there. Yang is still sensible and general. Yang, don't worry, Dad will definitely make it up to you. You are Dad's only good girl. But Wan Yan's matter can't be ignored like that. If it weren't for her, this matter wouldn't be on the internet. Gu Xiaoming's double standard is very serious. Although Gu Yang said this in front of Wan Yan, he only blames Wan Yan and not Gu Yang. Gu Xiaoming acted very quickly. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the official Weibo account of the Gu Group responded to the previous incident. Gu's Group V. The Gu family only picked up the eldest lady 3 days ago. The chairman has been busy with the transfer of the eldest lady's household registration and school registration for the past few days. Therefore, the identity of Miss Gu Jin has not been announced to the public in time, causing misunderstandings, and the Gu Group hereby apologizes to everyone. Regarding the matter of real and fake daughters, Ms. Gu Jin and Ms. Gu Yang are both victims, and the Gu family is also the victim. I hope everyone will keep their word and don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors, and don't harass the internet. In addition, the chairman donated 100 million yuan to the Huagua Orphan Relief Foundation, thanking the orphanage for helping the young lady in the past, and willing to do his best to help the Huagua orphans. Not surprisingly, hashtag and hashtag 100 million hashtag were on the hot search. Fuck. The Gu family is worthy of being a wealthy family in Jincheng, and a simple donation is 100 million. Let's just say that Gu's family just hasn't had time to announce it yet. What's the rush of a group of netizens about their family affairs? Indeed, both the real daughter and the fake daughter are victims, and the hospital that took the wrong child in the first place is the culprit. This scourge is for two families. Chapter 26 Lead and Mercury exceeding the standard. After the Gu Group responded and posted a screenshot of the donation, although there were still a few jokes under Weibo, most of them were praises and apologies, and the reputation of the Gu family was restored. Gu Yang's comments on Weibo that cursed cyberbullying were suppressed by apologies, and many netizens sent private messages to apologize. Gu Yang just glanced at it lightly, not surprised by favor or shame. After returning to Jincheng, Gu Xiaoming took Ruan Shuling, Gu Yang, and Gu Jin to Ruan's house. Mr. Ruan is still alive, so the two uncles of the Ruan family have not separated yet. But the family of Uncle Ruan's family is abroad all the year round, so generally only Uncle Ruan's family is in the old house of Gu's family. The old house of the Ruan family is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with luxuriant vegetation and elegant scenery in the garden. Gu Xiaoming brought his family to Ruan's house, and Uncle Ruan brought his wife and daughter to welcome him. As soon as Ruan Yin saw Gu Yang coming, she reached out to hold her, but Gu Yang took the arm of Gu Jin next to her first, and Ruan Yan's hand could only stop awkwardly in the air. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Ruan Yan's face. When did Gu Yang and that bumpkin get along so well? Yang, you and your aunt and uncle are here to visit Grandpa, right? Ruan Yan showed a decent smile on his face, and only mentioned Gu Yang and the other three, deliberately ignoring Gu Jin. Gu Yang was surprised to see Gu Jin let her hold her arm. She remembered that the heroine in the book had a cleanliness obsession and didn't like to get too close to people. Could it be that she remembered it wrong? Hearing what Ruan Yin said, she asked with concern, "Cousin Ruan Yin, why didn't you go out with glasses today?" Ruan Yin was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Gu Yang suddenly asked, "I'm not nearsighted. Why do I wear glasses?" "That means you didn't bring your eyes when you went out. No wonder you were blind and can't even see people clearly." Gu Jin snorted lightly. Ruan Yin's face froze. She didn't expect Gu Yang and Gu Jin to hate her together. Ruan Yin became displeased with Gu Yang's face, but wanted to see how his grandfather hated Gu Yang, so a sneer flashed across his eyes. She wants to see how embarrassing Gu Yang is. After entering the house, Ruan Shuling frowned and didn't see Mr. Ruan. They said hello before they came. It is impossible that her father is not at home at this time. Ruan Shuling was puzzled, so she asked Uncle Ruan, "Second brother, where's Dad?" The beautiful-looking woman next to Uncle Ruan gloated a little. "Dad is in the study, and I don't want to see you." "I said sister, brother-in-law. You didn't tell Dad about such a big matter, and you still let it go. Going online, isn't this an embarrassment to the Gu family and the Ruan family?" Ruan Shuling's face was ugly. "Suyun, shut up. I'm talking to my second brother. Do you have the right to interrupt?" Suyun, that is, Ruan Yan's mother, her face froze at the moment. She never thought that Ruan Shuling would be so disrespectful to her. Second Uncle Ruan saw his woman being bullied by his sister and said displeasedly, "Sister, did you say that about your sister-in-law? Dad really doesn't want to see you. If you want to see Dad, go back and reflect on it, and come back another day." "No need. We are mainly looking for the second brother today." Gu Zhiming put on a serious face and took out a document and a set of skincare products. Seeing that set of skincare products, Ruan Yan's heart skipped a beat, and Su Yun's face also changed slightly. Uncle Ruan took the file doubtfully. Gu Zhaoming glanced at Ruan Yin coldly and said, "This is the skincare product that Ruan Yin gave to Yang Yang, and it is produced under the name of Ruan's group. I just don't know if only this part of the lead and mercury exceeds the standard, or all of them are lead and mercury. It's over the limit." Chapter 27, Let Ruan Yin publicly apologize. Ruan Shuling has also been holding back her anger for a long time. They came to Xingshi to inquire about their crimes, but they were reprimanded instead. Now they can finally vent their anger. The Ruan family's cosmetics company is under the management of your second room. Now the skincare products produced by the Ruan family, the lead and mercury content of the product exceeds the standard. Who lost the Ruan family? Second Uncle Ruan's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, he turned his head and slapped Ruan Yin. A slap sounded, and the whole living room was silent for a moment. Ruan Yin was stunned by the beating and covered her face in disbelief. "Evil. I didn't expect you to have such a vicious mind. And you deliberately gave your cousin a sample of lead and mercury exceeding the standard." Uncle Ruan knew that this matter should not become a big issue, and it could not be promoted to the company level. So even if he loves Ruan Yin must also be charged with this crime. He also knew that when Gu Zhaoming came to the door to question his teacher, he just wanted to ask Gu Yang for an explanation. The two of them are in-laws, and it would not be good for the Gu family if the lead and mercury in the Ruan family skincare products exceeded the standard. Ruan Yin never thought that Gu Yang would take the skincare products she sent for testing. It's not that she didn't think about sophistry, but the evidence is solid, and even her father put all the blame on her. Ruan Yin lowered her eyes with tears and quietly gave Gu Yang a hard look. But she happened to meet Gu Yang's gaze with that one. The corners of Gu Yang's lips curled up slightly, and he hugged Gu Jin's arm tightly, pretending to be frightened. "Cousin Ruan Yin, don't stare at me like that. I'm scared." "Ruan Yin, you still dare to stare at Yang Yang." Ruan Shuling and Gu Zhaoming were both angry. If their eyes were real, Ruan Yin would be cut into pieces at this moment. Ruan Yin bit her lips. "I didn't." Su Yun was in a daze when Ruan Erjiu slapped Ruan Yin, but now she came back to her senses and said with a dry smile, "Is this a misunderstanding? Give Yang Yang the sample as a finished product?" "Yang Yang, maybe your cousin took the wrong one for a while. You are always kind and generous. Don't be angry with her, okay?" Ruan Shuling was so angry that she almost slapped Su Yun. Is Yang Yang of his family not kind or generous when they are angry? Gu Yang held her hand and said to Su Yun gently and calmly, "Second aunt, I also don't think cousin Ruan Yin would harm me like this. It's just that there is still a difference between the sample and the finished product. Cousin Wan Yin made this set when the skincare products were brought. They were in the packaging of the finished product. So what Cousin Wan Yin brought was actually the finished product. Su Yin didn't want Wan Yin to be charged with malicious crimes, so she could only let Ruan's cosmetics company be charged with exceeding the standard of lead and mercury. Second Uncle Ruan's face became more and more gloomy, and he gave Su Yun a warning look. Shut up. This matter is Wan Yan's fault. What she did wrong should not let the whole company bear it for her. He looked at Gu Xiaoming again. Brother-in-law, this matter is Yinner's fault, and I apologize to you on her behalf. Since we are in-laws and Yang is fine, let this matter pass. No. The Gu family objected collectively. Wan Shuling glanced coldly at Wan Yin. Is Wan Yin ignorant? Second brother, you need to apologize for her? Yang is fine now, but what if there is no problem with skincare products? Lead and mercury exceed the standard, not to mention disfigured after using it for a long time. It may also be poisoned by heavy metals, suffer from skin cancer. Besides, why did you apologize to Zhiming? Let Wan Yin apologize to Yang. Use her Weibo to publicly state the matter, and then apologize to Yang. Don't think she doesn't know. The matter of the real and fake daughter of the Gu family was stabbed by this on the internet, causing Yang to be raped by the internet. Now she wants to let her taste the feeling of being bullied by the internet. Gu Yang secretly gave Ruan Shuling a thumbs up in his heart. Well done. Uncle Ruan didn't expect his sister to disrespect him so much because of an adopted daughter. He looked at Gu Xiaoming, the head of the family, brother-in-law. As for the trouble between the two families because of an adopted daughter? Chapter 28. Can the Gu family do this? Second, Uncle Ruan thinks that if Gu Yang is the real daughter of the Gu family, it's fine for the Gu family to hold on to her like this. But Gu Yang is a fake daughter who has received a lot of favor from the Gu family and the Ruan family. So what right does he have to make trouble with the Ruan family? The most important thing for their wealthy family is bloodlines. No matter how bad Eugene is or how poor he is, she is still the daughter of the Gu family. No matter how good and sensible Gu Yang is, he is still a counterfeit. If he were Gu Xiaoming, he would definitely not go to war for an adopted daughter. However, Uncle Ruan's words angered Gu Xiaoming, and a stern look flashed across his eyes. Ruan Jixiong, even if Yang is not his own, it is better than our own daughter. Shuling means mine. Meaning, if Ruan Yin doesn't apologize publicly, this matter will never end. Ruan Jixiong was startled by the cruelty in Gu Xiaoming's eyes. Seeing that Ruan Jixiong didn't speak, Ruan Yin got anxious, tugged at the corner of Su Yun's clothes, and said in a low voice, "Mom, help me. I can't apologize publicly, and my career in the entertainment industry will be ruined by then." Su Yun is also full of anxiety. Yinner's career in the entertainment industry has just started to improve. If this incident gets out, she will definitely bear a vicious reputation. Gu Zhiming and Ruan Shuling were very firm, so Su Yun could only turn to look at Gu Yang. Yang, we are all a family, so there is no need to make such an ugly scene, right? Your cousin is a celebrity, and if this incident is brought up on the internet, it will be ruined. You have always been sensible and kind. Gu Yang didn't need to say anything at all. Ruan Shuling stood in front of her first. My family Yang is really sensible and kind. Why did you make a fuss on the internet? Heh, doesn't your family Ruan Yin understand? Ruan Yin was startled by Ruan Shuling's sharp gaze. She bit her lip and pretended to be stupid. Aunt, I don't understand. Ruan Shuling sneered. Who made the incident about Yang go online? Don't force me to show evidence and throw you in the face. Ruan Yin's heart skipped a beat. She thought that it was Gu Jin who benefited from this matter, and the Gu family would definitely think that Gu Jin made the trouble on the internet, but she didn't expect that the Gu family would suspect her. She didn't doubt that Ruan Shuling could find the evidence. After all, with the strength of the Gu family, if she really wanted to, she could still find out. She was jealous from the bottom of her heart, never thought that Gu Yang was not her own, and the Gu family could do this for her. At this time, an old and majestic voice came from the stairs. Just do as Xiaoming said. Since this matter is Ruan Yan's fault, let her bear the consequences. Everyone stood up and looked, only to see Ruan Chu helping Mr. Ruan go downstairs slowly. Obviously, although Mr. Ruan has been in the study, the matter of the living room cannot be hidden from him. Dad, why did you come down? Ruan Jixiong carefully looked at Mr. Ruan. for fear that he would take back his power in the cosmetics company under Ruan's name. Father-in-law, Gu Xiaoming also stood to greet him. Mr. Ruan sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, ignored the two of them, but looked at Gu Jin, who was lazily leaning on the sofa across the way, and showed a loving smile. Is this Xiao Jin? I am your grandfather. Gu Jin looked up at Mr. Ruan and nodded. Seeing that Gu Jin didn't call him, Mr. Ruan was a little disappointed. He looked at Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming again, and said with hatred, if Ruan Yin didn't make this incident public on the internet, would you still plan to keep Xiao Jin's identity secret? Jin has suffered so much outside, and you don't know how to compensate her? Even an adopted daughter is better than your own. Chapter 29, Depression. Ruan Chu. Old man Ruan glared at Gu Yang as he spoke. Obviously, this old man didn't like Yuan Shun. It is reasonable to say that although the original body is green tea, the appearance is elegant and gentle, which is very pleasing to the elders. But the old man of the Ruan family loves his eldest granddaughter Ruanchi the most. He has always looked down on Su Yun, the mistress, and Ruan Yin, the illegitimate daughter. However, Gu Yang became friends with Ruan Yin again, and even helped Ruan Yin steal Ruan Chu's resources several times. These are still small fights. What really makes Mr. Ruan hate Gu Yang is that Gu Yang caused Ruan Chu to be raped by the internet and even quit the entertainment industry. The matter is simple. Ruan Chu's boyfriend in private in the entertainment industry cheated on Ruan Yin. Ruan Chu angrily reprimanded the scumbag on the internet as the mistress, but was framed by Ruan Yin and the scumbag as the mistress. Originally, the two sides were at a stalemate in this matter, but because Gu Yang had a good relationship with Ruan Yin, he testified to Ruan Yin and hinted to netizens that he was Ruan Yin's boyfriend. With the testimony of Gu Yang, the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment, a talented pianist, and Miss Ruan's cousin, all the public opinion was on one side of Ruan Yin, so Ruan Chu was bullied by the whole network and was scolded as a mistress who destroyed other people's relationships. Ruan Chu couldn't bear the overwhelming internet violence, so he issued a statement to withdraw from the circle. Because of the blow he received was too great, he also suffered from severe depression. Once Mr. Ruan found out about this, he became very angry. Not only did he not want to see Ruan Yan's mother and daughter, but he also hated Gu Yang extremely. In the novel, after Mr. Ruan knew that Gu Yang was not the real daughter and forcibly took over Gu Jin's identity, he even forbade Gu Yang from entering the Ruan family's old house. Ruan Shuling didn't dare to hate the old man like Ruan Jixiong and Su Yun, so she could only lower her head slightly to defend. Dad, haven't we already disclosed Xiao Jin's identity? Old Master Ruan snorted. Xiao Jin has brought her back. What about Gu Yang? She has occupied Xiao Jin's identity for so many years, so it's time for everyone to return to her now, right? Gu Yang felt helpless in his heart. The old man wanted to drive her out of the Gu family. Ruan Chu is the lifeblood of old man Ruan. The original body really offended the old man badly. Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming's expressions changed. How can I do that? Ruan Shuling said sharply. Yang is only 17, not yet an adult, and suffers from hemophilia. How will she live without the Gu family? Dad, why are you so cruel? Gu Xiaoming also said. Yes, Dad, we haven't found out about Yang's life experience, and it is very likely that Yang is also an orphan. Without us, how would Yang live? Gu Yang heard the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and suddenly felt like he was a giant baby. Although, she would not be unable to live without the Gu family. After all, it is the Gu family's business, and it is not easy for Mr. Ruan to intervene, so he can only beat them. He looked at Gu Jin and said in a kind voice, Xiao Jin, if your parents treat you badly, come to Ruan's house and ask Grandpa to decide. Gu Jin looked steadily at Mr. Ruan, gave a light, and after a while, said, Thank you, Grandpa. Old man Ruan was heartbroken when he heard the sound of Grandpa. Go all of you. Xiao Jin, come with me. Mr. Ruan was obviously not at ease, and planned to tell Gu Jin something in private. Ruan Yin gave Gu Yang a cold look, and went upstairs. Gu Yang noticed the look in her eyes, and tsk lightly, it's a shame. She looked at Ruan Chu on the opposite side. Ruan Chu is 1 year older than Ruan Yin. She looks more glamorous and enchanting. She is wearing a wine-red dress with big golden waves hanging on her shoulders. She looks glamorous, as if she was born to walk on the red carpet average. But there was no expression on her face, Her eyes seemed to be dull, and she was lazy and depressed. Seemingly noticing Gu Yang's gaze, she just gave a slight sneer. Chapter 30: Gu Yang's Tea Ceremony. Gu Yang remembered that in the novel, Ruan Chu was stimulated to commit suicide by Ruan Yin while suffering from severe depression. The reason why Ruan Yin did that was because Mr. Ruan left all his inheritance to Ruan Chu. Others may not be able to see it, but Gu Yang can see it. Ruan Chu seems to be mildly depressed now, but in fact he is already severely depressed. She is suppressing. She doesn't want the old man to worry about her. This is why, once the old man passed away in the book, Ruan Chu's depression reached a level that even drugs could not control. Gu Yang sighed softly in his heart. She is wearing a book, so she can only carry the responsibility of the original body. Since Ruan Chu's depression has her reasons, let her help her. It's just that the original body has a bad relationship with Ruan Chu, so she can't be too bad. Seeing Ruan Chu sitting at the coffee table drinking tea, Gu Yang thought about it, walked over and sat opposite her, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, imitated his green tea tone, and said with a smile, "I'm so envious of my cousin. My grandfather personally taught me how to make tea, but the taste is similar to the one I make casually." Ruan Chu's hand holding the teacup tightened suddenly and looked at Gu Yang on the opposite side coldly, sarcastically. "Your green tea art is really good. This tea art is not that tea art." At this time, Mr. Ruan, who came back after talking to Gu Jin, also heard the conversation between Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, and looked at Gu Yang even more displeased. Afraid that Gu Yang would bully Ruan Chu, he took Gu Jin and sat on the futon next to the tea table, and snorted coldly at Gu Yang. "What a big tone. I want to see how your tea art is, so I can brew it casually. It can be compared with Xiao Chu." Master Ruan is very defensive. Gu Jin also lazily raised her eyes, as if watching a good show. Gu Yang doesn't mind having 2 more people, but her tea ceremony is not for everyone to watch. What if my tea art is better than my cousin's? Gu Yang blinked his eyes. Mr. Ruan seemed to have heard some joke. It's nonsense. Xiao Chu has been influenced by me since he was a child, and his tea art has been praised by many tea ceremony masters. No one in Jincheng can match Xiao Chu, just because of you can it compare to my little Chu. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that this old man is quite narcissistic. "I said just in case, Grandpa. You must have some reward?" Gu Yang blinked his eyes, still looking gentle and obedient. Old Master Ruan snorted coldly. "If your tea art is really better than Xiao Chu, then I will give you the purple sand pottery tea set I treasure." Gu Yang knew that the purple clay pottery tea set that the old man was talking about was not only an antique, but also his most precious tea set. He reminded, "Grandpa, why don't you change your bet?" As a tea lover, she is very clear about the significance of this tea set to the old man. However, it is precisely because she is also a tea lover that this tea set is also very attractive to her. If it really falls into her hands, she won't feel sorry and return it. No need. Mr. Ruan loves tea and has been involved in the tea ceremony all his life. He has a high attainment in the tea ceremony and is very confident in the granddaughter he taught himself. "The price. I don't want anything from you. I just need you to apologize to Xiao Chu." Master Ruan has been holding back his breath. "Okay." Gu Yang readily agreed, then looked at Gu Jin, eyebrows slightly curved. "Sister, do you want to bet with me too? If I lose, I will play the piano for you every day." Chapter 31: Psychological Suggestion. Every time she practiced the piano in the piano room, Gu Jin would sit on the window of the piano room. Over time, Gu Yang discovered that the boss seemed to like listening to her playing the piano. Gu Jin really became interested, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "What if you win?" Gu Yang blinked his eyes. Jin Yangshuan membership card? She has been obsessed with it ever since she ate Jin Yangshuan's food, and now she has to fool the boss into giving her a membership card. Gu Jin. Okay. So Gu Yang laid out the teapot, teacup, tea tray, teapot, tea towel, and other utensils one by one, then washed the cups, poured the tea, moistened the tea, flushed the water, and brewed the tea. What is brewed is green tea, premium Biluakan. Her movements are smooth and flowing, showing elegance everywhere. Thin bamboos are sparse outside the window, and the warm sun shines. The girl sitting dignifiedly looks like a refined scholar in the Wei and Jin dynasties. Just looking at it is an extremely elegant visual enjoyment. The three present all looked a little dull. Ruan Chu didn't know why, watching Gu Yang's every move, looking at the elegant girl outside the window under the afternoon sunlight under the bamboo shadow. Her mood was unprecedentedly relaxed and peaceful. Tea mist curled up, obscuring the girl's figure. Her voice was soft and gentle. Speaking of which, I was also raped by the internet a few days ago, and netizens privately messaged all kinds of unsightly remarks, and some posted pictures and posthumous photos. But, turn off the phone. I should play the piano. What to do? It doesn't seem to have any effect. After the matter is explained clearly, the cyberbullying will naturally disappear, and life continues, so you still have to continue doing what you like? Although I lost my engagement with Shui Duo because of this, but he doesn't care, so why should I be nostalgic? I am so good, it is not necessary for him. Gu Yang brewed tea slowly. Warm and clear water was slowly poured into the cup, and snowflake milk flowers floated in the cup, but her clear and bright eyes looked directly at Ruan Chu. Cousin Ruan Chu, do you think so? Ruan Chu looked at her and nodded unconsciously. The tea is ready, let's taste it. Gu Yang pushed a cup of tea in front of Ruan Chu, and the psychological suggestion ended. Ruan Chu regained consciousness, took the slightly hot teacup, looked at Gu Yang thoughtfully. You are right. She didn't realize that Gu Yang used his own experience to enlighten her, but to her surprise, after listening to Gu Yang's words, she actually felt like the sun was shining after the dark clouds cleared away. It's obviously similar to enlightening words. It's not that no one has told her, but only Gu Yang's words made her feel this way. Moreover, Gu Yang would suddenly enlighten her? Did she take the wrong medicine? This made Ruan Chu both puzzled and surprised. Gu Yang smiled. Different from the previous hypnosis for Feng Ju, she used psychological hints for Ruan Chu. Hypnosis must make people completely lose their conscious and expose their subconscious. That's why she used hypnotism to ask Feng Ju's inner thoughts, and after the hypnosis, Feng Ju had no impression of it. Psychological suggestion does not need to lose consciousness, so after the psychological suggestion is over, the person concerned has memory. Not only psychiatrists, ordinary people can also give simple psychological hints. But a psychologist of her level can carry out more advanced and complex psychological hints, and can even use psychological hints to kill people. As for making tea, it is one of her auxiliary means of psychological suggestion. Although she only gave Ruan Chu a psychological hint just now, Mr. Ruan and Gu Jin were immersed in the artistic conception of Gu Yang making tea. Now that Mr. Ruan came back to his senses, looking at the pattern of bamboo branches made of tea powder floating on the teacup, his heart was shocked. Share the tea. Chapter 32 Gift from the Elders, Irresistible. Fincha, also called shibaxi, shwedanking, use tea water as paper, tea powder as ink, and tea powder as brush to paint pictures. Old man Ruan looked at the dissipated bamboo branches, feeling very excited. He didn't expect to see such a wonderful tea performance and tea play. Even masters of tea arts like them don't necessarily know how to play tea, and even if they do, it's hard to reach such a superb level. Mr. Ruan couldn't wait to drink the tea again. Duluakun was warm and delicate, tender and fresh, with a sweet and mellow taste. Good tea. Mr. Ruan couldn't help admiring. Gu Yang took a sip of tea and asked lightly, Grandpa, try cousins again and see whose is better. Old man Ruan was immersed in the enjoyment of drinking tea and blurted out, Of course it is your kindness. Gu Yang smiled slightly. Then thank you, Grandpa, for giving me the purple sand pottery tea set. Mr. Ruan sobered up instantly, as if he had been splashed with cold water. Forgot about this. His precious purple sand pottery tea set. Mr. Ruan really wants to say against his conscience that Gu Yang is inferior to Ruan Chu, but in front of so many juniors, he still wants to save face. I can only hope that the gentleman Gu Yang will not take people's favors, but Gu Yang said with a righteous face. The gift from the elders is irresistible. Grandpa, I will not be polite to you. Master Ruan. Shameless. Who is your grandfather? You are resigning. Old man Ruan watched his beloved tea set being exported back. His heart was bleeding, as if he was mourning his concubine, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Ruan Chu also knew that it was Grandpa's most precious tea set, so he blamed himself for a while. Gu Yang received it with peace of mind, noticed Ruan Chu's expression, and comforted him in a warm voice. Cousin, Don't blame yourself. Why would Grandpa blame you? If you want to blame it, it's because I'm too strong. Ruan Chu. Master Ruan stared at Gu Yong. Get lost. I don't want to see you. That's great. I'm leaving. Gu Yong hugged the packaged purple sand pottery tea set and stood up. Wait. Old man Ruan's eyelids twitched. He looked at the tea set reluctantly and said weakly, let me take another look. Gu Yong generously put down the purple clay pottery tea set, letting Mr. Ruan look at it enough, and at the same time turned his head and bowed to Ruan Chu. Cousin, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, and now I sincerely apologize to you. Ruan Chu was taken aback, and the old man Ruan, who was looking at the purple clay tea set with nostalgia, was also taken aback, and both grandparents and grandchildren looked at Gu Yong with surprise. Ruan Chu's first reaction was, did you take the wrong medicine? Gu Yong is really abnormal. Not only broke up with Ruan Yin, but also enlightened her and apologized to her. Gu Yong? Probably not. Ruan Chu looked at Gu Yong even more strangely. You will apologize to me for not taking the wrong medicine? Gu Yong didn't change his face, probably because I fell down and corrected my 3 views. Ruan Chu. What kind of mess? Ruan Chu didn't continue to worry about why Gu Yong suddenly apologized to her, but coldly refused. I don't accept your apology, and I won't forgive you either. Gu Yong nodded to express his understanding. The original body's harm to Ruan Chu was irreversible, and it wasn't because she apologized lightly that Ruan Chu had to choose to forgive. Ruan Chu saw his grandfather looking pitifully at his beloved tea set. His heart softened. He gritted his teeth and said to Gu Yong, of course, if you give me that tea set as an apology, I will reluctantly forgive you. Actually, after Gu Yong persuaded her to apologize to her again, she didn't hate Gu Yong as much as before. Chapter 33, Cousin Dare Not Return to the Entertainment Industry? Gu Yong looked sincere. Actually, cousin, you don't have to be so reluctant. Ruan Chu sneered. Aren't you sincerely apologizing to me? You can't even part with an apology. What do you call sincerity? Gu Yong struggled with embarrassment for a while, and then said, this purple sand pottery tea set can be given to your cousin, but you have to promise me one thing. Ruan Chu. What's the matter? Gu Yong. Participate in a variety show. Ruan Chu looked at Gu Yong in amazement, and never thought that her request was to let her participate in a variety show. Before she could ask why, Gu Yong slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Cousin dare not come back. The girl's voice is gentle and slightly provocative. Ruan Chu looked like a cat with fury. Who dares to? I agree. In fact, after listening to Gu Yang's persuasive words, she decided to come back and return to the entertainment circle, and decided to make Ruan Yin and that scumbag pay the price. So now after hearing Gu Yang's words of encouragement, she immediately agreed. Gu Yong curled his lips slightly. That's the deal. The variety show is up to me. Her psychological suggestion only temporarily made Ruan Chu more positive, and when she woke up, she would return to the original state, once again shrouded in depression, irritability, and depression. It will take time to truly cure Ruan Chu's depression. During this period of time, Ruan Chu couldn't keep hiding at home, otherwise it would only deepen her depression. That's why she took advantage of Ruan Chu's positive mood and used aggressive methods on her to encourage her to come back and walk out of the shadows on her own initiative. As for Mr. Ruan's purple sand pottery tea set, it was a surprise, and it just made her plan go more smoothly. Although she really wanted to accept the tea set with peace of mind, but seeing the old man's obsessed look, she couldn't help but think of her grandfather before wearing the book, and she was a little soft-hearted after all. Before transmigrating into the book, her grandfather was also a tea addict, and she learned the art of tea under the influence of her grandfather. Master Ruan took a deep look at Gu Yong. His eyes were complicated. On the way back home, Gu Yong and Gu Jin sat in the back of the car. Gu Jin leaned lazily by the car window, narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, and threw a card with gold letters on a black background to Gu Yong. Gu Yong caught it just in time, saw the big characters of Jin Yangshuan on the card, and quickly realized that it was Jin Yangshuan's membership card, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Thank you, sister. Gu Jin gave a light It rained heavily outside the car window. After returning to the villa, the housekeeper and security guard came to pick him up. Gu Yong opened the car door, and it was Feng Ju who stood outside the car door holding an umbrella to pick her up. In the late night rain, a thin and tall boy was waiting for her with an umbrella. Sister, Be careful of the slippery road. Feng Ju stretched out his hand to help Gu Yang get out of the car and tilted the umbrella slightly in her direction to prevent the rain from hitting her. Among the sound of the rain, his soft voice seemed a little hoarse. Sharing the same umbrella with Feng Ju, she realized that this gentle and frail boy who called her sister was actually half a head taller than her. Until 2:30 in the morning. Ruanyin V. I am here to apologize to my cousin Gu Yang. I deliberately gave you skincare products with excessive lead and mercury. Sorry. At long late, Dohad V. Ruanyan's Weibo stunned the late-night surfing fans and netizens. What happened to my sister? My sister must have been careless too, right? Is your cousin's face okay? Stop blaming yourself. Fans, are you blind? You all said it was intentional when you steamed it. If you are not careful, this filter is really thick. I said Ruanyin is not a good thing. Really vicious. She was involved in the mistress scandal before, and it was her cousin who helped her say it. But now she deliberately gives people skincare products with excessive lead and mercury. The disfigurement after using it for a long time is considered minor, and serious heavy metal poisoning and skin cancer are not a problem. Chapter 34 Ruanyin reveals himself. Black fans don't catch my sister. How can anyone expose themselves like this? My sister must have lost in a big adventure, right? Sister, blink if you're kidnapped. Most fans thought that Ruanyin was just joking, but some people guessed the truth. Fans can really be washed. It seems that your family's cooking was caught by the Gu family for doing bad things, and they were forced to apologize publicly. It's really vicious enough. But your cousin is indeed much prettier than you. No wonder you're jealous. TSK, your circle is really messed up. Recently, Jinsheng Wealthy Circle is really lively. Ruanyin stared at the comments that kept appearing on the screen, but she didn't see Gu Yang's reply to forgive her for a long time. She deliberately apologized when there were few people at 2:30 in the morning, just thinking that there were few people at this time, and as soon as Gu Yang replied, she would delete Weibo and then spend money to suppress trending searches, and the matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Gu Yang didn't reply to her. Gu Yang hasn't waited for her apology all day, so will he be able to sleep? Ruanyin felt that Gu Yang was deliberately ignoring her, and she was even more annoyed. In the past, Gu Yang was the real daughter of the Gu family, so it's fine to look down on her as an illegitimate daughter, but now Gu Yang is a fake daughter, not as good as her. Seeing more and more vicious voices scolding her in the comments, Ruanyin angrily took a screenshot and sent it to Gu Yang, with the words, I have already apologized. Then immediately delete that humiliating Weibo. But Ruanyin is not the only one who can take screenshots. Once she deleted Weibo, she confirmed the Weibo matter, so marketing accounts posted articles one after another. The next day, the entry of Jinghao in Shen Fa Shanda Enfing Year Shaoshik La Fei Chunfing Jinghao was at the top of the hot search list. No matter how much money Ruan Erjiu and Ruanyin spent, they couldn't get rid of the trending search, and there was even more scolding below. It seems to be true. Otherwise, why did you delete the hot search in a hurry without explaining? Unexpectedly, we still have screenshots. As a tobacco fan, I am so disappointed. I have lost my fan. Fuck. The Ruan family also owns a cosmetics company, so what Ruanyin sent her cousin would not be her own skincare products, right? It's terrifying to think about it carefully. Second Uncle Ruan became even more anxious when he saw someone deliberately bringing things to Ruan's company. He lashed out at Ruanyin again, and personally used the official WeChat account of Ruan's cosmetics company to explain. Ruan's Cosmetics V. It's not a product, please rest assured. It's just that Ms. Ruanyin stole a failed sample with lead and mercury exceeding the standard. The Ruan family will discipline Ms. Ruanyin. The Ruan family's response also told everyone positively that the content of Ruanyin's apology on Weibo was true. Because the Ruan family's attitude is quite correct, most of the criticisms from black fans and passersby are under Ruanyin's Weibo. The Ruan family has admitted it. Smokers, I suggest you jump into the Yellow River to see if you can still wash it off. Ruanyin Bis. Your cousin also helped you a lot, but you actually hurt her like this. You are really a white-eyed wolf. My sister apologized. What else do you want? Is it necessary to hold on to it? Yes, if you know your mistakes, you can correct them. Who hasn't made a mistake yet? Don't be sad. Smoke. Powder will always be with you. Some fans even went to Gu Yang's Weibo to force Gu Yang to come forward to forgive. Sister, Yin Yin apologized to you. Please forgive her. Yes, sister, Yin Yin is also your cousin after all. Do you have the heart to see her being scolded so miserably? Gu Yang, quickly forgive Yin Yin. You, a fake daughter, dare to fight with a real daughter like Yin Yin? Although Gu Yang is not in the entertainment industry, he often posts some videos of playing the piano on Weibo. He is good-looking, the daughter of a wealthy family, and the little princess of mega entertainment, so Weibo also gathers many fans. Many people can't help it when they see Smoke fans. Chapter 35 Unforgive. Smoke Powder still shameless? If Wan Yin apologizes, Goddess Yang Yang will forgive her. Even if our Yang Yang is not a wealthy daughter, we are still a kind little fairy. You, Wan Yin, are a vicious, illegitimate daughter. It is said that Yang Yang is a fake daughter who is not worthy of competing with Wan Yin. It is recommended to turn left when going out to watch hot searches. At this time, there was a trending hot search. Jinghao Zhaofeng Yu unilaterally, and Wan Yin terminated the contract hashtag. Zhaofeng Entertainment v. The chairman said that Ms. Gu Yang will always be the daughter of the Gu family. Starting today, Zhaofeng Entertainment unilaterally terminated the contract with Ms. Wan Yin. As soon as Zhaofeng Entertainment posted this Weibo post, many of its artists who were not used to Wan Yin retweeted it one after another. Wan Yin's fans and black fans were even more ecstatic. Wan Yin Shaoxin deserves it. For causing me to withdraw from Chu Chu, I will be punished now, right? Tisk TSK, Gu Yang is indeed the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment. The person involved, Gu Yang, also reposted Zhaofeng Entertainment's Weibo and accompanied it with the text, I do not forgive. Do not forgive? Yin Yin apologized. What else do you want? Why are you so unmeasured? Powder smoke away. Your cooking is called an apology? Posted a blog at 2:30 in the morning and deleted it within a few minutes. Did Yang Yang accept her apology in his dream? If you are not sincere, you are not allowed to forgive? I think the little fairy Yang Yang did a beautiful job. Wan Yin waited all night, thinking that no matter how much Gu Yang's green tea hated her, he would pretend to forgive her in front of netizens, and then she could go down the ladder. I didn't expect Gu Yang to change his previous style and refuse to accept her apology so forcefully. Moreover, the Gu family even unilaterally terminated the contract with her because of Gu Yang, a fake daughter. Wan Yin smashed the phone on the ground angrily, and the screen of the phone cracked instantly. Bitch. Since the Gu family is ruthless, don't blame her for being ruthless. Wan Yin picked up the phone and made a call on the broken screen. After the other person connected, she said in a deep voice, Miss Wang, I accept. Gu Yang pulls on Feng Zhu to go out, but sees Wan Shuling outside Jin Yangshuan. There are several noble ladies beside her, including a stylishly dressed, blonde-haired and blue-eyed French woman. Wan Shuling seemed to have had an argument with someone. Mrs. Su, it's Ms. Caroline who I made an appointment with first. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to be so stupid. Wan Shuling asked in a deep voice. Madame Su smiled nonchalantly, holding Zhang Jin Yangshuan's card in her hand. Madame Gu, Miss Caroline is obviously more interested in Jin Yangshuan's private kitchen. But as far as I know, you are not eligible for Jin Yangshuan's membership card. Of course, Chairman Gu has one, but this membership card is a real name system, and Chairman Gu has no time to come here now, right? The ladies around Mrs. Su also laughed. Jin Yangshuan membership card can only be obtained by personal strength. Mrs. Su's jewelry company can also be ranked in the top 10 in China, and Mrs. Gu's business seems to be the same. The jewelry company, but it seems that the business is not going well. Wan Shuling clenched her fists. It was because the jewelry company's turnover was declining day by day, and she heard that Ms. Caroline, an internationally renowned jewelry designer, came to Jinqing, so she spent a lot of effort to invite people out, and wanted her to design a piece of jewelry for her jewelry company. But I didn't expect to be cut off by the opponent, Mrs. Su. She never expected that Caroline would be interested in Chinese food, and after seeing Jin Yangshuan in Jinqing, she decided to go to Jin Yangshuan for dinner. But she doesn't have a Jin Yangshuan membership card, but Mrs. Su does. Just when Wan Shuling was anxious and annoyed, a soft voice suddenly came. Mom, you forgot your membership card. Chapter 36, Jin Yangshuan, VIP member. Everyone heard the sound and looked, and saw Gu Yang in a pink and white lady's dress walking slowly, and handed a card with gold letters on a black background to Wan Shuling's hand. Wan Shuling was confused. When did she have a Jin Yangshuan membership card? Could it be that Yang Ang brought Zhao Ming's card? But this is a real name system. If Zhao Ming doesn't come, it's useless to get a card. And Wan Shuling looked at the simple card in her hand. She remembered that Jin Yangshuan's membership card didn't look like this. Mrs. Su and the wealthy ladies around her looked at each other. When did Wan Shuling have a Jin Yangshuan membership card? Why didn't they hear the news? Madame Su glanced at the card in Wan Shuling's hand. Her lips curled slightly. She pinched the membership card in her hand and turned it over for everyone to see, and said to Wan Shuling meaningfully, "Madame Gu, our membership cards are different." It was only then that everyone realized that the membership card in Wan Shuling's hand was quite different from the one in Mrs. Su's. The one in Wan Shuling's hand was almost pitch black, except for the 3 gold characters of Jin Yangxian in running script. The membership card in Mrs. Su's hand has a white background, like a miniature ink painting. In addition to the 3 characters of Jin Yangshuan, there is also a red square seal pattern on it. They are all in the same circle, and Gu Yang is well known in Jin Cheng's wealthy circle. Wan Shuling usually takes her to banquets, so these wives also recognize her. So someone said, "Miss Gu said it was a membership card of Jin Yangshuan?" We all know that the membership card of Jin Yangshuan is an ink drawing. The card you brought. Did you think that the word Jin Yangshuan was written on it casually? Is it Jin Yangshuan's membership card? Madame Su and the others covered their lips and laughed. Gu Yang was slightly surprised when he heard this. The membership card the boss gave her was different from other membership cards. The boss is probably cheating on her. Just when Gu Yang was in a daze, the manager of Jin Yangxian walked out quickly and said respectfully, "Miss Gu, Mrs. Gu, please come inside." Wan Shuling. Madame Su and the others also changed their expressions. Madame Su frowned. "Manager Tan, you can see clearly, what she is holding is a fake membership card." Madame Chi beside Madame Su also hurriedly said, "Yes, Manager Tan, the real membership card in Madame Su's hand is the real membership card. Don't misread who is going to invite in." Manager Tan smiled, with a gentle attitude but a hint of arrogance. "The 2 ladies are joking. If the ordinary members have to invite everyone in, then this manager should be the greeter." Madame Su's face was slightly stiff. "Then you are now." The card in Mrs. Gu's hand is not a fake membership card, but a VIP membership card. Manager Tan said flatly. Wan Shuling? Mrs. Su and the others were shocked. That turned out to be a VIP membership card. Wan Shuling doesn't even have the qualifications to apply for an ordinary membership card, so how can she afford a VIP membership card? I've never heard that Jin Yangshuan has a VIP membership card. Gu Yang was also a little confused, so the boss didn't lie to her. Not only did he give her a Jin Yangshuan membership card, but also a VIP membership card. Wan Shuling came back to her senses, turned over the VIP membership card, and smiled at Mrs. Su. "Mrs. Su, our membership cards are indeed different." After returning this sentence to Mrs. Su, Wan Shuling felt much better. Mrs. Su and the others looked disheveled. Chapter 37 Yang Yang. When did your French get so good? Mom, Aju, and I will accompany you? Gu Yang took Wan Shuling's arm and stretched out his hand to call Feng Ju over. Wan Shuling noticed the well-behaved young man following Gu Yang, and she was slightly puzzled. Didn't Yang Yang always hate Feng Ju? Moreover, what's up with Yang Yang's Jin Yangshuan VIP membership card? Wan Shuling nodded, suppressed her doubts, and extended an invitation to Caroline. Miss Caroline, I'm glad you like Huagua cuisine, please. Caroline nodded. Her attitude was indifferent. Manager Tan led the way beside Gu Yang, with a very kind attitude. VIP guests can order food at will, as long as it is a delicacy on the Jin Yangshuan menu. We can make it fresh for you here. A look of surprise flashed across Wan Shuling's eyes. She also came to Jin Yangshuan for dinner with Gu Xiaoming. Knowing that Jin Yangshuan's private cuisine is very capricious, and many dishes are only launched once a month or even a few months, so if you want to eat that dish, you have to wait. I didn't expect this VIP guest to have such great authority. After being seated, Wan Shuling handed the order tablet to Caroline and said in English with a smile, Ms. Caroline, you are a guest, order first. Caroline took the tablet unceremoniously, but kept sliding it down without making a move. Wan Shuling asked, is there anything I can help you with? Caroline tapped the tablet with her fingers. Juan, your Huagua cuisine is really diverse. I have been to Huagua many times, but I have never seen the dishes on it. Can you recommend some to me? Juan Shuling was also taken aback. To be honest, they didn't have the right to order food when they came to Jin Yangshuan, and she didn't know much about Jin Yangshuan's private dishes. Gu Yang has always been good at catching micro-expressions, and noticed that Juan Shuling's expression was wrong. She immediately got up and walked to Caroline, and said in fluent French, "Hello, Miss Caroline. I am Ruan's daughter. Jin Yangshuan's private house. The dishes include the 8 major cuisines of Huagua. I recommend you these dishes because..." Hearing the familiar and standard mother tongue, Caroline looked at Gu Yang in surprise. "Your French is very good, and your accent is very pure." Gu Yang smiled warmly. "Thank you." As if infected by her smile, Caroline's expression softened a little. Since Gu Yang spoke French, Juan Shuling looked at Gu Yang in surprise, wondering, Yang, when did your French become so good?" Gu Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although the original body also learned French, but because it took so little time, it can't be said to be very good, let alone a pure accent. Fortunately, it's French, not other small languages that I haven't learned before. She has a good psychological quality after all, and smiled without showing a trace on her face. "Recently, I practiced for a while. Maybe it's because of my language talent?" Juan Shuling was just curious, and she didn't think there was any problem when she heard Gu Yang say that. After all, in her opinion, everything in Yang Yang's house is good. Feng Zhu on the side also took a quick look at Gu Yang, lowered his eyes, and the dark tide surged in his eyes. After drinking for 3 rounds, Juan Shuling mentioned the purpose of meeting Caroline this time. "Miss Caroline, I admire your jewelry design, especially your Angel Series jewelry. I wonder if Shuiyao Jewelry Company can have the honor to invite you to design a piece of jewelry." Caroline put down her chopsticks, shook her head at Juan Shuling, and said, "Juan, I'm sorry. I have important things to do in China this time, and I won't design jewelry for any company. You also mentioned the Angel Series. This series, the creation, is not complete, and I came to China just to find some different inspirations." Chapter 38, Accurate Stepping on Mines. Gu Yang ate the delicious food slowly, and at the same time kept adding pork liver to Feng Zhu's plate, but he was actually in a trance. Caroline is a famous jewelry designer. Every jewelry she designs can be auctioned for sky-high prices and has a wide influence. The Shuiyao Jewelry Company run by Juan Shuling was severely suppressed by Mrs. Su's jewelry company. Many capable jewelry designers were poached by Mrs. Su. If this continues, Shuiyao Jewelry Company will only decline and go bankrupt. So Caroline, who came to Jincheng at this time, is Juan Shuling's life-saving straw. If Caroline can get a design draft, Shuiyao Jewelry can be brought back to life and attract many excellent designers who admire Caroline. In the original book, Juan Shuling was cut off by Mrs. Su when she invited Caroline, so naturally, she didn't get Caroline's design draft. Later, in order to fight with Mrs. Su, Juan Shuling went astray in order to win, and even bought a batch of jewelry with radiation exceeding the standard. It also laid the foundation for the subsequent bankruptcy of the Gu family. Gu Yang felt that since she met her, she naturally couldn't just watch Juan Shuling go astray. If Juan Shuling can get Caroline's help, maybe Juan Shuling won't go astray in desperation. It's just that Caroline is hard to find and has a stubborn personality. She pursues perfection and has severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, if she is designing the Angel series of jewelry, she will not start the next one until the jewelry design is completed, and she will be very annoyed by the person who asked her to put the current design draft on hold first. She loves art and does whatever she wants. She has always disdained to design jewelry for money and hates others to force her with power. Juan Shuling pleaded with Caroline, "Miss Caroline, the Angel series is a big project. You might as well take your time. Our Shuiyao company only needs you to spare a little time to design a jewelry. It won't take you too much time." Guyong. Juan Shuling stepped on a thunderbolt. She clearly saw Caroline frowning. "Caroline, Juan, there is a saying in your Hua country called, 'There is a beginning and an end.' I always do things with a beginning and an end." Juan Shuling. "Miss Caroline, you don't have to reject me so quickly. Don't worry, as long as you design a piece of jewelry for Shui Yao, I will pay you double the manuscript fee." She is the wife of the wealthy Gu family in Jincheng and a young lady of the Ruan family, so she is naturally not short of money. The main reason why she runs Shueyo is not to make money, but to compete with Mrs. Su. Caroline's face sank. Ruan, it's not about money. Ruan Shuling saw that Caroline didn't get in, thinking that the money was not in place, and continued. 3 times the manuscript fee. Guyong helped his forehead. Every sentence really stepped on Caroline's thunder point precisely. Caroline was so angry that her face was blue. She grabbed her bag and was about to get up and leave. Fearing that Ruan Shuling would use the power of the Gu family to intimidate Caroline, Guyong pressed Ruan Shuling's hand and said softly to Caroline in French, Miss Caroline, I can provide you with inspiration for the Angel series. If there is anything that can attract Caroline now, it is only the Angel series jewelry she has been thinking about. Sure enough, Caroline sat back when she heard this, looked at Guyong sharply with a pair of green eyes, and smiled arrogantly. Gu, if you can really inspire me to complete the Angel series, not to mention helping you design a piece of jewelry, the entire Angel series can be given to you. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 The light is in her fingers. She is the only God. Chapter 39 Light is in her fingers. She is the only God. Angel series jewelry includes brooches, necklaces, rings and bracelets, etc. It is not comparable to 1 or 2 jewelry, and this series of jewelry from Caroline has always attracted much attention. If Shueyo can win, she must be able to overwhelm Mrs. Su, and she is in the limelight in the jewelry industry. Ruan Shuling's heart was burning when she heard it, but she also knew that Caroline boasted so much, which shows how difficult it is to provide her with inspiration. She said to Guyong with some regret, Yang, I know you want to help Mother. It's enough if you have this heart. Guyong gave her a reassuring look, then asked Caroline, Are you serious? Naturally, Caroline was a little impatient, and after she calmed down, she also felt that Guyong was messing around. Guyong slid open the phone screen, clicked on a photo, and handed it to Caroline. As far as I know, you have completed 9 sets of Angel series, corresponding to the 9 archangels, with the theme of holiness and purity, but you still feel that it's not perfect. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's not finished yet? In addition to the 9 archangels, there are also fallen angels, that is. Caroline suddenly grabbed Gu Yang's cell phone and murmured excitedly, Oh my God, why didn't I think? Angel is not only holy, but also a symbol of light. Not only is it bright under the light, but it is still bright in the dark. Bright. Guyong listened to Caroline's rambling words. He was a little puzzled and glanced at the screen. In the photo, the piano room was dark and the lights were not turned on. The sunlight penetrated into the room from the window's sill, and a beam of light fell on the girl. A girl in a white dress sat in front of the piano. Her slender white jade fingers looked like suet jade in the sunlight. Although there is only one back view, it gives people a kind of sanctity like a palace. In the black and white world, the light is in her fingers, and she is the only God. That was taken by Gu Jin not long ago, a photo of her practicing piano in the piano room. At that time, she saw that Gu Jin took good-looking photos, so she asked Gu Jin to send them to her. Guyong coughed lightly. Sorry, I made a mistake. She remembered that there was a plot in the original book. When Caroline saw the evil and cold Gu Jin, she was inspired to create the Angel series, adding elements of fallen angels and completing the design of the entire work. That's why she planned to show Caroline Gu Jin's photo just now. I want to show you another one. Guyong wanted to slide down, but Caroline grabbed her hand excitedly, shook her head and said, Dear Gu, this one is just fine. You can't imagine. How much inspiration did I get when I saw this photo? I seem to have found the excitement when I first wanted to design an angel. The girl in the photo is you, right? You send me the picture, and I'm going back to creating now. Guyong. No. Caroline, listen to me. What I want to show you is another photo. Dear Gu, my little angel, don't worry. I will sell the design drawings of the Angel series to Shueyo. I am a person who keeps my promise. Caroline stared at the photo and said. Ruan Shuling was completely stunned. Her French is not bad, but at this moment she has some doubts about her French level. What did she hear? After Caroline saw Yang Yang's photo, she agreed to sell the design of the entire Angel series to Shueyo. Guyong looked at Caroline staring at the photos obsessively, a little dumbfounded, but she had also been in contact with various artists before and knew how much artists cherish inspiration, so she could understand. She smiled and asked, Caroline, are you sure you don't want to see my next photo? Chapter 40 Selling the Angel Series to Shuiyao. Guyang slid the screen with his other hand as he spoke. The moment she saw the photo, Caroline's blue eyes bloomed with the same light as when she saw the last photo. In the photo, there is a girl in a black suspender dress, with long hair hanging down to her waist, and her complexion is as cold as porcelain. She was sitting sideways on the windowsill, only showing a beautiful and delicate side face. Her eyes were lazy and indifferent, and there was a cold and evil smell all over her body. Like a fallen angel, both good and evil. Oh my God, fallen angels. I want to go back and create a fallen angel-themed jewelry right away. Dear Gu, you are a treasure trove. Send me both. I want both. Caroline was so excited that she was at a loss. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his bag. What's the name of the social media you Chinese people often use? WeChat. As she spoke, she hurriedly downloaded WeChat, and after quickly registering, she slapped the big golden waves and smiled brightly. Do you scan me, or should I scan you? Guyang. Wan Shuling was stunned. Is this still the arrogant and weird Caroline from before? After receiving the photos, Caroline couldn't care less about the table full of Huagua delicacies. Dear Gu, goodbye. Wan, please prepare the money to buy my Angel Series designs, for your little angel's sake. Come on, I'll give you a 10% discount. See you next time. After finishing speaking, he stared at the phone screen and left in a hurry. Wan Shuling was in a dream. When she came out of Jin Yangxian, she looked at Gu Yang and Feng Ju in a daze. Yang, Xiao Ju, my French is not very good. Just now Caroline said that she would order all the Angel Series sold to Shuiyao. Gu Yang frowned slightly. Yes. Feng Ju also nodded obediently. However, at this time, Mrs. Chi's voice came from the side. Mrs. Gu, how bad is your French? What did you just say? Ms. Caroline wants to sell the Angel Series to Shuiyao. Did I hear correctly? Mrs. Su and Mrs. Chi also just came out of Jinyangshuan, and they all had some gloating expressions on their faces. They sat far away from Wan Shuling's table just now and didn't hear their conversation, but they saw Caroline leave angrily at the end. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Caroline didn't want to stay any longer. It can be seen how much Wan Shuling offended people. Wan Shuling was full of great surprises and had no place to show off. Now she saw her rival. She raised her eyebrows in a happy mood and replied, My French is not good. After all, I am not French, but I didn't expect Mrs. Chi to be with you. As a native of China, my Chinese is so poor that I can't even understand this. Madam Chi choked. You, Wan Shuling, what are you proud of? We all saw that you drove Caroline away just now, and you still want to get the Angel Series? Idiots! The woman beside Mrs. Su smiled and said, I see. Mrs. Gu should go back and be a full-time wife. Not everyone can be a strong woman like our Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su twitched her lips and looked at Wan Shuling with a slight sarcasm. There are not many jewelry designers in Shuiyao, and bankruptcy will happen sooner or later. Madam Gu, I am waiting to buy Shuiyao. As soon as Mrs. Su mentioned the matter of the designer, Wan Shuling was about to explode. She was so angry that she was about to curse and prove that Shuiyao did get the Angel Series, but she was stopped by Gu Yang. Mom, calm down. Gu Yang stood in front of Wan Shuling, looking at Mrs. Su with a raised eyebrow. Since Mrs. Su doesn't believe that Caroline promised to sell the Angel Series to Shuiyao, how dare you make a bet with my mother? Mrs. Su sneered. It still requires a gamble? Angel Series. Many people want it. Even those aristocratic families in the imperial capital and foreign chables failed to get it from Caroline. A mere Shuiyao who is about to go bankrupt can do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Did Gu Jin give you the Jinyangshuan membership card? Chapter 41. The Jinyangshuan membership card was given to you by Gu Jin. Wan Shuling also realized that arguing with Mrs. Su like a shrew on the street would not give her a sense of accomplishment even if she won the fight. So why not cheat her? She was cheated a lot by Mrs. Su in the past. Just tell me if you dare to bet. Wan Shuling said arrogantly to Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su snorted slightly and looked at Wan Shuling with meaningful eyes. Why don't you dare? But, Mrs. Gu, don't forget, how many designers have you lost to me before? What else can you bet on now? Take Shuiyao. Wan Shuling's anger that had just been extinguished came up again. The Su family poached so many of their Shuiyao designers. partly because the Su family took the initiative to poach people, but most of them were lost to the Su family by her. Mrs. Su provoked her to bet several times, but she lost almost every time, so much that even Shui Yao almost went bankrupt. Okay, let's gamble with Shui Yao. If I fail to get the Angel series design, Shui Yao doesn't need you to buy it. I will give it to you. But if I win, I want you to return the original designer of Shui Yao and give me the 5 top jewelry designers of your company. Ruan Shuling gritted her teeth angrily. This time she must come back with money and money. Okay, I'll wait for your Shui Yao. Mrs. Su's eyes flashed brightly, and she sneered from the bottom of her heart. Ruan Shuling was still so exciting. Madame Qi and others surrounded Madame Su and left her. Then let's congratulate Madame Su in advance. Although Ruan Shuling was annoyed by Mrs. Su's attitude, she felt relieved when she thought about it soon. She looked at Gu Yang more lovingly and tenderly. Yang, thanks to you. Yang helped her a lot today. Took out the Jinyangshuan VIP membership card to help her slap Mrs. Su in the face, and helped her inspire Caroline, obtain the Angel series jewelry design drawings from her, and helped her design to deceive Mrs. Su. Ruan Shuling asked, by the way, Yang, why do you have a Jinyangshuan VIP membership card? Gu Yang took the membership card handed over by Ruan Shuling, raised his eyebrows and said, my sister gave it to me. Who? Gu Jin. Although Ruan Shuling was puzzled, she was greatly shocked. Gu Yang nodded. Yes. Ruan Shuling obviously didn't believe it and muttered to herself, how is this possible? She is a country bumpkin. How could she help you get Jinyangshuan's membership card? Gu Yang felt that it was necessary for her to improve the relationship between the boss and her mother, so she said, and Ms. Caroline only got the inspiration for the fallen angel after seeing her sister's photo. My sister also gave me that photo shot. Ruan Shuling snorted softly. The photo is just a coincidence. If it weren't for Yang, you used it well, it wouldn't be of such great value. As for the membership card, how could she be so kind to give you a VIP membership card? Besides, where did she get in? Gu Yang knew that it would be impossible to reverse Ruan Shuling's prejudice against Gu Jin for a while, and continuing to talk would only make her more disgusted with Gu Jin, so he didn't mention it again. And she is not easy to show off the big guy's vest. If the boss finds out that she knows too much, it will be dangerous. After separating from Ruan Shuling, Gu Yang turned to look at her little follower Fengju. I don't know why, but when Fengju looked up at her, she felt a bit resentful, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Gu Yang turned his head a little guilty and asked, Aju, I'm sorry, I ignored you just now. By the way, are you full? Fengju thought of the whole bowl of fried pork liver that Gu Yang had piled up like a mountain at Jinyangshuan. He felt a little physically uncomfortable, and his face was slightly stiff. It's okay. Chapter 42. Stay away from him. Gu Yang glanced at Fengju suspiciously. The micro-expression she caught just now did not mean that. She still took Fengju to go shopping and gave him material care. After returning to Gu's villa, she went to find Gu Jin and told her about the photo. Gu Jin lazily leaned on the computer chair, playing with a replica gun in her hand, casually raised her eyes to look at Gu Yang. Her tone was a bit cold. So you sold me? Gu Yang's gaze stayed on her gun for a moment. Good guy, it's a real gun. I almost forgot that the boss is also an ordnance designer. She added weakly, I sold your photo. Gu Jin let out a nonchalant sigh and asked again, have you practiced the piano today? Not yet. Let's go now. Seeing that the boss didn't care about this matter, Gu Yang immediately obediently went to practice the piano. Gu Jin also followed her to the piano room and sat on the windowsill listening to the piano as usual. Gu Yang played Moonlight, a lullaby. After so many days of observation, she finally confirmed that Gu Jin had a serious sleep disorder, and she often suffered from severe lack of sleep. Just now she went into Gu Jin's room to confess to her, and also noticed that there was a special sleeping pill on her desk. Looking at Gu Jin, who was already asleep leaning against the windowsill, Gu Yang was a little puzzled. How did Gu Jin suffer from such a serious sleep disorder? Has reached the point where the special sleeping pills can't control it? Sleep disorders are often caused by long-term ideological contradictions or excessive mental burden, mental work, long-term improper handling of the combination of work and rest, and weakness after illness. Could it be that the boss is using his brain too much? After all, the boss's vest is wrapped in layers like an onion, and each layer of identity has something to deal with. In this way, It is normal to be overworked. Played 3 wrong notes. Gu Jin frowned, raised her eyes to meet Gu Yang's gaze that had not yet been able to look away, and paused. What am I doing? Gu Yang, you look good. Gu Jin. After stopping at the end of the song, Gu Jin casually asked, Did you go out with Feng Ju again today? Gu Yang nodded. Gu Jin jumped down, yawned, and left the piano room. And when she reached the door, she suddenly said coldly, Stay away from him. Gu Yang. Gu Jin went downstairs and knocked on Feng Ju's door, glanced at the several full shopping bags in the bedroom, and cast a mocking gaze on him. Does it sound good? When Feng Ju opened the door and saw that it was Gu Jin, his eyes dimmed slightly. Knowing that Gu Jin was referring to the piano sound just now, he lowered his eyes and smiled lowly. Of course it sounds good. Gu Jin, play it for me. Feng Ju. He raised his eyes, and when he looked at Gu Jin, his eyes were still clear, but as cold as ice. The eyes of the 2 men met, as if they had clashed with each other. After a long time, Feng Ju chuckled and pointed to the pile of shopping bags in the bedroom. Give it to me. Take me out alone to buy it for me. Now Gu Jin's face turned cold. During dinner, Wan Shuling told Gu Jiaming everything about the day. She couldn't hold back the smile on her face and kept praising Gu Yang. Yang is indeed our pride. Gu Jiaming looked at Gu Yang with admiration, and together with Wan Shuling, he praised Gu Yang as unparalleled in the world. So embarrassing that Gu Yang was about to deduct a magic fairy castle. Taking advantage of Gu Xiaoming's good mood, Gu Yang said his request. Father, can you give me 2 guest places for the talking about Sangama with wine you invested in? Chapter 43. This is how blindly confident she is. It is rare for Gu Yang to make a request to himself, and of course Gu Xiaoming would not disagree. No problem. Yang, do you want to enter the entertainment circle? Tell your dad which variety show or drama you fancy, and dad will let you play the heroine directly. I will send you to debut at position C. Wan Shuling has always sneered at the behavior of Wan Chu and Wan Yan's 2 wealthy daughters mixing in the entertainment industry. But now that Gu Yang has entered the entertainment industry, she has a different attitude. We, Yang, are unparalleled in talent and appearance, and we are absolutely star-studded in the entertainment industry. Shine. It doesn't matter what the actress is after the movie. Gu Yang. This is how blindly confident she is in her. Gu Yang was a little dumbfounded. I didn't intend to become a star in the entertainment industry. Besides, I'm still a senior in high school. Gu Jiaming also thought of this question belatedly and coughed lightly in embarrassment. Didn't I just remember that you often live broadcast on the internet? So you thought you wanted to be a star. Then who do you want this guest spot for? Is it for Wan Yin and her boyfriend? Yang also asked him for some resources before, and they were all for Wan Yin and her boyfriend. Wan Shuling rolled her eyes. That little Wan Yin has hated Yang so much. How could Yang give her resources? Besides, hasn't she been terminated by Xiaofeng Entertainment? You are confused. Gu Xiaoming laughed dryly. I've been too busy recently, and my memory is not very good. Gu Yang explained. One spot is for cousin Wan Chu, and the other spot is for me. I will participate in variety shows with cousin Wan Chu as an amateur. With Wan Chu's current situation, she can't let her participate in variety shows alone. And if she wants to help her treat her depression, it's better to stay by her side. Gu Xiaoming was very surprised that Gu Yang wanted to participate in a variety show with Wan Chu. Yang, your cousin Wan Chu has retired, and she has a bad reputation now, so getting too close to her is not good for you. You want to be on a variety show if you want to play, you can also pick another artist from the company to go with you. Gu Yang knew that Gu Xiaoming was thinking of her, but she didn't go to variety shows to have fun, but to help Wan Chu get out of depression and help her clean up. It's okay, Dad. Cousin Wan Chu has agreed to go to variety shows with me. Besides, isn't there still Dad if there is anything else? Gu Yang smiled playfully. Gu Xiaoming nodded lovingly. That's right. Dad won't let you be raped like Wan Chu. Wan Chu was raped by the internet. The Wan family could suppress it if they wanted to, but the second uncle Wan didn't like Wan Chu and preferred Wan Yin, so he didn't bother to help Wan Chu suppress the heat. So he let her be raped by the internet violent. He is different. Before Yang was raped by the internet, he spent no money to suppress the heat. But it's strange to say that the money I searched for before was returned. Gu Xiaoming was amazed. Gu Yang looked at Gu Jin calmly. The money should have been returned by Su Yi before. Gu Xiaoming was very efficient. A few days later, the program team of Talk to Sungama with Wine officially announced the guest list for this time. To Gu Yang's surprise, Wang Yin and her boyfriend were among them. The popularity of this variety show has always been very high, and now the internet is also full of discussions. Wang Yin? Didn't the rumors say that she was banned by Mega Entertainment? How can she still be on variety shows? Block. Internal entertainment is not the world of Mega Entertainment. There is no smoke here, only a place for smoke. Now we, Yin Yin, are artists of Universal Entertainment. Universal Entertainment? Wang Yin is amazing. She jumped to the opposite company of Xiaofeng Entertainment so quickly. Chapter 44. Close the door and let the dogs go. Looking forward to the sweet interaction between Yin Yin and Chao Juning. Although Wang Yin revealed that she had harmed Gu Yang before, which caused her to lose millions of fans, since Wang Yin signed the Wang family's Huanyu Entertainment, after several public relations, she still retained most of her fans. In addition to Wang Yan's fans who were excited that their idol appeared on such a popular variety show, Wang Chu's fans were also pleasantly surprised. Is Chu Chu coming back to the entertainment industry? Very good. My sister is finally back. Burst crying. Since the love triangle between Wang Yin, Wang Chu, and Chao Juning, the fans of Wang Yin and Wang Chu can be said to be at odds. Now that we have gathered together, the common area will soon smell of gunpowder. Didn't Wang Chu's mistress be scolded to leave the circle? Why is there a variety show on the face? Could it be that he hasn't given up yet and went for Chao Juning? Wang Yin is the mistress. Then Chao Juning is a scumbag. We Chu Chu are not rare. Wang Yin is so vicious that he even hurt his good cousin, so she doesn't deserve to be in a variety show. It is clear that Wang Chutian is shameless and wants to intervene in his sister's feelings. My brother has already said that he is not familiar with Wang Chu, and his girlfriend is Wang Yin. There was a topic, and the popularity went up, but the passers-by didn't buy it, and the fans of other guests didn't like it either. What's going on with this episode? Have you become a tourist group of a wealthy daughter? One Wang Yin is fine, at least he is a second-tier player, but what happened to Wang Chu and Gu Yang? An 18 line, an amateur, what's so good about it? Is our season actor so humble? Want to be on a variety show with these monsters? I feel sorry for G actor. But by the way, can the actor of the season be able to watch up close the drama where two wealthy daughters compete for a man? The Wan family. In the dark room, Wang Chu was sitting in front of the dressing table, with fluffy hair and black eyes. She wasn't in the mood for makeup, she just quietly stared at the private messages of those netizens on the screen. Words such as "little 3" are everywhere. Her eyes were filled with sarcasm. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and it was the voice of Mr. Ruan. Chu Chu, are you inside? Wang Chu came back to his senses, turned off the screen, put all the medicine bottles on the table into the drawer, and then opened the door. Grandpa. It's so dark? Why didn't you open the curtains? Mr. Wan went in and opened the curtains. The sunlight shone through the glass into the bedroom, and the surrounding area instantly became spacious and bright. Mr. Wan turned his head and saw the black and haggard under Wang Chu's eyes, with pity in his eyes, and asked, Chu Chu, have you read those words on Weibo? Old man Wan never paid attention to entertainment news before, but since Wang Chu entered the entertainment circle, he secretly registered his personal Weibo, followed Wang Chu, made her a list, and even joined Wang Chu's support group wearing a vest. He also came to knock on her door, because he was afraid that Wang Chu would be bored in the room and be sad after seeing the comments on the internet that scolded Wang Chu. At this time, the security guard of the old house came to report, Master, Miss Gu is here. Xiao Jin is here. Mr. Wan raised a smile on his face and went downstairs excitedly. The security guard on the side. It's Miss Gu Yang. Mr. Ruan's expression dropped instantly. What else is she doing here? Let her go. He has already found out why Wang Chu's name appeared on the variety show guest list. It was all due to Gu Yang's good deeds. Chu Chu was raped by the internet. And she still has a face? Close the door. No, let the dog out. Let me out of the Tibetan Mastiff in the yard. Old man Wan said angrily. Is the old man talking about Xiaobai? Downstairs, the girl in a pale yellow dress looked up with a smile on her face, and at her feet lay a snow-white, huge snow mastiff. Chapter 45. When did Gu Yang get so thick-skinned? Her hands were placed on the furry head of the snow mastiff, while the snow mastiff was sticking out its tongue and smiling like a Samoyed, completely without its usual ferocity. Master Wan and the security guard. Wan Chu, who was following behind him, was stunned when he saw this scene in the living room. What's Xiaobai? This is Snow Mastiff. Old man Wan blew his beard and stared angrily. I still feel a little puzzled in my heart. In the past, when Guyang came to Ruan's house, he was scared when he saw this Snow Mastiff. So Ruan Shuling asked him to tie the Snow Mastiff to another place in the house. Why is she so bold now, daring to touch the Snow Mastiff's head? Moreover, the Snow Mastiff is fierce and violent. Even the masters of the Ruan family like them can't get close to it. How can it be so docile to Guyang now? Grandpa Ruan looked at the half of the dog chain on the ground and asked calmly, What's going on? Isn't the Snow Mastiff tied up? Why is the chain loose? Although he said just now that he wanted to let the dog drive Guyang away, his daughter and son-in-law really regarded this girl as his own daughter, and he didn't intend to really hurt her. He just wanted to scare her. But just after he finished speaking, the Snow Mastiff ran here. Looking at the iron chain, it is obviously broken from the middle. At this time, a security guard rushed in from outside, panting. Master, this subordinate has neglected his duty and failed to stop the Snow Mastiff from biting Miss Guyang. Just now, as soon as Miss Guyang entered the house, the Snow Mastiff broke free from the chain and rushed like crazy. If you pass by, your subordinates will not be able to catch up behind you. Seeing the intact Guyang and the docile Snow Mastiff on the ground, the security guard stuttered in surprise. Miss Guyang, are you okay? Just now he watched the Snow Mastiff chasing Miss Guyang with his own eyes. He was chasing the Snow Mastiff behind him, but he couldn't catch up no matter what, and his heart was so anxious. He has seen a person bitten by a Tibetan Mastiff with his own eyes, and it can be said that his body is bruised. Seeing the Snow Mastiff chasing Guyang, he thought at the time, it's over. Mr. Ruan's face darkened, and he was a little thankful that nothing happened, otherwise his daughter and son-in-law would definitely come to the house again. Housekeeper, pay him this month's salary. You can go, Old Man Ruan said seriously. Although the security guard was missing, he was not surprised. As a security guard, if he failed to stop the danger in time, he would definitely lose his job. It's also a good thing that Guyang is fine, otherwise he wouldn't just be fired. Mr. Ruan looked at Guyang. After all, this man was frightened by being chased by the Snow Mastiff in his house. He was somewhat guilty, and he couldn't get angry with Guyang just now. It's just that he was still angry with Guyang, and he tilted his head and glanced at her. What happened today is that my Ruan family is not well organized, which surprised you, and I will pay for your mental damage. This is just a polite word. Guyang is still a member of the Gu family. How can his own elders pay for the mental damage of the younger generation? Master Ruan thought that Guyang would refuse, and then gave him a step down. However, Guyang nodded, with a sincere face. Thank you, Grandpa. You don't need to give too much. Just give me 100,000 as pocket money. Master Ruan. Shameless. Ruan Chu was also shocked. When did Guyang become so thick-skinned? Although she is not the real daughter of the Gu family didn't treat her badly, right? Even her uncle and aunt treated her better than her daughter and son? She will be short of 100,000 yuan? Guyang's face remained unchanged. According to empathy and embarrassment in psychology, as long as she doesn't feel embarrassed, it is someone else who is embarrassed. Besides, she is really short of money recently. Since she wore the book, she has never asked her father and mother for money, and all she used was her original savings. Recently, he has been extravagant, often taking Feng Ju to Jinyangshuan for dinner and giving Feng Ju material care, and now he doesn't have much savings. Chapter 46 Surveillance was hacked. Guyang has a thick skin, but Mr. Ruan has a thin skin. He couldn't swallow what he said, so he had to reluctantly give Guyang a check for 100,000 yuan. Guyang took the check and put it away, patted the Snow Mastiff on the head. Xiaobai, pick up the chain. Master Ruan, I told you it's called Snow Mastiff. Seeing the Snow Mastiff biting the other end of the iron chain and putting it in Guyang's hand, Mr. Ruan's words got stuck behind him. Others were stunned again. Looking at the docile and lovely large Snow Mastiff dog surrounded by Guyang, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue, everyone fell into a bewildered silence. Master Ruan couldn't figure out why his ferocious snow mastiff was so docile to Gu Yang and listened to Gu Yang's words. Gu Yang held the other end of the iron chain and said to Mr. Ruan, "Grandpa, look at this iron chain." Mr. Ruan took the iron chain, and when he saw where the iron chain was broken, his old eyes were darkened, and his tone was filled with anger. "Housekeeper, tell the security guard not to leave, and you can check for me, who approached Xiao Xiao just now." "By no snow mastiff." Gu Yang showed him specifically, and he noticed that the iron chain that tied the dog was new, without rust or cracks, and the breaks were so regular, it was obviously broken by someone with large pliers. How can such a docile dog like Xiao Bai attack people suddenly? "Grandpa, why don't you let someone check the dog food again?" Gu Yang stroked the furry head of the snow mastiff. Master Ruan nodded and asked the butler to investigate together. He just looked at Gu Yang with inquiring eyes. "How did you stop the little snow mastiff?" "According to what your security guard just said, the snow mastiff should have rushed towards Gu Yang like crazy. As for why it rushed towards Gu Yang, it may be because it has never been in contact with Gu Yang, and it regards Gu Yang as a stranger." Gu Yang blinked his eyes, serious. "Maybe it's because the snow mastiff thinks I'm pretty, so it didn't hurt me?" Master Ruan only thought that snow mastiff went crazy intermittently. Maybe when he just caught up with Gu Yang, he was normal. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Soon, the butler came back. "Master, the dog food has been sent for testing, and the results will be available in an hour, but—" "What's the matter?" Mr. Ruan asked when he saw him hesitating. "Steward, however, the monitoring near the snow mastiff is gone." Master Ruan was surprised. "It's gone?" "Steward, it should have been hacked." Mr. Ruan's face turned dark. It was only a guess at first, but now it is completely confirmed that someone has tampered with the snow mastiff. "What is this for? Want to kill someone?" Master Ruan said coldly. "Check it out for me. Check it out thoroughly. Has anyone approached the snow mastiff today?" "Where's Ruan Yin?" Old man Ruan asked the nanny again. Nanny Aunt Lu said, "Second miss, second master, and second madam have gone out and haven't come back yet." In other words, Ruan Yin was not present. Just because he wasn't there doesn't mean he couldn't instruct others to do it. Gu Yang decided to use the green tea skills of the original body. "Grandpa, Cousin Ruan Yin shouldn't be so mad and want to harm me, right? Before I came to the old Ruan family house, I saw Cousin Ruan Yin at a crossroads. She is not at home. Did it fail, or did you instruct someone else to do it?" "Ruan Chu." Master Ruan's mouth twitched. When he can't hear it, it's hinting at him. Master Ruan asked, "Did you meet Ruan Yin before you came? Where did you meet?" "Gu Yang. At 8:20 at the intersection of Jinxiu Road and Guangming Avenue. At that time, it was the morning rush hour, and there was a traffic jam for about half an hour. When I pressed the window, I saw Cousin Ruan Yin in the opposite car." Chapter 47. Su Yi, take the order? Master Ruan's eyes were heavy. That intersection is the only way to go from Gu's house to Ruan's house. It is only a 10-minute drive from Ruan's house, but it was rush hour when Gu Yang came, and there was a traffic jam for half an hour. Then there is at least 40 minutes, which is enough for Ruan Yin to tell the people in the old house to do something to the snow mastiff. It's a pity that there is no monitoring, and there are so many servants in the old house. It will be really difficult to check for a while. Gu Yang swiped open WeChat and clicked to open a dialog box with a picture of Jesus. This is Su Ye's WeChat. After meeting Jin Yangxian last time, he asked for her WeChat. She thought that she was also a top hacker on the dark web, so she added him as a friend. It just happens to be available now. "Gu Yang. Su Yi, take the order? Help me recover a surveillance video." Su Yi replied in seconds, "I don't take orders. The little fairy's business is my business. What recording do you want to restore?" Gu Yang's mouth twitched, thinking of Su Ye's high commission and her meager wallet. He didn't refuse. "Thank you very much. Surveillance at the Ruan family's old house in Jincheng." "Su Yu, okay." Su Yu was very efficient. After a while, the housekeeper of the Ruan family came over and said, "Master, the monitoring has been restored." It was Aunt Lu who cut the iron chain with the pliers and drugged the snow mastiff. Mr. Ruan suddenly looked at Aunt Lu standing in the living room with sharp eyes. "What else do you have to say?" Aunt Lu was surprised across her face. As if she didn't expect the monitoring to resume again, she was incoherent for a while. It's not me. I didn't intend to murder Miss Guyang. If you have anything to say, go to the police station. Butler, send him to the police station. Old man Ruan's face was sullen, obviously furious. Guyang's eyes were filled with smiles. Speaking of which, she is protecting Gu Jin from disaster today. In the original book, Ruan Yin also played such a trick of lending a dog to harm people. It's just that in the original book, Yuanjin and Ruan Yin still have a plastic sisterhood, and Ruan Yin is jealous of Gu Jin, so the design object is not her, but Gu Jin. But now because she is wearing a book, the plot has changed, and she broke with Ruan Yin, which aroused Ruan Yin's hatred. On the contrary, Gu Jin didn't get any hatred because of this. But Ruan Yin's trick couldn't succeed no matter it was against her or Gu Jin. Gu Jin's force value is abnormal, and he can kick a flying snow mastiff. Even if it doesn't work, the snow mastiff can be destroyed with one shot. As for her, her force value should not be abnormal to the level of Gu Jin, but her hypnotism is not only effective for humans, but also more effective for animals. Temporarily resolve this bad thing. Mr. Ruan no longer had the energy to question Master Gu Yangxing, and just asked, "What are you doing here? Looking for Grandpa for tea?" Gu Yang leaned back on the sofa, fiddling with the tea set. Mr. Ruan's eyelids twitched, thinking of the tea set that was almost taken away by Gu Yang last time. Gu Yang looked at Mr. Ruan's nervous appearance, smiled, and looked at Ruan Chu. "I'm here to find my cousin." "Ruan Chu, looking for me?" Gu Yang reminded. "Cousin Ruan Chu will not forget what you promised me last time, right? You promised to participate in variety shows." Ruan Chu, "Oh, when what variety show?" Gu Yang. 2 days later, talk about the wine. Ruan Chu was slightly startled and raised his voice. "What did you say? Talking about wine? That live variety show filmed by director Chen. She has been in the entertainment industry for more than 3 years, so of course she knows about the popular variety show talking about Sangama with wine. She originally thought that Gu Yang wanted her to participate in a variety show because he wanted to torment her in another way, and the choice would not be a good variety show. Unexpectedly, what she asked her to participate in was such a popular variety show that even a first-line star could only dream of. Chapter 48. This child is paranoid and hopeless. She turned on her mobile phone, only to find out that in the private messages scolding her, there were also many saying that she was not worthy of talking about Sangama with wine. Looking at the hot searches on Weibo again, the entry for Jinghao Zhengchuchulai, Sangjoa, Sangma Jinghao is also high on it. She didn't need to click to open it. She knew that few people called her unworthy. Ruan Chu twitched the corners of her mouth and looked at Gu Yang with a bit of sarcasm on her face. "Gu Yang, how much do you hate me? In order to let me be bullied by the internet again, even the program invested by your father can be dragged into the water." She also saw the entry of hashtag just now. Gu Yang looked at Ruan Chu with dark eyes. Could it be that he is not only suffering from depression, but also has persecution paranoia? She has always been gentle with her patients, so she said softly, "Cousin, look carefully. Who else is on the guest list?" Even if she wanted to cheat Ruan Chu, she wouldn't cheat herself with her, right? Ruan Chu clicked on the official blog of Talking About Sangma with Wine, and when he saw the list of guests, his eyes turned cold. Ruan Yin. Gu Yang. Next. Ruan Chu's pupils narrowed slightly, almost gnashing his teeth. Chao Jun. Ning. Gu Yang, you are really murderous. Let her watch the pair of scumbags showing affection together. Nothing is better than sprinkling salt on her wounds. The corner of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. This persecution paranoia is in its advanced stage, right? She said helplessly, "Cousin, take a closer look. Is there the word Gu Yang on it?" Ruan Chu discovered that the last guest list was genius pianist Gu Yang at Long Lei Do Hak. She looked at Gu Yang in surprise, with suspicion in her eyes. "What trick are you trying to play? See my jokes up close?" Gu Yang. "It's over. The child's persecution paranoia is hopeless." Gu Yang simply said, "That's right, just to see your jokes. Come on, go out with me for a while, in preparation for me to watch the jokes up close." Ruan Chu glared at Gu Yang, but after all, she promised Gu Yang to appear on variety shows, so she didn't refuse. After following Gu Yang into the car, she realized a problem belatedly. She didn't seem to be as resistant as before when she went out this time, and the mood is not as heavy as before. This reminded her that the last time she had a tea art competition with Gu Yang, It was as if a fire had been lit in her heart for the whole day, and it kept burning, which made her feel the long-lost passion and vitality. Ruanshu looked sideways at Guyang, who was sitting next to her. As her depression became more and more serious, she rarely had other emotions except irritability and depression. Could it be that Guyang was so angry that she let her got a different mood? "Where are you taking me?" Ruanshu asked, looking out the window. "Guyang, beauty salon." The variety show is live broadcast, but there is not so much post-processing, and there may be scenes without makeup. Go to variety shows in your current state and stand with Ruan Yin and the others. Make it a joke. Ruanshu looked at himself in the rearview mirror. His eyes were black and blue, his skin was dry, and he was obviously haggard and depressed. Indeed, she was completely different from her glamorous self in the past. You're right. She herself is in the entertainment industry, so she naturally knows how dead it is to appear in the live broadcast without makeup in her current state. After getting out of the car, Ruanshu looked at the high-end beauty salon in front of him, which was well received by Jincheng wealthy circles, and nodded as he walked in. "Your vision is not bad." Guyang grabbed her, pointed to the small beauty salon next to the high-end beauty salon, and said, "Cousin Ruanshu, this is what I want to take you to." Chapter 49, produced by the boss. It must be a boutique. Ruanshu looked at the two-thirds smaller beauty salon next to the high-end beauty salon and fell silent, especially when he saw the banner 10% off for new openings hanging at the door. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Ruanshu, Guyang, are you kidding me? I've never heard of Good's beauty salon. You let me go in for a beauty treatment." Guyang took her hand and walked in without any explanation. It is unknown now, but in the future, it may be more popular than the neighbor next door. Don't forget, when Jin Yangxian first came out a few years ago, he was also a little-known small private restaurant. This is the new beauty salon opened by the hostess Gu Jin. Produced by the boss, it must be a boutique. Now that I'm going, I'm making money. Ruanshu was pulled in by Guyang without love. There was a moment before she naively thought that Guyang was doing it for her own good. This clearly wanted her to make a fool of herself in front of the whole country. "Cousin Ruanshu, if you're really worried, I can do a beauty treatment with you, but I'm running out of money recently, so you have to pay for it." Guyang smiled brightly. Ruanshu showed disdain. "You just took 100,000 yuan from my grandfather, and you are still tight? Guyang, when did you not only have a thick skin, but also become so stingy? Isn't it just money for a beauty treatment? I paid for you." Guyang's eyes were bright and clear. "Thank you, cousin." To Ruanshu's surprise, although the Good Beauty Salon is not high-end on the outside, it is exquisite on the inside. Moreover, she really felt much more comfortable after sitting down with this whole set of beauty procedures. "My condition in the mirror has also improved significantly. Not to mention my skin is more supple, the bruises under my eyes have also faded, and the blood in my eyes has disappeared. This feeling is actually several times better than that of the high-end beauty salon next door. Ms. Ruan, you and Ms. Gu have spent a total of 200,000 yuan on the bill." At this time, the waiter came over with the printed bill and said. Ruanshu took the bill and was shocked. "What did you say? 200,000 yuan?" The waiter smiled and pointed to a wall. "Yes, the prices are clearly marked. It costs more than 5,000 to apply one piece of your mask? Is your mask made of gold?" Ruanshu couldn't help complaining. The waiter is obviously used to such situations. The masks launched by our Good are all unsold in the market, natural herbal essence, no additives, ultra pure. Ruanshu heard black lines all over her head. She is rich, but she is not a fool with a lot of money. Stop. The international high-end beauty salon next door to yours only costs a few thousand yuan for a beauty treatment. Your beauty treatment is more expensive than other people's plastic surgery. Waiter. Yes, that's what we charge for Good. Guyang curled his lips and smiled. Gu Jin is taking the high-end route, and the price is certainly not the same as other beauty salons. Moreover, Good's facial masks are all high-tech drugs developed by Gu Jin himself, and the effect is immediate, and they are natural and have no side effects, so they are totally worth the money. This means that Good has just opened and has not yet become famous. Otherwise, they will not be able to come in without making an appointment 3 months in advance. Guyang returned Ruanshu's words. "Cousin, you are not so stingy. You are not willing to give up even 200,000. Ruanshu, Who picks like you? Gu Yang smiled brightly. Yes, my cousin is the most generous, so she will definitely satisfy my small request of getting a membership card and buying some skincare products back home, right? Chapter 50. Gu Yang, you are so welcome. After Ruan Chugang finished speaking, of course he would not slap his own mouth, but his mouth was still unforgiving. You pick. Pick whatever you want. With the things from this black shop, you won't be afraid of bad face. I won't be polite if my cousin said that. Gu Yang smiled so that his brows and eyes curved like a crescent moon. Ruan Chu. Heh, it's as if you were polite before. Then, Ruan Chu saw how rude Gu Yang said he was. The membership card and various skincare products add up to 8 million. Ruan Chu's heart ached when she swiped the card. This is not a small amount for her. Not counting her share dividends and pocket money in the Gu family, 8 million is her income from being a second-tier star in the entertainment industry for half a year. During these days, she was depressed, thinking that she was indifferent to fame and fortune for these money and vulgar things, but she didn't expect to feel such pain now. Gu Yang, you are really rude. Ruan Chu gritted his teeth as he looked at the pile of skincare products that Gu Yang mentioned. Gu Yang smiled softly and well-behaved, harmless to humans and animals. It's rare to come to the beauty salon of the big brother and sister. If you don't take advantage of other people's ignorance, first search for more skincare products and go back. Gu Yang has no psychological burden on spending Ruan Chu's money. After all, before publishing the book, with her prestige in the field of psychology and psychiatry, helping people follow up and cure mental illness, that's all starting at the beginning. Just assume that she has paid some treatment expenses in advance. Coming out of the beauty salon, Ruan Chu felt a lot more relaxed, but when he saw two people not far away, he stopped in his tracks and froze in place. She pursed her lips, her face pale. Gu Yang followed her gaze and happened to see Ruan Yin, who was walking towards the beauty salon next door. Ruan Yin was wearing a mask, wrapped tightly, and was holding a white man wearing a mask. That is Chao Juning, Ruan Chu's ex-boyfriend, Ruan Yin's current boyfriend. Chao Juning is a popular young meat in the entertainment industry. When he and Ruan Chu fell in love, it was the rising period of their careers, so they didn't open their relationship. It is precisely because of this that Chao Juning later cheated on Ruan Yin, and when Ruan Chu asked Chao Juning to question him, he was scolded as a third party. In fact, Chao Juning is just a badass. He originally got together with Ruan Chu because of her status as the eldest lady of the Ruan family. Later, he found out that Ruan Yin was more favored than Ruan Chu, and after Ruan Yin was able to use the relationship of the Gu family to help him get more resources, only then did he decisively abandon Ruan Chu and go with Ruan Yin. As for Ruan Yin, she took away Chao Juning purely to take away Ruan Chu's things. She was jealous of Ruan Chu since childhood. In her opinion, since she is also the daughter of the Ruan family, why is Ruan Chu the high-ranking young lady, while she is an illegitimate daughter? Ruan Yin and Chao Juning also noticed Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. Surprise and pity flashed across Ruan Yin's eyes. First, he didn't expect that Gu Yang was safe and sound, and second, he didn't expect that Gu Yang and Ruan Chu would get together. Aren't they always at odds? But Ruan Yin never wanted to miss an opportunity to stimulate Ruan Chu. Ruan Chu didn't go out during this time, and Mr. Ruan didn't allow Chao Juning to visit, so she couldn't stimulate Ruan Chu right now. So he came over with Chao Juning on his arm, looked at Ruan Chu with a smile, and said, "Sister, why are you so busy shopping today? By the way, maybe you haven't seen Juning for a long time, right? We are discussing that we will get engaged next month." Chapter 51 is just a charity. Ruan Chu looked at the smug Ruan Yin in front of him, and Chao Juning, who disdained to look at him, and couldn't help digging his nails into his flesh. At this time, Gu Yang next to him chuckled and said to Ruan Yin, "Cousin Ruan Yin is the one who really has leisure time. Why, hasn't Grandpa called you back yet? It stands to reason that Aunt Lu should confess Ruan Yin now." Ruan Yin shrank her eyes when she heard the words, but soon returned to normal. "I don't understand what my cousin is talking about." She deliberately found a hacker to delete the monitoring of Aunt Lu's manipulation of Snow Mastiff, so Aunt Lu would never be found. Naturally, they couldn't find her. There is no evidence, so what if Gu Yang suspects that she did it? At this moment, the cell phone in Ruan's cigarette bag rang. She clicked on it and found that it was Mr. Ruan calling. After hearing the angry voice of the old man on the other end of the phone, Ruan Yan's face changed suddenly. and the eyes that looked at Guyang also flashed a bit cold. Chao Juning on the side realized something was wrong, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Ruan Yan's face was ugly. "Grandpa told me to go back to the old house now." When Ruan Yan turned his head and left, Guyang said again, "I wish cousin Ruan Yan a happy engagement in advance." But cousin Ruan Yan was an illegitimate daughter before, and she probably didn't know that she hadn't been nurtured by a wealthy family. Like cousin Ruan Chu, it's okay to enter the entertainment circle and play with the little boy, but it's impossible to get married. Ruan Yan's footsteps stopped, and the hand holding the bag was suddenly clenched. What she has always hated the most is being said to be an illegitimate daughter. What's more, Guyang also hinted that she has shallow eyelids and no insight. Every word pierced her heart. Of course, she couldn't really get engaged to the starlet Chao Juning. It was just to stimulate Ruan Chu just now. Chao Juning's expression also became gloomy in an instant. What he hates the most is being called a jerk. "Cousin, you still have to be careful when speaking." Guyang interrupted her. "My cousin is not in the country. The only cousin is Ruan Chu." "So who is your cousin now?" Chao Juning did not expect that Guyang would be so shameless. It was very ugly. "Cousin, do you think so?" Guyang blinked and looked at Ruan Chu. Ruan Chu looked at those eyes that were like a stream of clear springs, and felt that the anger that was about to burn her reason just now was extinguished, and the whole person calmed down, nodded. "Yang is right. Although the stars are glamorous, in fact, many people in the wealthy circle don't think highly of them, and even scorn them as actors. Many people in the circle will also enter the circle to play, or play celebrities, but when they get engaged and married, they still choose the wealthy daughter and young master who are well-matched. It's just that she loved Chao Juning in the past, and for his sake, she didn't care about these prejudices." Chao Juning looked at Ruan Chu in disbelief, but she didn't expect her to think so. The bottom of my heart was even more annoyed, and sneered. "Sure enough, Ruan Chu, you keep saying you love me, but in fact you don't look down on me. Your kindness to me is nothing more than charity." Ruan Chu felt chilled when he heard such words. Waiting until the two left, 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of Ruan Chu's eyes. "Isn't it funny that I fell in love with such a thing before?" Ruan Chu twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled wryly. Guyang asked the driver to put the things she bought in the trunk, and then silently followed her. Ruan Chu walked along the noisy street. "You are also wondering why I like that scumbag?" Not to mention, Guyang is indeed quite puzzled. Based on Ruan Chu's conditions, if it's Yin Kong, the actor will choose her. She shouldn't fall in love with a second-tier fresh meat. Chapter 52. Can a fake be compared to Ruan Yin? At that time, when I first entered the entertainment industry, everyone was against it. Even my grandfather was against it. In order to let me quit, my family didn't give me any help, and I didn't disclose the identity of the daughter of the Ruan family. I met him in the same crew. He was the second male lead, and I was the humble female supporting role. When no one supported me, only he silently accompanied me and supported me. I have a passion for breaking into the entertainment circle, but I have no acting skills. I am always NG, and it is he who takes the trouble to play with me. Later, when I fell in love with him, I confessed my identity to him. As I gradually became popular in the entertainment industry, my grandfather didn't object to my acting anymore. In private, I also used my contacts to help him find a lot of resources. He has a strong self-esteem. In order to take care of his self-esteem, I didn't tell him a lot. I didn't expect that in his opinion, my actions to help him would be it as charity. It's ridiculous. I found out later that he already knew my identity and approached me on purpose. Since the turmoil in Shaosan, she has been bored at home, and she has no chance to say these things to others. Now I finally have the chance to tell it all. It's just that Ruan Chu would never have imagined that the object of her confidence would be this cousin who has always had trouble with her. Guyang tirelessly followed Ruan Chu, listened to her venting words, did not comment, just followed her. It is a good change that patients with depression are willing to confide. And in the process of Ruan Chu talking, what she has to do is to listen and accompany. After venting, Ruan Chu wiped away tears, stopped to look at Guyang and asked, "Guyang, why did you help me just now?" Guyang also stopped and stood in front of Ruan Chu, with a smile on his exquisite and beautiful face. His whole body was warm and gentle, making him feel like a warm sun. "You are my cousin. Of course I will help you. Be sensible and do something that I'm sorry to you, and I won't be like that in the future." Wan Chu turned his eyes away. Who is your cousin? My cousin is Gu Jin. As for the words, the past is past, she couldn't say it. The harm has already been done, so what can an apology do? How can the past be as simple as the past? But the current Gu Yang is indeed not as annoying as before. Ruan's old house. As soon as Ruan Yin returned, he was scolded by Mr. Ruan. Don't go back to the old house in the future. The Ruan family doesn't have such a vicious daughter like you. Ruan Yin was in a hurry. Grandpa, you called me back in a hurry. What happened? Ruan Jihao and Su Yun are also there. Su Yun, Dad, Yin Yin doesn't know about this either. I think it's that Aunt Lu who was slandering Yin Yin. Shut up. Besides, you're going to get out together too. Aunt Lu has an extra million in her account. It was Ruan Yin who called her, and Aunt Lu's words were tested by a lie detector. What else does Ruan Yin have? Say. Mr. Ruan showed his power. Su Yun shut up instantly, but looked at Ruan Jihao for help. Ruan Jihao didn't take it seriously. Dad, are you making too much of a fuss? Isn't Guyang okay? Besides, she's not the daughter of the Gu family. She's just a fake. So what if she was really bitten to death by the snow mastiff? Wei Yin Yin, is your granddaughter comparable to that fake? Master Ruan was about to have a heart attack. Second brother seems to have forgotten what happened last time. Yang Yang is the daughter of the Gu family, but second brother, you are confused. An illegitimate daughter who can't stand on the stage. Can you compare with Yang Yang? Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming walked in. Chapter 53, Expelling Ruan Yin from the Ruan family. Sister, brother-in-law, why are you here? Seeing Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming, second uncle Ruan felt guilty. Ruan Shuling sneered. If I don't come again, are you going to let go of the murderer who wanted to murder Yang Yang again? Gu Xiaoming also said seriously, second brother, if you don't give an explanation at this time today, we will have to meet in court. Seeing that the two of them were so serious, Ruan Jihao didn't dare to take this matter seriously. Mr. Ruan just didn't want to make this matter a big deal. After all, family ugliness should not be publicized. If the Ruan family had a daughter who went to prison, it would be a shame. That's why he called Gu Jiaming and Ruan Shuling over to solve it privately. Jihao, Ruan Yin is your daughter. You can handle it yourself. If this matter is not handled properly, the reputation of the Ruan family will be ruined, and I will not give you the company shares at ease. Mr. Ruan has already mentioned this point, and Ruan Jihao also realized that today's matter cannot be revealed casually. Although he dotes on Ruan Yin, he cares more about his stock status. Ruan Jihao turned his head and slapped Ruan Yin. Naughty girl, haven't you remembered the lesson from last time? How dare you hurt Yang Yang so viciously? Ruan Jihao was indeed a little annoyed. The point is that you just do it cleanly, and don't let people catch you. Su Yun and Ruan Yin were startled. Ruan Yin covered her face, tears streaming down her face. Su Yun hugged her and glared at Ruan Jihao. What are you doing? Is there something you can't say well, and you want to slap Yin Yin in front of so many people? Ruan Jihao ignored her, but looked at Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling, and said embarrassingly, Sister, brother-in-law, I will discipline Ruan Yin well, and ask her to apologize to Yang Yang. Ruan Shuling refused to let it go. Apologize? If the apology is useful, what did the police do? Second brother, don't blame me for not giving you face. This is not the first time. Although we, Yang Yang, are excellent, we haven't provoked her much. Ruan Yin, have we? Why does she insist on killing Yang Yang? Gu Xiaoming also refused to give in. Ruan Jihao collected his expression, knowing that he was wrong, and asked compromisingly, Then what do you think? You can't really let Ruan Yin go to jail, can you? Ruan Shuling sternly said, Divorce that woman, and drive this mother and daughter out of Jincheng. Didn't Ruan Yin look down on Yang Yang, who became a fake daughter, just because she was the real daughter of the Ruan family? Then let her continue to be that shameful, illegitimate daughter. Ruan Yin, who was covering her face and crying in Su Yun's arms, suddenly raised her head and looked at Ruan Shuling in disbelief. Auntie. Obviously, she is Ruan Shuling's relative, but Guyang is just an outsider who wants to occupy the magpie's nest. Su Yun didn't expect that she would be involved. She finally succeeded as a mistress, so of course she didn't want to go back to her previous life. Jihao, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's because I didn't discipline Yin Yin well. I will definitely do it in the future. Discipline her well. Seeing that Ruan Jihao was silent and hesitant, she looked at Ruan Shuling again, and forced her to ask, Shuling, do you insist on breaking up your second brother's wife for a fake daughter? How can a married sister make a brother divorce his sister-in-law? Gu Xiaoming stood in front of Ruan Shuling, ignored Su Yun, and looked at Ruan Jihao. Second brother, what Shuling means is also what I mean. If you can't do it, then each of you should contact a lawyer. We are all a family, and you don't want to. I hope it's too ugly, right? Master Ruan also looked at Ruan Jihao coldly, and didn't say anything about Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling's request. At the beginning, he didn't agree with Ruan Jihao taking his mistress back home, and he didn't like Ruan Yin, his illegitimate daughter. It's just that Ruan Jihao was fascinated by Su Yun and insisted on going his own way, and he couldn't stop him no matter what. Chapter 54. She suspects that the younger brother has crankiness. Ruan Jihao struggled, but finally agreed to Ruan Shuling's request. After the Gu family left and went back to the room, Ruan Jihao hugged Su Yun, who was crying and red-eyed, and said, Okay, stop making trouble. Divorce is just a stopgap measure. Now my father and brother-in-law are angry, and my sister is confused again. Yes, maybe Yin Yin will go to jail. I have wronged you and Yin Yin during this time. I have a suite in Liangcheng next door. You and Yin Yin will move in first. After a while, I will go and bring you back. Seeing Ruan Jihao's impatience, Su Yun didn't say anything, but just like Ruan Yin, she hated Gu Yang. Gu Yang and Ruan Chu just came out of the barber shop when they saw the message from Ruan Shuling and Gu Zhiming. Ruan Shuling sent a voice. Yang, Mom and Dad have already taught that little Ruan Yin a lesson for you. Your second uncle has gone to divorce with Su Yun, and they will be kicked out of Jinqing tomorrow, and that little Ruan Yin will also be kicked out of Ruan's house. Balabara's passage is all about what happened to the Ruan family. That paragraph is followed by, WeChat transfer 200,000. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mom. Looking at WeChat again, Gu Xiaoming also transferred 200,000 to her. Gu Yang, thank you, Dad. Ruan Chu also heard Ruan Shuling's voice from the side, and was somewhat envious in his heart. Ruan Chu also understood Ruan Yan's character, so he reminded, Don't be too happy too soon. Ruan Yin is not only jealous, strong-minded, and vicious, but also retribution. You made her suffer such a big loss. She will definitely not just let it go, yes. And with Ruan Jihao's love for that woman, he will definitely find a way to bring them back. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you think your grandpa will do nothing? Master Ruan probably doesn't want the mother and daughter to go back to Ruan's house even more than she does, right? After all, the mother and daughter hurt Ruan Chu so deeply. Ruan Chu was taken aback for a moment, but a feeling of warmth rose from the bottom of his heart, and he blamed himself. Grandpa is so old, she shouldn't make him worry so much. Maybe she should do something about it. Ruan Chu's eyes gradually became firm. Gu Yang on the side noticed her slight expression, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Since the official announcement of the guest list in talking about Sangama with wine, there have been heated discussions on the internet, and Gu Yang has also received greetings from many relatives and friends. The younger brother Gu Pei, who is training in the esports club, the grumpy boy tried his best to suppress his anger, and called her and asked her, Sister, did Gu Jin force you to run away from home? Why did you go to a variety show? Gu Yang didn't quite understand the brain circuit of this younger brother. How did it involve Gu Jin? She said truthfully, No. However, Gu Pei's tone on the other side was even more annoyed. As if seeing Gu Yang being held by Gu Jin's neck with a knife, he swore, Sister, don't worry, when I come back, I will help you drive that bumpkin away. I won't let you be wronged again. A coach-like voice came from the other end, calling Gu Pei to go online, and then the phone was hung up. Gu Yang. No, listen to me. She suspects that the younger brother has crankiness. She turned her head suddenly and saw Gu Jin, who was wearing a black suspender dress with icy muscles, standing at the door of the room behind her. She was startled, and she felt a little guilty. Sister. She knew that the misunderstanding should be solved in time, so she explained, I didn't want to drive you away. The Gu family is yours in the first place, and even if you want to leave, I will go. Gu Jin leaned against the door. Her posture was lazy. Her brows were raised slightly, evil and cold. She looked up at Gu Yang and said in a low tone, So you really plan to run away from home? Chapter 55. That's my sister. Gu Yang. The boss's focus is not right. Gu Jin's eyes were too penetrating, which made Gu Yang feel like he was being seen through. Although she never revealed it in front of the Gu family, she did plan to run away from home, but now is not the time. She has her principles, and she can't occupy the magpie's nest with peace of mind like the original body, enjoying everything that should be for others. But she wore the original body and enjoyed everything of the Gu family, so she couldn't just abandon the Gu family in such an ungrateful manner and take care of herself alone. So she chooses to stay in the Gu family temporarily, to help the Gu family out of crisis and prevent the Gu family from committing suicide. It is best to build a good relationship with the heroine Gu Jin and the villain's younger brother Feng Ju, and leave the Gu family when the time is right. Even Wan Shuling didn't notice her thoughts. How could Gu Jin notice it? Gu Jin didn't wait for her reply, turned around and left. She seemed to just ask casually and didn't care about it afterwards. Afterwards, Gu Yang received calls from other friends, and almost all of the messages they sent were asking her, is she really going to be on a variety show? Could it be that he couldn't get along in the Gu family, so he entered the entertainment industry to be self-reliant? Some are sincerely concerned, some are gloating, and some are purely gossiping and curious. Gu Yang didn't have time to reply one by one, so he simply reposted the program official's Weibo to Moments and added the words, "See you in the live broadcast room of Talk About Sungama with Wine at 9 o'clock tomorrow." Wan Shuling was the first to leave a message below. Support my family Yanya. At the same time, forward the original Weibo to the employee group of Shui Yao Jewelry Company. Support my good daughter. Employees' first reaction. Who is this, so arrogant, chasing stars into the work group? Don't die. After reading the notes clearly. Damn. Boss. Seconds to withdraw. Immediately following the full screen is. Support second miss. I won't go to work tomorrow weekend. I will definitely watch it on time. Although everyone can see that Shui Yao is in danger under the attack of Sue's jewelry, but their good workplace quality keeps them from offending their boss. Even if Shui Yao dies, isn't there still Gu's group supporting her? As expected, Gu Zhiming and Wan Shuling are husband and wife. After seeing Gu Yang's circle of friends, he also left a message of support and concern, and repeated Wan Shuling's operation, and forwarded Weibo to the Gu Group employee group, Xiaofeng Entertainment Group, and other groups. Also let everyone in the Gu Group and its companies know that even if the real daughter returns, Gu Yang is still the little princess of the Jinsheng Gu family. Gu Yang glanced at it casually. There were already several rows of likes and moments, and the messages were swiping the screen even more. Ignoring those yin and yang and mocking messages, she replied in a unified way. Thank you for your support. At this time, she noticed with sharp eyes that Feng Ju also left her a message, and the words were all cute. Support sister, sister must take care of herself. Immediately afterwards, Gu Jin also left a message. It's going smoothly. Gu Pei also popped up, first maintained the format to support and care for a while. Then I sealed Feng Ju, and the words were irritable. That's my sister. At the same time, I called Gu Jin. You wait for me. The corners of Gu Yang's mouth twitched. Although Gu Pei was set in the novel as an irritable second-year boy who would blow up at one point, from a psychologist's point of view, it was hard for her not to suspect that the child had irascibility. What she didn't know was that Gu Pei, who had just lost the replay over there, was in the midst of a fierce game, when life was at stake, and suddenly the screen went black and couldn't turn on. Gu Pei. Grass. Chapter 56, talking about Sungama with wine. Ji Jingqi leaned lazily on the sofa. Seeing the manager hang up the phone angrily, he pushed a cup of chrysanthemum tea in front of him. Shut down the fire. Gulu Gulu, the manager, drank the chrysanthemum tea, but still couldn't get rid of his anger. It's too much. Talk about Sungama with wine doesn't take us seriously. You are a top-tier movie star. To actually let you go on a variety show with those second-tier and third-tier stars, this is too low-grade. What kind of variety show is this? Each of them brings money into the group, and they all become a tour group for the daughters of wealthy families. Jingqi, why don't we cancel? There are still several invitations to variety shows here. Ji Jingqi squinted his eyes, and the white light shone on his face, reflecting a clear and handsome face, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Why do you want to return it? Liquidated damages are not low. Besides, watching a big show from a wealthy family up close, isn't it? More interesting. The agent choked, Yes, this actor is a clear stream in the entertainment industry, and variety shows are all based on a whim. But with this casual attitude, he has become the youngest actor in Huagua. It is simply God chase and feed. In addition to filming, this actor also has another hobby, which is watching movies. The director of Talking About Sangama with Wine, who was hung up by the agent over there, was relieved to see that Best Actor G didn't say he was going to quit the variety show. Fortunately, Best Actor G has been retained. And this season will depend on Best Actor G to stabilize the ratings rate. Originally, the 8 people they planned to invite to the variety show were all first-tier celebrities, but the main investor, Chairman Gu, called and increased investment, but 2 people were stuffed. An artist Wan Chu, who was scolded out of the industry because of the mistress incident, and Gu Yang, a little princess from the Gu family. It's okay to stuff 2 people. There are 6 first-line big names. The 2 young ladies probably left after playing 2 episodes. Immediately afterwards, the second investor, Miss Wan's group, also added investment and also added 2 people, Wan Yin and Chao Juning, both artists below the second tier. What the hell? A good first-line variety show has been pulled down. However, they are all the fathers of the Gold Masters, and neither of the 2 mountains can be offended. Director Chin and the planner looked at each other and sighed. Sunday at 9 o'clock. Talk About Sangama V with wine. The old man has chicken millet. Invited me to Tion's house. Tree edge of the village together. Aoyama, Gua Oblique. Open the garden of noodles and talk about wine and mulberry. Mama Sang is on the air. Silkworm babies are coming. Link. The 8 guests also reposted the Weibo of Talk About Sangama with Wine immediately. There were already fans of the guests and variety show fans squatting in the live broadcast room. At 9 o'clock sharp, the screen in the live broadcast room turned from dark to bright. The small farmyard with white walls and black tiles covered by bamboos comes into view. The camera pans slowly, and the climbing vines surround the walls in the courtyard, full of roses, and the cool breeze blows in midsummer, blowing off the petals. A fair young man in sportswear ran around the house. When he ran in the morning, he raised his hand to touch the thin sweat on his forehead, and the corner of his clothes naturally pulled up, revealing a small section of strong abdominal muscles. The barrage in the live room instantly skyrocketed. Brother Fu's abs. What is the camera turning around? Do I like this traffic? Brother Fu Shang. I heard that the correct way to run in the morning is to not wear clothes drool. The one upstairs is called Luo Ben. The camera turned again, and a man and a woman came out of 2 rooms respectively. The man looks masculine. His skin is tanned to a healthy wheat color, but his facial features are deep and tough, not less handsome. The girl is wearing a light yellow lady's dress. She has a petite figure. Her eyes are full of autumn water, and the delicate and weak little lowly makes people feel overwhelmed with protection. Chapter 57, The Uncharacteristic Best Actor of the Season. Seeing the 2 of them, the live room was swiped by fans again. Quiet sweetheart, mama loves you. Wei Yuzhou, what's the matter with you? Hei Chung is so handsome. Fu Xing, Tang Xiaoqiao, and Wei Yuzhou are the resident guests of Talking About Sangama with Wine, and they are all first-line stars. The 3 of them walked to the camera and greeted the audience in the live broadcast room. Looking closely at the idol, the barrage flew around and around. At this time, there was movement at the gate of the small courtyard. Fu Shang, Tang Xiaoqiao, and Wei Yuzhou all looked up. Someone is here. Who could it be? Tang quietly walked to the gate of the small courtyard, looked at the camera with a smile, blinked his eyes, and looked cute. Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou followed behind her, showing great care for this delicate girl. Who does Quiet think it could be? Fu Sheng, who was wearing a tracksuit, asked with a smile. The live broadcast room is also guessing who will be the first guest. Wan Yin and Chao Juning are couples. They must have come together. Gu Yang and Wan Chu are cousins. They should come together. Choose one of the 2. Anyway, it is impossible to be Ji Yingdi. Of course, Ji actor will definitely be the finale. I guess it's Juning brother and Wan Yin. Juning brother is always early and diligent, so he must be the first one to come. Why does Fu Sheng ask quietly like that? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if quietly guessed wrong? Tang quietly tilted her head and said playfully, I guess it's Miss Wan. Both Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou smiled. Ha ha ha, still quietly witty. No matter which group they are here, Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin are Miss Ruan. Tang quietly opened the heavy door with some difficulty, and when he saw the person sitting lazily on the suitcase at the door, his expression froze instantly. Fu Xing and Wei Yuzhou were also surprised. What happened? Not. The camera turned from the surprised expressions of the three to the door. Ji Jingqi, who looked like a gentleman in a casual windbreaker, raised his eyebrows and greeted everyone. Hi. The barrage in the live broadcast instantly filled the screen. Ah. Season Cubs. Shocked, the first one to come is G actor? When did our season Cub pass so early? Not only other audience members, but even Ji Jingqi's fans were shocked. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to criticize the few people who hadn't come yet with righteous indignation. Those ladies are really going on tour in disguise. Our season Cubs are all here, and they haven't even seen them. The ones who go to variety shows and enter the entertainment industry to watch are celebrities. And those few combined are not as important as seasoned actors, right? It's still so late. I can only say that I deserve to be brought into the group with money. Ji Jingqi's fans are famous for their fighting power, and other fans avoid it. Fans of Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning dare not confront each other, so they can only explain in a low voice. Just behind Ji Jingqi, Ruan Yin and Chao Juning rushed over. Chao Juning was surprised when he saw Ji Jingqi. He obviously didn't expect that Ji Jingqi would not follow the routine and come so early. He apologized gently. Everyone, I was late because of the traffic jam on Yin Road. Ruan Yin swept across the crowd, but he didn't see Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, so he was relieved. They were also watching the live broadcast when they came, and they knew it was broken when they saw Ji actor came so early, uncharacteristically. Fortunately, they arrived before Ruan Chu and Gu Yang. The corners of Ruan Yin's lips curled up in an imperceptible arc, and she didn't need to look at her phone to know that the screen was full of scolding Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. Chapter 58. Arriving late for a variety show to play big names? In fact, it was exactly as Ruan Yin expected. Seeing Ruan Yin and Chao Juning coming closely behind Ji Jingqi, the fans of both heaved a sigh of relief, and the firepower of the audience instantly focused on Gu Yang and Ruan Chu. Look, Yin came late just because there was a traffic jam on the road. How could he disrespect Jingdi? Our brother Jun has always been diligent and respectful to his seniors. There is a reason why he is one step behind Jingdi, so don't hold on to it. It's a certain mistress who hasn't been seen yet, so I'm afraid he dare not come. A muddle-headed 18-line and an amateur are even bigger than Jingdi. Seriously, don't come back if Ruan Chu quits the industry. He has no acting skills and no business ability. The last variety show was still a big name. And what about Gu Yang, a fake daughter who occupies the magpie's nest, and she is ashamed to use the resources that belong to her real daughter? For a while, the barrage was almost scolding Gu Yang and Ruan Chu for playing big names, and the program team was happy to see such things that can stir up popularity. Ruan Chu's fans were unconvinced. Maybe they're also stuck in traffic? Ruan Yin and Chao Juning are allowed to be stuck in traffic, but we are not allowed to be stuck in traffic. But as time passed, the new guests had already moved their luggage with the help of the resident guests, and they chatted together for more than 10 minutes. But Gu Yang and Ruan Chu still didn't show up. I also came to participate in a variety show. Ruan Yin was late in the traffic jam, but at any rate, she came in right after Ji actor, Ruan Chu, and Gu Yang were stuck in traffic for a long time. Outsiders in Gu Yang's circle don't understand the rules. Ruan Chu has been in the entertainment industry for 2 or 3 years, so he doesn't know the most basic thing about not being late. TSK, isn't it because Ruan Yin and Chao Juning are so sweet that they dare not come? Ruan Chu's fans keep washing. It is better to say that there was a traffic accident than talking about traffic jams. Now even Ruan Chu's fans stopped posting barrage, and at the same time they were a little disappointed. Could it be that Ruan Chu really got cold feet? The guests sat around together, looking at their watches from time to time, without saying anything, and feeling a little unhappy in their hearts. Ruan Yin sneered from the bottom of her heart. Gu Yang really thought that he would be supported everywhere. Ji Jingqi also showed a bit of impatience on his face. After looking at the camera, Director Chun, has this variety show started yet? He regretted being on this variety show. He debuted smoothly, and no one made him wait so long before. Tang quietly brewed a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Ji Jingqi and handed it over. Jingdi, drink tea. Maybe they have some unexpected situation, so they are late. In the discordant barrage, a bunch of braggadocio quietly. Quiet is really a little angel. Knowing that Jing-di is impatient, make him chrysanthemum tea to calm down his anger. Ruan Yin bent her fingers, revealing her beautiful and exquisite manicure. Yes, my cousin and sister wanted to come here to be exquisite and love to dress up. I thought they left a lipstick on the road or something and went back to get it, so they went out late. It's really the young ladies. Please don't waste everyone's time. Just dress up and go home. We are also wealthy daughters. Why are we yin so punctual? Boycott Ruanchu Gu Yang. Ruanchu and Gu Yang quit saying ma. This sentence swiped the screen. Director Chin originally thought that it didn't matter if the two ladies were late. Anyway, they were hot. But he didn't expect the two to be so blatantly late for more than 10 minutes. Two people. Chapter 59. What happened when Gu Yang rushed up? On the other side, Ruanchu received a call from Director Chin and said in a hurried tone, "Okay, we'll be there soon. Something happened here." Perhaps it was because of the noisy surroundings that I couldn't hear clearly over there, so I quickly hung up the phone. Ruanchu looked worriedly at Gu Yang beside the bridge, feeling very irritable and depressed in his heart. How could he go to a variety show and encounter such a thing? And what happened to Gu Yang rushing forward? Surrounded by the sound of police sirens and the noise of the crowd, the vehicles on the bridge stopped, and many people formed a semicircle far away, pointing in the direction of the bridge guardrail or taking pictures and videos. In the center of the semicircle, next to the bridge guardrail, is a somewhat crazy man, half leaning under the bridge, with one hand stretched out, grabbing the tender white arm of a 2- or 3-year-old girl. The girl is crumbling, and below her is the choppy river. Maybe it was because of the pain from the pulling, but she was crying so much right now. The policeman kept a certain distance around the man, watching his actions vigilantly. Don't be impulsive. Beside the policeman, there was a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair. Her face was full of tears at the moment, but she stared at the man with tears in her eyes and asked hoarsely, "That's your daughter too? Why are you so cruel? Let her go. I'm not getting a divorce." She had obviously been shouting for a long time, her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were red and swollen. The man was obviously a little mentally disturbed, and the girl's tender white arms were already blue from being grabbed, and she said angrily, "Don't come here. If you come here again, we will jump down together. Didn't I just hit you twice when I was drunk? I knelt down to beg you. But you still insist on divorcing me. Do you think you have someone outside? Does this brat belong to someone else? Bitch, if I can't survive, then the whole family can't survive together." Gu Yang followed the leading policeman and said a few words. The policeman glanced at her hesitantly, then at the man over there, and finally nodded, reminding him, "Don't provoke him." After Gu Yang agreed, he walked towards the man by the bridge. The man looked vigilantly at the beautiful girl walking towards him, grabbed her daughter's hand and lowered a little. "Don't come over." Gu Yang's footsteps were light and slow. His long skirt fluttered slightly in the wind. With a gentle smile on his face, he looked friendly and non-aggressive. She was always paying attention to the man's expression, pulled in the distance little by little, and finally stopped 2 meters away from the man. The man's tense nerves were relieved a little. After Gu Yang judged that this was his minimum tolerance distance, he stopped moving forward, because the man might jump over the wall in a hurry. She had just learned about the man's simple situation with the woman and the police. "This man's name is Chang. He is a domestic violence man. He beats his wife every time he gets drunk or has any problems. Every time after the beating, his wife filed for divorce and would apologize in a low voice and even knelt down. His wife, that is, the woman with swollen eyes from crying, forgave him in the end due to children, family, and various reasons. But there were only 0 or countless times of domestic violence, and each time it was like this. It got worse, even in front of the children, and domestic violence against his daughter. His wife finally couldn't bear it and broke out. His wife collected evidence of his domestic violence without saying a word and threatened him to divorce, but he refused to agree. Finally, troubles came to He Chang's work unit, so that He Chang was fired. Chapter 60. Public Hypnosis. He Chang has become a well-known domestic violence man, ruining everything about his family and career. He hated his wife so much, and under the frantic dispute, he hugged his daughter and ran all the way to the bridge to jump into the river, and the woman followed closely. Hee-chong ran wild on the road as if he was desperate. His wife chased after him, but the cars that were driving normally dared not hide. It was already in the morning rush hour, and there were many cars on the road. The car in front stopped suddenly, and the car behind did not react and rear-ended, so the traffic on this section of the road was temporarily paralyzed. Fortunately, no one was killed in the traffic accident, but after noticing the dangerous behavior of Hee-chong and his wife, many people called the police, so this scene happened. As for Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, unfortunately, they happened to encounter this traffic accident. But this section of the road is the only way to go to the variety show location, so they can only stop and wait for the matter to be resolved. Gu Yang didn't intend to make a move at first, but the man's mental state was obviously not right. I don't know if he jumped into the river or not, but it is very likely that he really threw the little girl down to feed the fish. Now she couldn't sit still. She can ignore the arrest of criminals, but mental patients go crazy and hurt people in front of her, and even use mental illness as a gold medal for avoiding death in the end, which is unbearable. Who are you? What are you doing here? Let that woman come and talk to me. Hee-chang leaned his whole body on the railing, bluffing and shouting. Not far away, the onlookers were also pointing and talking. Someone blamed. Who is that girl in the white skirt? Isn't it messy enough? What mess did she add in the past? Someone retorted. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that the girl negotiated with the police before going there? Maybe she has some way to save the little girl. Some people are also worried. It's a good thing for a girl to be enthusiastic, but that man is a big and thick man, so don't set yourself up. Ruan Chu also looked at Gu Yang with apprehension. She really didn't know before that Gu Yang was so noble that he didn't even care about his own safety in order to save others. Gu Yang stood there looking at the restless Hee-chong, stretched out his index finger, and gave a shoo in front of him, signaling him to be quiet. The police who were close to him watched Gu Yang's actions and couldn't stop worrying. Captain, is she really good? She is so delicate and soft, but she will become a hostage in a while. The police captain was helpless. She said she was a psychiatrist. Hee-chong is now insane, and now he can only count on her to stabilize his emotions. We guarantee Miss Gu's safety. To their surprise, Gu Yang's soft hush actually made Hee-chong quiet down. At least he didn't tremble and yell. Gu Yang looked at Hee-chong calmly with his eyes, and his voice was as gentle as the breeze blowing from the river. Hee-chong, did you hear that just now? My wife has agreed not to divorce you. Hee-chong sneered. This is just a stopgap measure for you. Little girl, don't think I will be fooled. Gu Yang paced slowly about 3 meters away from Hee-chong, his voice still calm. You beg her so much, how could she not forgive you? Every time you beg her, doesn't she forgive you? She loves you so much, and of course this time will be no exception. Others may think it is yin and yang when they hear this, but it is very pleasing to Hee-chong's ears. After all, he has always thought so. But he agrees with it and knows the current situation, so he still stares at Gu Yang intently. His gaze followed Gu Yang's footsteps slowly back and forth. What he didn't even realize was that his tense nerves were slowly relaxing. Please comment more. Chapter 61 Gu Yang, who acts bravely. The policemen surrounding them were the first to notice the difference in Hee-chong, exchanged glances, and were ready to do something. Gu Yang is still walking back and forth slowly, but every time he goes back and forth, the distance with Hee-chong is slowly getting closer. Hee-chong was attracted by what Gu Yang said, and didn't notice her tiny actions at all. By the way, your wife is pregnant, it's a boy. Gu Yang suddenly pointed in the direction of his wife and said such a sentence. From the previous conversation with the woman, she knew that Hee-chong had always wanted a son. Hee-chong looked in the direction of his wife in shock. At this moment, the police who were close to him acted at the right time. However, Gu Yang, who was less than 2 meters away from Hee-chong, moved first. Police. Everyone. Gu Yang moved quickly, stepped forward in 2s and 3s, and grabbed Hee-chong's hand hanging outside when he was unaware, and suddenly pulled inward and pressed hard. And when he let go, one hand held the hand that was hanging outside. The little girl was held in her arms. Hee-chong reacted and grabbed Gu Yang. Gu Yang avoided his hand in an almost weird posture, and at the same time grabbed his arm with the other hand, and threw him over his shoulder, throwing him onto the road. Superior. The stunned policeman reacted immediately, pressed the man to the ground, and controlled him. Slut! Slut! He Chong hit his head on the ground. His whole body was in a daze, and after he realized it, he stared at Gu Yong and cursed loudly. Gu Yong passed by him with the little girl in his arms, and he shushed, lightly. He Chong instantly became quiet and stopped struggling. She curled her mouth slightly and walked towards the captain of the police and put the little girl down. The captain of the police looked at Gu Yong in surprise. He didn't expect that the delicate girl in front of him was even better than these armed policemen. He didn't even see how she made the move just now. Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, the police chief gave Gu Yong a military salute. "Thank you, Ms. Gu, for your brave actions." Without Gu Yong, they would not have been able to capture him so quickly and save the child, and they might not even be able to save him from this lunatic. The woman ran over and hugged the child tremblingly, and kept thanking Gu Yong. "Thank you. Thank you. Without you, my daughter would be ruined by that scumbag." With a smile on his face, Gu Yong was as warm as a little sun. After accepting everyone's thanks, he returned to his car. He Chong was taken away, the police car left, and the traffic on this section resumed. The people who watched the whole process just now were still in a daze. When the girl rushed up just now, she really scared them to death. They thought they would see a tragedy falling into the river, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, before they could react, Na and He Chong were thrown to the ground by the girl. In the car, when Ruan Chu saw Gu Yong really rushing up, his heartbeat never slowed down. Looking at Gu Yong, who was sitting next to him, he still couldn't recover. Gu Yong leaned lazily, rubbed his wrist, looked at Ruan Chu beside him, and blinked. Cousin's heart beats so fast. Ruan Chu glared at her. "Isn't it because of you? Gu Yong, what are you capable of? You dare to rush up in such a dangerous situation. You are not afraid of being thrown into the river to feed the fish. Why have I never seen you like this before? Act bravely." In the past, it was Gu Yong, who appeared to be gentle and ladylike, but in reality was cold and indifferent, as if she had nothing to do with herself. Chapter 62 Beijing A99999. Is this the man's car? Moreover, it was the first time she knew that Gu Yang's skills were so good. Ruan Chu didn't have a good relationship with Gu Yong before, and they didn't have much contact with each other. She only thought that she had learned Sanda, Taekwondo, etc. After all, people in their circle would learn some self-defense skills. Gu Yong put one hand on the side of the car window and propped his chin. "Is my cousin caring about me?" "Who cares about you? You're not my cousin." Ruan Chu threw the phone in front of her. The screen was the live broadcast of the variety show, and the barrage was full of scolding at them. She said angrily, "You can watch it yourself. It's been trending since you even showed up. Gu Yong, you're really good." Gu Yong looked at the trending searches, and the entries for Jinghao, Weichu Go, Insu Ban, Inshifenting, Hao were on the list. In the Rolls-Royce behind them, a gentleman-looking man in a suit and leather shoes sat in the back seat, rubbing his fingers thoughtfully. Next to him was a man with red hair dyed in a floral shirt. He said to the gentle man with a peachy smile, "I never expected to see such a powerful alien warrior in Liangsheng. At this age, he is at the level of extraordinary martial arts. There are not many such tall ones, young Master Xiao. Do you think that younger sister is the one we are looking for?" Xiao Yiza sneered. "It's not her. She's not so enthusiastic." Lin Ran smiled. "That's right. That person has always been good and evil, keeping a low profile." Rolls-Royce drove past Gu Yong and the other's car. Lin Ran wanted to take a peek at it, but happened to meet Gu Yang's gaze when he turned his head. In just a moment, the two cars separated, and the two also looked away. After seeing the license plate number of that Rolls-Royce, Gu Yong was surprised. "Beijing A99999. Is this the man's car?" The red-haired man wearing a floral shirt just now is the hero. S little follower Lin Ran. Lin Ran was still clutching his heart, and his heart was pounding violently. "Young Master Xiao, I felt my heart beat again when I saw that sister." Xiao Yiza closed his eyes and rested his mind. Hearing his words, his tone was a little disgusted. "Wake up. You just got caught doing a guilty conscience and peeping, so your heart beat faster." Lin Ran. In the small farmyard rented by the program team of Talk About Sangma with Wine, Director Chin grabbed his pitifully thin hair angrily. "Wait no more. Start doing the task." The guests were also getting impatient with the wait, especially Ji Jingqi, whose irritability was visible to the naked eye. Ji Jingqi sneered in his heart. When Gu Yong and Ruan Chu came, you must teach them how to behave. At this moment, the door of the courtyard was pushed open. Ruan Chu, with big golden waves and wearing a red dress, pulled the suitcase and walked in front, with an apologetic smile on her exquisitely made-up face. Sorry, there was an accident on the road, and I was late. Seeing the glamorous Ruan Chu, jealousy flashed across Ruan Yan's eyes, but she didn't rush to ridicule Ruan Chu, but looked at Ji Jingqi gloatingly. Others said things that didn't matter, but they all looked at Ji Jingqi intentionally or unintentionally. They are scruples about their image and dare not get angry, but Jiangdi doesn't have so many scruples. In the past, there was a female star in variety shows who went to the best actor Ji and wanted to touch porcelain to stir up the scandal, but the best actor Ji not only dodged and made her fall, but also broke her mind on the spot, without a word of swearing, scolded and cried. They just waited quietly to see Jiangdi teach Ruan Chu and Gu Yang how to behave. Not only the guests were waiting, even Director Chen was looking forward to it, hoping that Ji Jingqi would scold him for him. The audience, too. Ji Qi Chong. Teach them how to behave. Dare to provoke our Ji Zai. I'm afraid I haven't seen our Ji Zai's verbal sorts. Tisk tsk. Those two young ladies won't be scolded and cry. Chapter 63. Ji actor wants to teach Gu Yang a lesson. Ji Jingqi rolled up his shirt cuffs and stepped forward. Ji Zai is so handsome. Are you going to roll up your sleeves and start a fight? Ruan Chu saw the irritability in Ji Jingqi's eyebrows and took a half step back nervously. Jiangdi. Cousin, please make way. Gu Yang behind her poked her helplessly. This cousin is really arrogant. In the car, she said that she would let her accept the anger of the crowd, but when she entered the door, she was behind her. Ji Jingqi suddenly stopped when he heard this somewhat familiar voice, and was stunned when he saw the familiar girl in white skirt entering behind Ruan Chu. At this time, many viewers in the live broadcast room were also amazed. What a fairy sister. That face, those eyes, and that temperament are amazing. Who is this sister? So fairy? The entertainment industry lacks the most beautiful people, but there are very few people with such a clean temperament. Is that Gu Yang? Is it fairy-like to wear a white skirt? I think it's just like that. Compared to female stars like Tang Xiaoqiao and Ruan Yan, it's much worse. As expected of the little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment, she bought a lot of sailors, right? No matter how good-looking she is it okay to be late? Wait for seasoned actor to tear up the slut. Am I the only one who thinks that Jiangdi was already stunned when he saw Gu Yang? This barrage was quickly swallowed up by rebuttals. Don't touch porcelain, our seasoned cub. Gu Yang looked at the boy in the white shirt standing in front of him and felt that those eyes looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he saw them before. So she said, hello, Jiangdi, hello. Hello. Jiangdi came back to his senses. When he saw Gu Yang, the restlessness in his brows was gone, replaced by an unprecedented excitement. Gu Yang looked at Ji Jingqi, who was staring at her with burning eyes in front of him, and remembered what Ruan Chu had taught her on the way, how angry this actor Ji was, so he apologized. I'm sorry. We encountered an unexpected situation when we were crossing the bridge, so we came late. I'm wasting everyone's time. Ji Jingqi immediately said, It's okay. Gu Yang. What are you talking about? She turned her head to look at Ruan Chu angry. Ruan Chu was also dumbfounded. The guests watching the show and the program staff were also dumbfounded. Okay, how about teaching them to be human? At this moment, a series of question marks flew across the live broadcast room, and almost the entire screen was covered by question marks. Can anyone tell me what's going on now? Ji Yingdi rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, just to say something. Tear it up. It doesn't matter, actor Ji. Your previous expression doesn't look like it's okay. Ji Zai, don't be fooled by the women outside. The more beautiful the woman, the worse she is. It's really okay? Gu Yang asked uncertainly, and then looked at the other guests over there. Ji Jingqi approached Gu Yang. Ji Yingdi is not going to do it directly, is he? Although beating women is not good, but if you beat Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, I support you 100 times. The audience in the live broadcast room were already full of anger because Gu Yang and Ruan Chu were late, and they even wanted to go into the screen and slap them. The corners of Ruan Yan's mouth curled up slightly, obviously thinking that Ji Jingqi was going to teach Gu Yang a lesson. Director Chen frowned. Although he was angry with Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, She was the little princess of the Gold Master's father's family after all, so he couldn't beat her. He was about to speak out to stop him when Ji Jingqi bypassed Gu Yang and helped her pull the suitcase into the house. Director Chen. Guests. Chapter 64, Little Fairy, only 17. The live broadcast room was swamped with question marks again. What's the situation? Ji Zai actually helped Gu Yang carry the suitcase. To be honest, Bin Wing no longer understands Ji Zai. Ji Zai was bewitched and controlled by that woman, right? Gu Yang, don't touch our seasoned cubs. Although pure passerby speaks, is Ji actor rushing to get hit now, right? Ji Jingqi helped Gu Yang put the suitcase away. Although Gu Yang was puzzled, he still thanked him politely. Ji Jingqi raised a smile. His brows and eyes were stained with the midsummer sun, with a youthful look. You're welcome. Little fairy, sit down. So your name is Gu Yang. Gu Yang nodded, feeling that the voice was quite familiar. Everyone around looked terrified. What these Ji actor? Ji Zai is so good-looking. Ji Zai is coming to Mama's arms. Ji Zai's voice is so sua. Listening with headphones, the little fairy sound made my ears feel pregnant. Why is Jiangdi called Gu Yang little fairy? Are they familiar? Do they know each other? Tang Xiaoqiao helped the audience in the live broadcast room to ask this question. She looked curiously at Ji Jingqi and then at Gu Yang and asked in a sweet voice, Sister Gu Yang, best actor Ji, did you know each other before? No, do not know. Two voices sounded at the same time. The former is Ji Jingqi, and the latter is Gu Yang. The surrounding air stood still for a moment. Tang Xiaoqiao was also stunned. Do you know me or not? Gu Yang felt that even if she met Ji Jingqi at some point, it must have been a one-sided relationship, not an acquaintance. And in front of so many people, if she said she knew each other, it would most likely be taken as cheating on Ji Jing's enthusiasm. Ji Jingqi felt that since he met and talked with the little fairy, didn't he know each other before? Shocked, someone said that he didn't know Jiangdi. Gu Yang is too ignorant, right? Jiangdi said that he knew her, but she still denied it? Do you want to play hard to get the attention of Jiangdi? Ji Jingqi looked at Gu Yang with hurt eyes. Little fairy, have you forgotten? On the streets of Jincheng, we met when you saved people. Gu Yang came to a sudden. So it's you. I'm sorry, but I didn't recognize you when you were wearing a mask. Ji Jingqi smiled. It's okay. The guests had different ideas. They never expected that Gu Yang would know Ji Jingqi, and Ji Jingqi's attitude towards her was so good. Tang quietly asked curiously, Sister Gu Yang, what are you doing to save people? You seem to have a story with best actor Ji. Ji Jingqi looked at Tang Xiaoqiao impatiently. The little fairy is only 17. Tang quietly stunned. What? Ji Jingqi, you're younger than you. Don't call everyone sister. Tang Xiaoqiao was instantly embarrassed. She was born as a child star, and she is only 19 now. She has deep experience in the entertainment industry and is young, so when she sees other stars, she is called brother and sister. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. Ji Jingqi's mouth is still so poisonous. I can't get used to Tang Xiaoqia calling everyone brother and sister. I heard that she used to call actor Ji brother Ji, but actor Ji replied, I have no sister. Ji Jingqi is too unmannered, isn't he? Quietly, such a cute little sweet girl is a group pet everywhere. How could he have the heart to murder her? Brother and sister call all day. Aren't you pretending to be tender? Besides, what Jingdi said is true. Gu Yang is only 17. She is 19. How dare she call her sister? Chapter 65. Go to the trending searches. However, I am also very curious. How did Jingdi and Gu Yang know each other? What is saving people? Is there any story in it? Tisk, Ji Jingqi is so special to Gu Yang. Maybe it's because Gu Yang is his underground girlfriend, right? When Ji Jingqi said he was single, he probably lied to his fans, right? The black fan climbs for me. Don't spread rumors. Our seasoned cubs can't compete with Gu's little princess. Please don't touch porcelain. Tang quietly apologized with red eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know Miss Gu's age. Miss Gu won't mind. Gu Yang said softly, don't cry. It doesn't matter if I'm your sister. Comparing green tea with her? Tang Xiaoqiao. Tears were held back in an instant. Because of being late, Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou didn't have a good impression of Gu Yang, and now they saw her coming and making Tang Xiao, who had always been taken care of by them as their younger sister, almost cry, and they were both a little unhappy. Fu Sheng comforted Tang Xiao Xiao with a few words, and then looked at Gu Yang. Miss Gu, don't get me wrong, quiet is just curious, and we are actually very curious. Wan Yin, yes, cousin, why don't I know when you met Jingdi? Tang quietly looked at Wan Yin in surprise. Sister Wan Yin, you are Miss Gu's cousin, and you don't even know? Ji Jingqi interrupted them impatiently and repeated what happened that day. Ji Jingqi's girlfriend fans in the live broadcast room were all relieved. It turned out that they just met by chance. No wonder Gu Yang said he didn't know Best Actor Ji. He was so tightly wrapped that so many people on the street didn't recognize him. It turns out that Ji Zai once passed by the streets of Jinsheng's bustling avenue. I also walked that way that day. Why didn't I meet Ji Zai? I didn't expect Miss Gu Yang to be so kind-hearted. When she saw the old man Peng Si on the road, her first reaction was to save others. Sure enough, he is beautiful and kind. I love it. Love it. The little fairy is not only good-looking, but also has a great temperament, and she is also so kind. Because of Ji Jingqi's words, many people's impression of Gu Yang was changed. But there are still many people who cling to her being late. One thing to say, little Princess Gu is kind-hearted, but she was almost half an hour late, which really can't be washed away. Although I adore Jingdi's acting skills, why do I not believe what he said? This cardiopulmonary resuscitation is easy to say, but it is not so easy in practice. It takes a lot of force to press the heart. Gu Yang looks so delicate and weak. Can he do it? The Best Actor Ji is supposed to be the trustee of Zhaofeng Entertainment, right? The power of capital is really strong, and even Jingdi was forced to help the little princess clean up. After hearing Ji Jingqi's words, although Fu Xing didn't believe much in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Miss Gu is kind. But when Miss Gu said that there was an unexpected situation on the way, I don't know what happened, so I was late. Nearly half an hour? Wan Yin sneered in her heart. No matter what, Gu Yang couldn't wash away this point. Because Fu Xing mentioned it, the live broadcast room condemned Gu Yang again for this matter. However, at this time, a barrage suddenly floated by. Look at the trending searches. At the same time, many new users flooded into the live broadcast room. Come to pay homage to the little fairy in white dress. Miss Sister's skills are really cool. Young lady is really beautiful and kind. She stood up when faced with injustice. It's simple to say, but not everyone can do it. Chapter 66. The girl in the white skirt is Gu Yang. The audience who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. What's going on with this pile of random barrage? But out of curiosity, many people clicked on the hot search to see it. Even Director Chen couldn't help but click on the trending search, so he found that the original black trending search of Gu Yang and Wan Chu had been suppressed. Look up. Jinghao Langcheng Anjiang Da Chaolu section obstacle hashtag. Hashtag domestic violent man goes crazy bringing a girl to jump into the river hashtag. Hashtag the real reason why Gu Yang and Wan Chu are late for variety shows hashtag. The top one is impressively. Hashtag the girl in the white skirt who saved people is Gu Yang. Hashtag. Director Chen was startled. What's going on? He clicked on hot search and quickly browsed through it. When he saw a video recorded by a netizen, he clicked to watch it again. After watching it, he could stuff an egg into his mouth. At this time, the wind direction in the live broadcast room has completely changed. Just after watching the video of Miss Sister saving lives, I came to watch Choo Choo's live variety show. I didn't expect to see Miss Sister on the variety show, and Miss Sister is actually Choo Choo's cousin. I feel like a dream right now. I didn't expect there to be a sequel here. Is Miss Sister a new debut star? She is so beautiful. Soon, the audience in the live broadcast room and the new netizens popularized science. The lady in the white skirt who rescued people across the river bridge is named Gu Yang. She is the second daughter of the Gu group. The little princess of Zhaofeng Entertainment, and the artist Wan Chu's younger sister, one of the protagonists of Jin Sheng's true and false daughter incident some time ago, is a pianist, not an entertainment star, and accompanied Wan Chu on variety shows as an amateur. Soon, the audience in the live broadcast room also returned after eating fresh melons from the hot search list. Just came back from eating melons. So to sum up, Wan Chu and Gu Yang were late for the variety show because of a traffic accident on the Cross River Bridge. The traffic accident was caused by a domestic violence man. His wife broke up with him. He went crazy and hugged his daughter to jump into the river. After negotiating with the police, Guyang took the initiative to save the little girl and subdued the madman domestic violence man. I suggest everyone to watch the video by yourself. The little fairy Guyang really surprised me by doing it. It turns out that we all misunderstood Guyang and Ruanshu before. I apologize to them here. I shouldn't scold them for not being punctual and playing big names without knowing the whole picture. I'm sorry. Sorry, little fairy Guyang. No wonder Jizai called you a little fairy, so you are really a kind-hearted little fairy. It turns out that this is the case. This sudden situation was not predictable, and Guyang also acted bravely to help the police to save people, so there is nothing to blame. By the way, am I the only one who noticed Guyang's little fairy martial arts? Even the policeman was stunned. I didn't expect the little fairy to look soft and weak. I didn't expect the force value to be so high, and she was so courageous. She was by the bridge across the river. If she was not careful, she would fall into the river. It's over. Now the Chinese people can't wash their kung fu, crying and laughing. The fans of Ruanshu and Guyang can finally feel proud now. I just said that Choo Choo and my cousin will definitely not be late for no reason. The road across the river bridge was stopped for nearly half an hour because of that violent man. It is impossible for them to force their way through, right? Choo Choo said that there was an emergency, but so many people don't believe it, and a certain fan has been smearing us, Choo Choo and my cousin. Now I want to ask them, does their face hurt? Chapter 67, Why Does Quest Help the Little Fairy? The fans of Ruan Yin and Chao Juning scolded the most before, but now they really hurt their faces. But some black fans, even if the facts are photographed in front of them, they can still continue to blacken strongly. Guyang's fans are too good at putting gold on his face, right? The video is so blurry. Who knows if Guyang is the same person just because they are both wearing white dresses. I was also wearing a white dress today, and I said that the girl in the white dress who saved people was me. The power of capital is really scary. You can watch it half an hour late. I can only sigh. The public relations of the Gu group are really good. Late is late. Guyang, get out of saying ma. Get out of the entertainment industry. At this time, a viewer named Jesus rewarded 20 space battleships in a row in the live broadcast room and left a message. Idiot. Go to the official Weibo of the Liaoning Public Security Bureau to wash your eyes. The little fairy is also something you can slander. 20 cool space battleships flew by, and the barrage with special effects flew by, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were going to be blinded. The live broadcast of Talking About Sangama with Wine is on the Putao app. In the live broadcast room of the Putao app, you can reward gifts with different amounts. The most expensive one is a space battleship worth 5,000 renminbi. Half an hour since the live broadcast started, the fans of all the guests have given rewards, but there are very few rewards for space battleships. Fuck boss. One shot is 100,000 soft sister coins. Jime, go and see. The Liaoning Public Security has posted on Weibo. Liaoning Public Security V. Thanks to the enthusiastic citizen Miss Guyang for her brave deeds, your kind deed saved a young life at video. Officials have come forward to confirm it. What else do you guys have to say? Tisk, slap left and right. I can hear the slap across the screen. Jinsheng, inside Jinyangshuan. Gu Jin, Su Yi, and Ji Linbai sat around a table, surrounded by bead curtains and screens, with asparagus bamboos on the table and delicacies on display. There is a new laptop in front of Su Yi. Among the many interfaces, the largest one is playing the live broadcast of Talking About Sangama with Wine. The name of his newly registered Grape app account is exactly Jesus. This name had already been registered by someone, but he used hacking methods to grab it. Boss, did you do the hot search? See, you looked at Gu Jin. Seeing that Guyang was hacked so miserably, he originally wanted to make a move, but before he could do anything, Guyang's black trending search was suppressed, and then hashtag waited for the trending search. Switch up like a rocket. Although the matter of the Liaoning Cross River Bridge is quite hot, and the hot search for the girl in the white skirt to save lives is also rising, but the video is so blurry, how could some netizens associate the girl in the white skirt with Guyang so quickly? The hot searches are rising so fast, and the actions are so fast. He doesn't believe that no one is behind the scenes to fuel the flames. Although netizens thought that the public relations department of the Gu Group did the public relations, He felt that the Gu family was not up to it. Gu Jin leaned lazily on the chair. It's not me. Q did it. Quest. Su Yi suddenly looked up in shock, a little surprised. Why would he help the little fairy? Before Gu Jin could say anything, Su Yi seemed to understand something and said through gritted teeth, I see. He must have found out that I wanted to help the little fairy, so he deliberately did the job before me, in order to get rid of it. Challenge me. Chapter 68, She is not green tea. She is my sister. The corner of Gu Jin's mouth twitched, but he didn't answer his words. Su Yi said angrily, I must win the round. Gu Jin's eyelids twitched. Don't. It's a lot of computer work. Su Yi. Since Su Yi was hacked by Quest last time, he has been clamoring for revenge, but every time he managed to find Quest's location to attack him, he was hacked until his computer crashed. In just a few days, he almost used up 4 computers, all of which were newly developed by Huaguang Group. Su Yi took a deep breath. Boss, help me get revenge. Gu Jin glanced at him coolly. Who told you that I can pass Quest? Su Yi was taken aback. He suddenly remembered one thing. The rankings on the dark web hacker list are all determined by fighting. Before Quest, the boss was already number 1 on the list. Fought. So how deadly is he? The boss is not necessarily someone who can do it well, but he actually wants to step on it? Su Yi forked out the other pages, leaving only the live broadcast interface of talking about Sangama with wine. By the way, boss, do you want to also register an account to watch the Little Fairy live broadcast? Su Yi asked. Ji Lin Bai on the side scoffed slightly. How could the boss watch such boring things? At this time, Su Yi, who turned his head to look at Gu Jin's phone, exclaimed, Hey, boss, why is your level higher than mine? When did your tipping rank surpass mine? Ji Lin Bai? What's the situation? Ji Lin Bai looked at the phone in Gu Jin's hand in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the interface of her phone was also the live broadcast of talking about Sangama with wine. Boss. Ji Lin Bai was astonished. You must not have been deceived by that little green tea's appearance, have you? Have you forgotten how she framed you back then? Gu Jin paused her fingers slightly, looked at Ji Lin Bai with cool eyes. Her tone was still lazy. She is not green tea. She is my sister. Su Yi. Ji Lin Bai, where's the green tea for the little fairy? Could it be that you have lost your mind after staying in the mental hospital for a long time? Ji Lin Bai choked. Su Yi exclaimed again. Hey boss, someone has surpassed you in the ranking of rewards. Fuck, 100 space battleships? Designated as a reward for the little fairy? This CC Qingjue is burning money, right? Gu Jin's gaze deepened. Evening into a Jew. Days and nights without her are as flawed as Jade Jew. In the small farmyard of the Sangama program group, the guests all had their mobile phones by their side. When the incident happened just now, their agent forwarded the hot search to them, so that they would not know anything and make jokes. That is to say, at that moment, the guests had already eaten a melon live. Fu Xing apologized to Gu Yang with embarrassment. Sorry, Miss Gu, I misunderstood you. He narrowly speculated that Gu Yang was late on purpose to play a big game, but in the end, he actually encountered an emergency and stepped forward to save others. Fu Xing felt extremely ashamed. Gu Yang, it's okay. Ruan Yan's nails were about to dig deep into the flesh. She never expected that Gu Yang was half an hour late. Not only was he not hacked by the whole network, but now he had a turnaround, and was praised by the whole network as a kind-hearted little fairy. Director Chen also looked at Gu Yang with a little embarrassment, feeling guilty for his original misunderstanding of Gu Yang. Director Chen, who is also the host of the variety show, stood up to smooth things over. There is a reason for Gu Yang and Ruan Chu to be late. Since this is a misunderstanding, please don't mention it. Welcome to Sangama Courtyard, and we will spend 2 days together one night. Chapter 69, Harvesting Rice. Director Chen briefly introduced the variety show and then got to the point. Next, we will enter today's game session. Before that, we need to draw lots to divide into 2 groups. Director Chen pointed to the small box put on the table by the assistant and said, There are 8 identical in the box, 4 black and 4 white. Those who draw the same color form a group. Next, please come forward and touch the balls. In the entertainment industry, the order always has something to do with the coffee position, and Ji Jingqi, who is the most popular coffee position and most popular at the scene, does his part not to let the first one step forward to touch the ball. Ji Jingqi took out a white ball. Quiet, you go first. Fu Sheng and Wei Yuzhou looked at each other. Both of them took care of Tang Xiaoqiao. Tang Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly, and she was not overly hypocritical about this trivial matter. Then thank you, Brother Fu and Brother Wei. Tang Xiaoqian's gaze stayed on the white ball in Ji Jingqi's hand for a moment, expecting to draw the white ball. This episode of the program invited so many people with capital to join the group, which has made old fans dispel the idea of continuing to chase Sungama. Now the fans who watch the live broadcast the most are Ji Jingqi's fans, that is to say, only when she is with Ji Jingqi more heat. However, contrary to expectations, she drew a black ball. Gu Yang and Ruan Chu were the last two to touch the ball. Before them, they had already touched the black ball, so both of them were white balls. The final grouping situation is as follows. White group, Ji Jingqi, Fu Xing, Ruan Chu, Gu Yang. Black group, Tang Xiaoqiao, Wei Yuzhou, Ruan Yin, Chao Juning. After Director Chun asked everyone to go back to the house and change their clothes, he took everyone out of the farmyard. Wearing a simple t-shirt and a straw hat, he stood on the ridge of the field with a palm fan in his hand, waving his hands across the golden rice fields in front of him. Autumn harvest in August, the ground is golden. Our first game today is to reap the rice. Director Chun, this is what I have laid down for you. Ha 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 ha, don't even mention it. Director Chin's gesture of the middle two just now combined with the words of the middle two are simply amazing. A screenshot has been taken, and the emoticon pack will come soon. Tisk TSK, everyone's expressions changed when they heard the rice harvesting. Cutting rice? I guess that this program was related to the autumn harvest, but I thought that the most important thing was to pick rice ears, but I didn't expect it to be rice harvesting. Can those celebrities and ladies do it? Chingo deserves to be Chingo. Although harvesting rice is not a technical job, it is exhausting. Now many rural people can't bear to harvest rice manually, let alone these pampered stars. I have a rural registered permanent residence, and I can testify that when I was a child, harvesters were not yet popular, and I had to manually cut the rice. Every time I cut the rice, I would feel itchy all over my body, especially if I wore short sleeves. My arms were even more itchy and uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, so they are not finished? Because of the hot weather, everyone is wearing short sleeves. That poor Wei Yuzhou is still wearing a vest. There are many people who want to see the celebrities make a fool of themselves while watching the drama, but the fans of the guests are worried. What if I scratch my sister's beautiful face? My brother's fingers are all insured. But no matter how much they quarreled in the live broadcast room, it couldn't affect Director Chin to make this seemingly insane decision. Director Chin's variety show has always been that if you love to come, if you don't come, you have to follow his rules of the game. It doesn't matter whether you are the young lady who brings money into the group or the actor. He asked his assistant to distribute a sickle to everyone, and then said, the rules of the game are very simple. There are 2 fields bounded by the ridge of the field. Each group has 1 piece of land at the specified location. Chapter 70, The Little Fairy, is too down to earth. The wind blew the rice and the waves rolled. On the ridge of the field, 8 guests stood in the wind with sickles, looking at the rice field in front of them, and they were a little dazed. Director Chin waved the palm fan and reminded leisurely, who knows that every piece of Chinese food is hard work. The outcome of the competition between the 2 groups of guests will be related to tonight's dinner. All the firepower in the live broadcast room was attracted by Director Chun, and almost all of them were swiped by. Chun-go really is Chun-go. The game started soon, but the guests were a little helpless, and they didn't see the urgency of the game at all. Tang quietly held a sickle and looked at Ruan Yin innocently. Sister Ruan Yin, how do you harvest the rice? Ruan Yin was kicked out of the house by the Ruan family, and she lost her status as the daughter of the Ruan family. It was a time when her mind was sensitive, and now she heard Tang Xiaoqiao's words, and her face darkened. Tang Xiaoqiao, what does this mean? How could she do such a countryman's job? Although she was expelled from the house by the Ruan family, she was not yet ready to farm. But after all, it was a live broadcast, and Tang Xiaoqing was on top of her, so she couldn't tear herself apart from her. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Gu Yang, who was cutting rice, and a sneer appeared on her lips. I'm not from the country. Where is it? Can harvest rice, but isn't Yang Yang demonstrating this? As soon as Ruan Yin said this, the eyes of many people present changed. She is not from the country, But Gu Yang is? Tang quietly looked in the direction she pointed, saw Gu Yang, who was teaching the white group to cut rice, and asked in surprise, "Why is Miss Gu so proficient?" Others were also quite surprised. After all, in their view, Gu Yang is the little princess of the Gu clan. How could he be able to do farm work if his fingers don't touch the spring water? The audience in the live broadcast room were also very surprised. Some people became fans of Gu Yang's behavior, but there were also many people who thought it was a show to stir up people. Isn't Gu Yang the little princess of the Gu family? How can you do farm work? The little fairy is too down to earth. It's all about speculation. Can those who bring money into the team not know the script in advance? Laughing to death, isn't it just as long as you have hands? Can't you just cut it by hand? Still chirping, looking delicate because she doesn't know how to do farm work? I have never seen them more delicate than Gu Yang. Even Director Chun looked at Gu Yang, who was proficiently harvesting the rice, in surprise. He has always been principled and upright, and he didn't reveal the content of the show in advance. Ruan Yin chuckled lightly when she heard Tang Xiaoqiao's words, implying something. Maybe Yang Yang is born with it. After all, if he did not make a mistake at the beginning, Yang Yang should also be able to do this. Since Gu Yang repeatedly deflated her, and even caused their mother and daughter to be expelled from the Ruan family, the person she hates the most has changed from Ruan Chu to Gu Yang. Now, of course, she will not easily let go of an opportunity to step on her. Although the guests present were all harvesting rice, their ears were all up listening to the gossip of the wealthy family. Hearing the words, Ruan Yin was stunned. What Ruan Yin meant was that Gu Yang flew up to the branch and turned into a phoenix because he was hugged wrongly, and he was still a countryman at heart. That's why he did these dirty and tiring farm work. So that's how it is. That real daughter is really pitiful. A rich and powerful daughter is reduced to the countryside. Instead, Gu Yang, a country bumpkin, takes the magpie's nest. It's no wonder that Gu Yang is so familiar with farm work. He is a country bumpkin at heart. How could a real daughter of a famous family like us Yin Yin do this kind of dirty farm work? Dragon begets dragon, phoenix begets phoenix. The mouse's son can make holes. It's true. No matter how much Gu Yang pretends to be a fake daughter, he's still so cheap in his bones. Chapter 71. Gu Yang scolded her for her low level of education. But these words of He Gu Yang made everyone angry. Low? No, the Qing dynasty is dead, and there are still distinctions. What happened to the country people? Country people eat your rice? Those who look down on the country people, look down on those who do farm work. Don't eat rice if you have the ability. Anyway, it's all grown by the lowly people in your eyes. The matter of real and fake daughters has long passed, and real daughters have not said anything. Gu Yang is also a victim, and the Gu family has also expressed their position. Is it necessary to hold on to it? I'm dying of laughter. Ruan Yin is a mistress who means to connotate Gu Yang. No matter how bad Gu Yang is, he was raised as a daughter of a famous family since childhood. Sure enough, Grandpa Yuan made them too full. Jingo should work harder for them. What's the point of cutting 2 or 3 parts of the rice field for 4 people? But there are also those who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement and look forward to them tearing it up. The white group and the black group are not far away, so Ruan Yan's words naturally fell into the ears of Gu Yang and the others. Ruan Chu's calm and good mood when he saw the rural scenery was disturbed, and he was a little irritable. Ji Jingqi also frowned, but Gu Yang was twirling the sickle in his hand and said with a gentle smile, Cousin Ruan Yin thinks too highly of me. This is not a talent, but I have never eaten pork. Have I seen a pig run away? It shouldn't be that difficult to understand the 3 words of cutting rice, right? Ruan Yin's face darkened. Gu Yang scolded her for her low level of education. Ji Jingqi originally wanted to get angry when he heard Ruan Yan's connotation, but now that he heard Gu Yang swear words without dirty words, he immediately sighed in cooperation. Little fairy, maybe some people just find it difficult to understand. Don't you know, the level of culture in our circle is generally not high. When Ji Jingqi said this, not only Ruan Yin, but also Tang Xiaoqiao and the others changed their expressions. This is scolding them all. But they can't say anything, not to mention Ji Jingqi's background, but it is a recognized fact that he is talking now. After Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi came out, Ruan Yin, Tang Xiaoqiao, and others were a little embarrassed, and they were embarrassed to dawdle, and went to cut the rice one after another. After all, if this is still pretending to be a delicate person, wouldn't it mean that Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi are mentally retarded with low education and understanding? Gu Yang's words touch my heart. Is it difficult to understand the rice harvesting? The conversation between Wang Yin and Tang Xiaoqiao was so embarrassing that I pulled out a forbidden city in place. Same embarrassment. I really don't understand why they still show their sense of superiority when they have such low comprehension ability. Ha ha ha, Jizai. Don't forget that you are also an insider. Is this so cruel that you even blackmail yourself? Jizai was really handsome when he was protecting the little fairy. Is there anyone who stands together on CP? I have already thought about the CP name, Spine CP. God, Spine CP, the upstairs is probably a foodie, right? Jizai Dume, a certain amateur fan, don't gossip about it. However, Guyang cuts the rice in a very orderly manner, not messy at all. Maybe this is the top student. Of course, Guyang was not born with it. Although she was a daughter of a top-notch family before she passed the book, she was picky eaters and often wasted food when she was young. Her grandfather threw her into the field to do farm work for a few days. No more picky eaters, and no more daring to waste food. Different from the helplessness of the black group, Gu Yang's division of labor and cooperation, the two girls are responsible for cutting the rice, and the boy is responsible for moving the cut rice to the designated location. Chapter 72 Cherish Food. Gu Yang didn't teach them how to cut the rice before. After all, cutting rice is indeed a matter of hands. She just told them that the dust on the rice leaves will make the skin itchy, so whether it is cutting or moving the rice, try your best to cut the rice. Avoid the leaves of rice and start with the stalks. Soon, when the rice was touched and cut halfway, the four people in the black group began to feel itching in their arms and legs, and they scratched with their hands involuntarily. Especially the two female stars Wang Yin and Tang Xiaoqiao, whose skin is delicate, and many red marks appeared soon after being scratched. On the other hand, the white group, because of Gu Yang's pre-match guidance, didn't get much dust from the rice leaves. The audience in the live broadcast room also quickly discovered. What happened to Yin Yin's skin? Could it be an allergy? The program team is so inhumane that they let my sister do this kind of rough work. Say, why is the bi group all right? I suddenly started conspiracy theory. This can all be a conspiracy theory. I'm really laughing to death. If a certain fan has little knowledge, don't come out to be funny, okay? Didn't someone say it before? There is dust on the rice leaves, which can make people's skin itchy. The white group, they cut the rice and grab the rice stalks underneath, and the ones who carry the rice are also the rice stalks, while the black group grabs directly on the rice leaves cutting. Whoever itches if they don't itch. Chao Juning sent Wang Yin to the shade of a tree beside the field ridge and said, Yin Yin, take a rest first. I'll take care of your part. Wang Yin smiled and said, Thank you, Juning. Tang quietly smiled sweetly at the side. I really envy Sister Wang Yin who has a boyfriend like Brother Chao. Unlike me, who can only come by herself. Quietly, I'll help you with your share. You go to rest under the shade of a tree first. Wei Yuzhou took the initiative to take Tang Xiaoqiao's work. Thank you, Brother Wei. Tang Xiao said obediently. Normally, she would definitely shirk it again, but now she really can't stand it anymore, and she can't wait to let go and go back to take a shower. Porridge is still such a gentleman. Yin Yin and brother-in-law are so sweet. It seems that they are a couple, so why Wan Chu has the nerve to say that she is Chao Juning's girlfriend? It's really funny. But there are also audiences who sneer at the comparison. Are they delicate? Gu Yang and Wan Chu, the two daughters-in-law, can persevere, but they can't? I don't think there's any need to compete. The winner and loser are clear. The black team needs to be smart or not, whether they want to cooperate or not. It was originally a variety show of rural life. If you really want to be so delicate, don't be on the show. If you don't come here to do farm work, is it possible to walk on the red carpet? The two fields are not big, and the game is over quickly. The result is obvious. The white team wins. When everyone came out of the rice field, their clean clothes were stained with mud, and their feet in the field were even more muddy. Director Chin did not let everyone go back immediately, but asked the local farmers invited by the program group to demonstrate to the guests how to use the old machines to thresh rice. The live broadcast room is full of nostalgic barrage. When I was young, there was no grain harvester in the village. We harvested the rice by hand after harvesting it by hand. It was fun at that time. Director Chen shook the palm fan beside him and said with some nostalgia, "Every grain of simple rice on the dinner table has to be watered with hard work and sweat. Even in the autumn harvest, there are countless sweats in the joy. Cutting the rice, moving the rice, threshing the rice. After that, there are several processes to turn the golden rice into crystal clear rice on the table." The live broadcast room was full of bullet screens again. This time it was full of treasure food. Seeing is better than hearing 100 times, and seeing it with your own eyes is worse than talking about it. On the way back, the setting sun slanted, and the afterglow of the setting sun reflected the surrounding golden rice fields. Chapter 73. Director Chen, are you kidding me? Back to the farmyard, Director Chen sent everyone back to his room to freshen up before gathering in the yard. He coughed lightly. In today's rice harvesting competition, the white team won. After the voice fell, the 8 guests applauded simultaneously. Let's reveal the rewards for winning the game. At this time, an advertisement was inserted in the live broadcast room. I don't know what tricks Chen Go will play. Tisk tsk, maybe someone will be hungry again. Chen Go has a lot of bad deeds. He is cruel, and it is commonplace to make people hungry. After the commercial ended, the scene in the live broadcast room also became a kitchen, but the kitchen was clearly divided into 2 parts. The rice cooker, induction cooker, and electric oven on the left are all electrical kitchen utensils, while the right part is an earthen stove that needs to be fired. Director Chen didn't hold back and directly announced, "The winner is the electric kitchen utensils, and the loser is the clay stove. Tonight, you need to do it yourself. You need to have enough food and clothing. The ingredients are provided by the program team. The quantity is limited, so it's better to start first." Director Chen pointed to the refrigerator full of ingredients by the wall and stepped aside after saying this. Following Director Chen's voice, the 8 guests rushed towards the refrigerator at the same time, quickly selecting the ingredients they needed. Chen Go is still Chen Go after all, and the bad taste of watching celebrities steal food has not changed. It's okay for the white group. The kitchen utensils can be used when the electricity is turned on, but the black group is miserable. They use an earthen stove, so they have to chop firewood and light the fire by themselves. I doubt it. Can the black group have dinner tonight? I'm different. I suspect they can't even start a fire. The white group doesn't need to start a fire, just turn on the electricity, but can they eat it? Fu Sheng and Jingdi, one can stir-fry vegetables, and the other can burn them into charcoal. As for the 2 young ladies, they probably have never been in the kitchen, have they? The 2 groups of black and white guests tried their best to grab the ingredients, and Fu Sheng succeeded in taking all the vegetables on the top layer by virtue of his height advantage. Others are also scrambling to grab vegetarian dishes. After all, they're all celebrities. To maintain their figure, they need to control their diet. The best way is to choose low-calorie ingredients. Only Gu Yang, without hesitation, took all the few meat dishes took away. The program team is too stupid. 80% of the refrigerator is vegetarian. Director Chen, celebrities should control their diet and not eat foods with high calories. I am definitely not trying to save money. Tisk tsk, those investors who brought capital into the group didn't increase their investment. Director Chen is still so picky. Little Fairy Guyang said, "I'm an amateur and don't lose weight. I'm happy to eat meat. Whether it can be cooked and eaten is still the same thing. I think the black group is smarter. Most of the people who grab it are cucumbers and lettuce that can be eaten raw. Even if you don't know how to cook, can't you still make pickled cucumbers?" Not long after, the full refrigerator was swept away, and Gu Yang, Wan Chu, and the others put the ingredients together. Fu Xing grabbed half of the ingredients, and he was quite proud of it. Our ingredients are enough for 2 dinners. At this time, Director Chen suddenly said quietly, "A warm reminder. In line with the principle of the program group cherishing food, the food that is grabbed must not be wasted, otherwise there will be punishment." Fu Xing suddenly looked at Director Chen. The audience in the live broadcast room were amused by Fu Xing's face-changing expression in Beijing opera. "Ha ha ha ha, Xing Xing's expression is so funny. It says, Director Chen, are you kidding me?" However, what Director Chen said makes sense. After all, he still advocates cherishing food during the day, so it's impossible to slap him in the face. Chapter 74. Wan Chu slapped his face to pretend to be fat. Fu Xing touched his nose, looked at the ingredients in front of him, and then looked away. I'll go cook. He can forget about cooking. However, turning around, he found that Ji Jingqi was already washing rice. Fu Sheng. Ha ha ha, Fu Xing. Best actor Ji, why are you so off? Ji Yingdi said that you are not the only one who has self-knowledge. Although Fu Sheng's cooking will be burnt, but at least he can eat it. Ji Cub probably won't be able to eat it when he's on stage. Fu Xing finally looked at Gu Yang and Ruan Chu, hesitating for a moment, as if he had made some important decision. Forget it. I'm cooking. You guys go to wash the vegetables. Ruan Chu's eyelids twitched. She watched the previous episodes of Talking About the Wine with Sungama and knew how bad Fu Sheng's cooking was. When she looked at Gu Yang again, she had never seen her enter the kitchen. Ruan Chu didn't want to show off at first, but just wanted to complete the task given by Gu Yang and just survive these 2 days. But now she felt that if she didn't stand up, she probably wouldn't even be able to eat dinner tonight. Let me do it, Ruan Chu said proactively. Fu Sheng was overjoyed at first, but after seeing Ruan Chu, he hesitated. Or, let me do it. He thought he could at least eat it if he cooked it. Ruan Chu. I can cook. Although Fu Xing was surprised, he was pleasantly surprised by Ruan Chu's accurate reply and immediately ran to wash the vegetables. Okay, I'll leave the cooking to you later. Beside the stove, 2 boys were still on fire, and their faces were covered in ashes. Ruan Yin and Tang Xiaoqiao were washing vegetables, but they both paid attention to what Bai Group had to say. Tang Xiaoqiao was a little surprised. I didn't expect that a rich lady like Sister Ruan Chu would cook. Sister Ruan Yin, you are Sister Ruan Chu's younger sister. You have tasted the food made by Sister Ruan Chu before you buy it. She looked curiously at Ruan Yin and asked. Contempt flashed across Ruan Yin's eyes. This is the first time I know that my sister can cook. It's over. Ruan Chu must have swollen his face to pretend to be fat, right? Ruan Yin is her younger sister. Ruan Yin should know whether she can cook or not. If you don't know how to cook, just go on the sidelines. Don't make so many dramas. Let Fu Sheng come up. What you cook can barely be eaten. Probably because of this to grab the spotlight. After all, Chao Juning and Ruan Yin don't pay attention to her. It's rare for her to appear on a first-line variety show, so she always has to grab some spots and gain some popularity by herself. I have all the scripts in mind. When cooking, the pot is on fire, and when I pour water, the fire is even bigger, and the cooked dishes are all burnt. The fans ha think it's funny, and the others are smiling, MMP when eating. Want you shouse and get lost. Don't make our quarter cubs unable to eat. Ji Zai cooks the rice for the white group, so it depends on Ji Zai whether you can eat it or not, right? Gu Yang took the vegetable basket and went to wash the vegetables with Fu Xing, and glanced at Ruan Yin and Tang Xiaoqiao who were also washing the vegetables beside him. It's normal that cousin Ruan Yin doesn't know, after all. You have only been back to Ruan's house for 2 or 3 years, and now you still don't know. Now he has been expelled from the Ruan family. Ruan Yin sensed what Gu Yang was about to say, and suddenly raised her volume, cutting her off. Gu Yang. Everyone in the kitchen was taken aback, especially Tang Xiaoqiao, who was next to Ruan Yin. Mei was startled by Ruan Yin's scream while wearing earphones. Ruan Yin suddenly called something. I heard that Ruan Yin is the illegitimate daughter of the Ruan family. She was taken back 2 years ago. Gu Yang probably poked her sore spot. TSK tisk. But my cousin is telling the truth. Ruan Yin has only been back to Ruan's house for a few years, and she has a bad relationship with Chu Chu. Even if Chu Chu knows how to cook, she probably doesn't know, right? Fortunately, she has a clear heart. Chapter 75. Gu Yang really has the ability to break people's defenses. Gu Yang faced Ruan Yin's eyes that were about to spit fire and smiled softly. Cousin Ruan Yin, don't be so mean to me. Otherwise I accidentally said that. Although Gu Yang didn't say the latter sentence, Ruan Yin read the meaning from her expression. Ruan Yin gritted her teeth secretly. Although she was annoyed, she didn't dare to say anything. Her expulsion from the Ruan family was nothing glorious, so the Ruan family didn't publicize it. Her fans, friends, and even her boyfriend Chao Juning didn't know about it. She clearly knew that without the identity of the daughter of the Ruan family, she would not be able to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, so she didn't want people to know that she was expelled from the Ruan family. Besides, she will return to the Ruan family sooner or later. Yin Yin, are you okay? Chao Juning walked up to Ruan Yin, his eyes full of concern. When Ruan Yin saw him, she shook her head with a smile. and glanced at Ruan Chu, who was busy. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she walked towards the stove next to Ruan Chu, holding Chao Juning's arm, talking and laughing. Juning, I like to eat cold salad. Can you prepare it for me? Ruan Chu, who was cutting potatoes at the side, paused suddenly. Fortunately, Guyang pulled her hand away from the potatoes in time, so that the kitchen knife didn't cut her fingers. Ruan Chu came back to his senses, looking at the kitchen knife that fell on the cutting board, feeling lingering fear. Ruan Yin noticed Ruan Chu's movements. The corners of her lips curled slightly, her mood instantly eased, and at the same time, she worked harder to talk and laugh with Chao Juning to show her affection. Chao Juning looked at Ruan Yin with a smile and said in a gentle tone, I know you like cold salad. I learned it specially at home, and I will make it for you in a while. Ruan Yin noticed Ruan Chu's paler and paler face, and the smile on his face became brighter. Thank you, Juning, but I don't like coriander. Chao Juning. Okay, don't add it. It happens that I don't like coriander either. Ruan Chu stood in front of the cutting board in a daze, clutching the handle of the kitchen knife tightly, feeling so agitated that she even wanted to use the kitchen knife to chop up the pair of dogs and men. When she was with Chao Juning before, Chao Juning knew that she likes to eat cold dishes, so he specially went to learn it for her. Every summer, when the weather is hot and she has no appetite, Chao Juning will personally cook her a bowl of private dishes. He knew that she liked to eat coriander, so he specially planted coriander on the balcony. Back when she entered the entertainment industry alone, broke up with her family, and ran away from home, he was the only one who accompanied her when she was most isolated and helpless, and encouraged her to support her unconditionally. He said he would only do those things for her. Ruan Chu sneered in his heart. All his tenderness towards her was based on her identity as the eldest lady of the Ruan family, so when Ruan Yin, who was more favored by her father than her, appeared to seduce him, he turned around and got together with Ruan Yingui, and even treated the whole network. Deny their past. Ruan Chu was restless and kept cutting potatoes with a kitchen knife. Cousin, the shredded potatoes are about to be chopped into mashed potatoes. Guyang reminded faintly. Ruan Chu held her hands in embarrassment, wondering if it was because of Gu Yang's interruption. The irritability in her heart dissipated a little. Gu Yang shook his head, pointed at the shredded potatoes and said critically, Cousin, you are not good at knife skills. Look, the shredded potatoes here are twice as thick as this one, and this one is cut into triangles. Ruan Chu listened to Gu Yang's fault-finding words, and the anger that had just subsided rose instantly. She pressed the knife on the cutting board and glared at Gu Yang angrily. You can do it. Gu Yang really has the ability to break people's defenses at any time. Ruan Yin tried his best to irritate her there, trying to see her lose her composure, but she restrained herself. But in the end she broke her defense against Gu Yang. Chapter 76. Ruan Yin is clearly a murderer. Fu Sheng frowned, and was trying to persuade Gu Yang not to make a mess, but at this moment, Gu Yang picked up a kitchen knife and quickly cut the remaining 2 potatoes into even filaments. All the words Fu Sheng wanted to say slid back down his throat. He looked at the neat potato shreds, then at the pile of potato shreds that had been cut by Ruan Chu, and found that after the comparison, what did Ruan Chu's potato shreds look like? How uncomfortable. Even Ruan Chu was silent, not to mention, the even cut is really pleasing to the eye. Everyone has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but the degree is different. Guyang knew this very well, so he was not surprised by the reaction of the 2 of them. Ji Jingqi turned on the rice cooker and walked over, surprised. Little fairy, your knife skills are amazing. The program team has limited shots, and Ji Jingqi cannot be missed without anyone. So as soon as he came over, the camera was aimed at this side. The photographer took a close-up of the shredded potatoes. The bright yellow potatoes were long and even, and they were neatly stacked. Patients with obsessive-compulsive disorder feel very comfortable after watching it. The thickness is so uniform that it seems to be measured with a ruler. Guyang's sword skills are really good. Cousin, what do you think of my cutting? Guyang smiled warmly and brightly like a little sun. Ruan Chu pouted. It's okay. Guyang said with a smile. Cousin can cut it well after looking carefully. As for the ones that were cut out at a glance, there is no need to keep them as an eyesore. Let's make them into mashed potatoes. Ruan Chu froze for a moment, then suddenly looked at Guyang, and instantly understood what she meant. After a long time, she lowered her eyes. You are right. Ruan Chu separated the shredded potatoes and used them to make mashed potatoes, and the restlessness in her heart was also swept away. In the past, it was because of her bad eyesight that she fell in love with Chao Juning, a scumbag. Now that she sees it clearly, there is no need to indulge in it anymore. Wang Yin and Chao Juning, two eyesores, don't need to show mercy. The cold salad over there by the black group will be ready soon. The photographer took a close-up of the cold salad, and then swept the lens over the 4 people who were tasting the cold salad. Tang quietly smiled and said, "Brother Wei, we are all under the influence of Sister Ruan Yin today." Wei Yuzhou chomped down on the cold salad, nodding in response to Tang quietly's words. Chao Juning smiled modestly and gently, then gave Ruan Yin the mixed cold salad. "Yin Yin, try it. Does it suit your taste?" Brother and sister are so sweet. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning are locked up for me. Then why did Ruan Chu have the nerve to step in and say that she was Chao Juning's girlfriend? The black group is still smart. It is less difficult to make cold dishes. The probability of overturning is also low, and it is quicker, like the white group. Let the 2 young ladies mess around there, and don't know when they will be able to eat. Jizai, who is eagerly waiting to eat, is too pitiful. I feel sorry for my Jizai. Why do I feel that Ji Jingqi is not just waiting for food, but looking at his little fairy? Although Gu Yang's knife skill is not bad in the Bai group, but no matter how beautifully cut the food is, he can't eat it. And no matter how beautifully cut it is, once Ruan Chu cooks it, it won't be aesthetically pleasing, right? Ruan Yin walked towards the white group with a plate of cold salad. Jingdi, Senior Fu Shang, do you want to try the cold salad made by our group too? Yang, sister, take your time and try it together. Our Yin Yin is Dadu. Seeing that the white group is hungry, we go to deliver the food in person. Tsk, what a magnanimity. Ruan Yin is clearly a murderer. Knowing that Ruan Chu likes Chao Juning, he intentionally stimulates Ruan Chu with the cold dish made by Chao Juning. Ruan Yin did the right thing. To Santa, who tried to meddle in other people's feelings, he had to be so ruthless. Ruan Chu knew that Ruan Yin was intentionally provoking her again, so he let out a light snort and opened the pot. No need. Our food is ready. The entrance of Chapter 77 is amazing. The fragrance permeates instantly. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Leaning against the door, closing his eyes and meditating, Ji Jingqi opened his eyes. What is so fragrant? Fu Shang, who was going to Ruan Yin to pick up the cold salad, smelled the sweet smell, turned a corner, and came to Ruan Chu's side, a little surprised. Fish-flavored shredded pork? Seeing Fu Shang approaching, Ruan Yin, who had just handed out the cold salad, watched Fu Shang turn around sharply, his hands froze in the air. So embarrassing. The moment Ruan Yin handed it over, Fu Xing turned his head away. Fu Xing is too much, right? Yin Yin kindly delivered food to them, but he actually embarrassed Yin Yin so much. Fu Sheng didn't do it on purpose, he didn't see it. Ruan Yin's fans don't hold on to our Fu Sheng. By the way, aren't you all curious about Ruan Chu's fried dishes? Even Jingdi thinks it is delicious. It seems that Ruan Chu's cooking skills are not bad. Of course, there are also people who sing against it. Maybe it's just the smell? Anyway, I don't believe how delicious the food made by Ruan Chu can be. Ruan Chu made more than one dish with the ingredients. She arranged the snow-white plates one by one and put the dishes on the plate one by one. Chao Juning looked at Ruan Chu and frowned slightly, with a sneer flashing across his eyes. Can the food made by Ruan Chu be eaten? When he was with Ruan Chu in the past, Ruan Chu, a rich and precious young lady, condescended to cook for him once, and the food she made looked good and smelled okay, but the taste was either bland or salty. It was so bitter that she even regarded sugar as salt. From then on, he would rather order takeaway than let her cook. What Chao Juning didn't know was that it was Ruan Chu's first time cooking for others, and since then, she has been learning cooking behind his back for 2 years, hoping to surprise him. But before he got the surprise, he cheated on Ruan Yin first. Ruan Chu cooked a total of 5 dishes and used up all the ingredients that the Bai group grabbed. The camera scanned one by one. The mashed potatoes were tender yellow and waxy, garnished with green onions, and soaked in sauce. Fish-flavored shredded pork tenderloin is made by frying shredded pork tenderloin with soaked chili, ginger, garlic, sugar, and vinegar. It is ruddy in color and soft in texture. Braised pork is fat and thin, oily and moist, red and bright in color. Just looking at it makes people feel tender and glutinous, fat, but not greasy. Boiled okra is green and eye-catching, garnished with minced garlic. Eggplant in sauce is golden red. Poison in the middle of the night. You can smell the fragrance through the screen. Gone. Don't talk about anything else. This appearance is really good. I have an appetite in an instant. Don't talk about it. I'll order a takeaway first. Order takeaway plus one. Maybe it just looks good. The braised pork is so fat. It looks greasy. Which artist here dare to eat it? Am I the only one who suspects that the dishes are cooked? If something goes wrong, can one you take the responsibility? Bet a bag of spicy strips. The white group will definitely not be able to finish those dishes. Wang Yin saw that both Ji Jingqi and Fu Xing were captivated by Wan Chu's dishes. His face darkened, and he didn't stay there to take the humiliation for himself. On the side of the white group, Wan Chu served the dishes, and after serving their meals, they gathered together to eat. Gu Yong is not an entertainer, so he doesn't have to worry about body control, so he tasted every dish as soon as it was served. She has always been a picky eater, and has a picky taste, otherwise she would not have asked Gu Jin for a Jinyangxuan membership card to satisfy her appetite. She originally thought that as long as the food made by Wan Chu could be eaten, she didn't expect that this entrance surprised her. Chapter 78, The Unbelievable Director Chen. Gu Yong was eating. His face was slightly bulging. Like a little squirrel, his eyes were bright and bright. It's delicious. Wan Chu snorted softly. It's okay. In order to control their diet, Fu Sheng and Ji Jingqi seldom eat meat. They originally only ate low-calorie mashed potatoes and boiled okra, hooking the gluttons in their stomachs. The two endured and couldn't bear it anymore. When Ji Jingqi reached out to pick up the braised pork, he still vowed, I'll just try a piece. Fu Xing, me too. Then, the chopsticks of the two didn't stop. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. What about the piece that Ji Zai agreed on? Be careful that your agent blows up your phone tonight. Fu Sheng, are you afraid that you want to enter the gym for retreat again? Eat so much braised pork? Laughing to death, I said no, but my body is very honest. Grass, watching a live broadcast can make me hungry. At that moment, I almost thought it was a gourmet live broadcast room. As a fan of Wan Chu, this is the first time I know that Chu Chu's cooking skills are so good. I was shocked. It turns out that the wealthy daughter will also cook in person? Ha, cousin eating obediently is too cute, right? Do those who say Wan Chu's cooking skills hurt? Even people who are as picky as actor Ji think that Wan Chu's cooking is delicious, which shows that Wan Chu's cooking skills are really good. Compared with the white group, I suddenly felt that the cold dishes of the black group were a bit dull. Before, Wang Yin was rushing to deliver the food, which really brought shame on himself. Indeed, before Wan Chu's food came out of the pot, Tang Xiaoqiao, Wei Yuzhou and the others thought that the cold dishes made by Chao Juning were good. But now, smelling the aroma of hot dishes coming from the Bai group, and looking at the cold dishes in the bowl, the cold dishes suddenly felt tasteless. But the Bai group was focused on grabbing food. Although Tang Xiaoqiao and Wei Yuzhou were greedy, they were too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for food. Ruan Yan's face was gloomy, and he put the bowl on the table heavily, losing his appetite to eat any more. She looked at Chao Juning. She remembered that he once disliked her with Wan Chu's terrible cooking skills. What's going on now? Chao Juning saw the questioning in Ruan Yan's eyes, and said in a low voice, At the beginning, the food Wan Chu cooked was unpalatable, and I don't know how it became like this now. Maybe she went to learn cooking later. The performance of the white group does not look like they are acting, and even if Gu Yang accompanied Wan Chu to perform, Fu Xing and Ji Jingqi would not spoil them. He was overwhelmed by Wan Chu, which made him a little unhappy, but thinking that Wan Chu had secretly learned cooking skills for him, Chao Juning was secretly proud. Now that Wan Chu is showing his culinary skills in front of him, is he trying to get his attention again? Not to mention the black group. Even Director Chun and others from the program group were attracted by the delicious food of the white group. Director Chun came casually, smelled the fragrance from the Bai group, immediately put down the boxed lunch in his hand, and walked towards the table of the Bai group. You grab the ingredients for 2 meals, and let you eat them all at once. It's too inhumane to finish, I decided. Director Chun looked towards the dining table, and when he saw it, his eyelids jumped up, and his voice suddenly raised. What? Have you finished eating? The photographer's lens swept across the disbelieving Director Chun, and the lens fell on the dining table. Only the sauce remained on the 5 plates, and all the dishes had been swept away by the 4 of them. Chapter 79 Ma Da made a mistake. A large number of ha 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 from the audience in the live broadcast room flew by. Ha ha, Chingo didn't expect you to have today. However, the fighting power of the white group is a bit strong. Chingo said that it was 2 meals, but they ate it all? Whoa, I also want to try Miss Wanchu's handicraft. Fu Sheng wiped his mouth with a napkin in embarrassment, turning his eyes away as if he didn't see Director Chin's slightly accusing eyes. Ji Jingqi belched lightly, looked up at the ceiling with satisfaction, and at the same time reached out to touch his stomach, as if he could weigh the excess meat. Wanchu was a little dazed from the time when everyone rushed to grab food. Until now, he was still a little dazed looking at the plate that was eaten with only vegetable juice and dregs. Are the meals she cooks so delicious? Seeing that no one paid attention to Director Chun, Guyong kindly helped him relieve the embarrassment of the cold scene. So she opened her clear and innocent eyes and continued what Director Chin had left to say. Director Chin, do you decide to help us wash the dishes? Yes. Director Chun was in an embarrassment because no one paid attention to him, and suddenly heard Gu Yang's question. In order to get rid of the embarrassment, he subconsciously responded, when I realized that I was about to change my words. Seeing that Gu Yang's eyes lit up, then thank you, Director Chun. Ruan Chu regained consciousness instantly. Thank you, Director Chun. Fu Xing and Ji Jingqi also looked at Director Chen in unison. Thank you, Director Chen. Director Chen. There is a sentence about MMP that I don't know if I should say it or not. Ha ha ha. The little fairy is really talented. So many episodes of Mama Sang are all about watching Chun Go abuse the guests, and this is the first time watching Chun Go get killed. Laughing to death, the white group's reaction is absolutely amazing. This cooperation is too tacit. Director Chen, Mada made a mistake. Stealing chickens is not enough to lose rice, and Chun Go has today. But the little fairy is so cheating on Chun Go. Isn't she afraid that she will be sent to pick up cow dung tomorrow? That dog is the most vengeful. Little Fairy Gu warns against picking up cow dung. So the barrage in the live broadcast room was almost dominated by cow dung picking warning. The source of this is that a certain movie queen once disliked that Director Chun would not give her a shot and would not give her a hot and topical task. So she played tricks to annoy Director Chun, and then Director Chun simply asked her to pick up cow dung task. Director Chun sneered, "Don't you want the popularity and the topic? The movie queen picking up cow dung is enough topic, right?" Finally, as the actress wished, the topic of her picking up cow dung became a hot search. Director Chin glanced at Gu Yang resentfully and met her innocent expression, hee from the bottom of his heart. He thinks that Gu Yang is quite suitable for entering the entertainment circle, and he almost believed that innocent expression. Ruan's old house, in the living room, Mr. Ruan is holding a tablet and watching the live broadcast with the housekeeper. The housekeeper was very surprised. I didn't expect that the eldest lady is so good at cooking. Master Ruan looked sad and said in a low tone, "This is the first time I know that Chu can cook." He had never eaten the food made by his granddaughter, but he did not expect that Gu Yang and the others would eat it. The butler understood what Mr. Ruan meant in seconds and comforted him. "Master, Missy must have just learned it not long ago, so I'm too embarrassed to show her hand in front of you." Old man Ruan raised his eyebrows and instantly felt relieved. He nodded with deep sense of reason. Yes, Chu must have learned the cooking skills recently, and now he is just trying Gu Yang and the others. At this time, in the variety show, Fu Sheng asked Ruan Chu how she was so good at cooking and how many years she had learned. Ruan Chu, for more than 2 years, I visited several chefs. Master Ruan. Chapter 80 Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin. Dinner is over. The live broadcast room is not closed. The guests are resting and chatting in the garden after a busy day. The summer night is cool, and the chirping of cicadas flows from the dense branches. Not only Fu Sheng who asked questions, but other guests also listened to Ruan Chu talk about her learning cooking. Hearing the names of some famous teachers, Fu Sheng nodded excitedly. No wonder I feel that the fish-flavored shredded pork tastes so familiar. It turned out to be taught by the master of that Sichuan cuisine. I am from Sichuan province, and I have liked the food of that restaurant since I was a child. Although the others were not familiar with the chefs Ruan Chu mentioned, they seemed ignorant, so they secretly checked with a certain degree. And no surprises, the ones I found were all masters of cooking. Not only the guests, but many viewers in the live broadcast room also checked. Copy and paste the information of those masters. TSK, they are all masters of culinary arts. I have to say that Ruanchu's connections are also quite powerful. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and Hunan cuisine. Ruanchu has dabbled a lot, and suddenly feels that Ruanchu can become a gourmet anchor if he can't get along in the entertainment industry. I'm confessing, Sister Ruanchu, I want to be friends with you. I envy Ruanchu's future boyfriend. Speaking of which, Ruanchu didn't learn cooking for Chao Juning, did he? I heard that Chao Juning's favorite is Sichuan cuisine. It is said that to catch a man, you must first grab his stomach. I really don't know for sure, but if this is true, Ruanchu has liked Chao Juning for more than 2 years? Ruanchu's mistress, no matter how much she does, our brother still doesn't like her, stealing my brother-in-law's bis. Seeing that all eyes seem to be focused on Ruanchu, Ruan Yan's fingers were deeply pinched into Chao Juning's palm. Ever since she returned to Ruan's house, Ruanchu has intentionally or unintentionally shown her superiority in front of her. Heh, is it starting again now? Ruan Yan pinched Chao Juning's hand. She just wanted to vent and didn't feel it, but Chao Juning's face was slightly distorted in pain. Although annoyed by Ruan Yan's behavior, he didn't dare to lose his temper with her, so he could only remind her in a low voice. Ruan Yan came back to her senses, and Chao Juning, who was coaxing her in a low voice, looked a little better. Sister, why did you deliberately ask the masters to learn cooking skills? Ruan Yan asked the question that the audience in the live broadcast room were curious about, but sneered in her heart. Ruanchu learned cooking skills mostly for Chao Juning, but it's a pity, yes, now Chao Juning is hers. As soon as these words came out, all the guests present smelled the smell of gunpowder, and their eyes wandered between Ruanchu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning. Ruan Yin and Ruanchu were obviously not at odds, and she asked this probably because it had something to do with Chao Juning. Chao Juning also stared at Ruanchu, looking forward to her answer. Guyang sat on the swing in the yard, swaying from time to time, but his eyes fell on Ruanchu, not missing her every expression. Cousin, don't let her down. Ruanchu seemed to have expected that Ruan Yin would ask this question a long time ago, and she was not surprised. Although she did learn it for Chao Juning at first, but later she fell in love with cooking food. She looked as usual. If you want to learn, you can learn. Is there any problem? Ruanchu learned cooking skills for Chao Juning, right? If you really want to learn and learn so easily, you will visit so many famous teachers on purpose? Now is this forcing a smile? If you meddle in your sister's feelings, you deserve to be pierced. Ruan Yan's fans are really big faces. What's wrong with us, Chu-Chu? Rich and self-willed. Of course, you are illegitimate daughters, so of course you can't visit so many famous teachers just because you want to. If you want to learn, learn. TSK, you can't say that without any capital. Those culinary masters are basically the royal chefs of the ancestors, and it's not a new culinary school. Chapter 81 Father, there is something in the entertainment circle called Navy. Ruan Yan's fans called Ruanchu a little 3 in the live broadcast room, and Ruanchu's fans called Ruan Yin an illegitimate daughter. Fans from other families and passers-by watched the fun. In the old house of the Ruan family, Mr. Ruan himself wore a vest and typed furiously to off netizens. My Chu-Chu is not a mistress. As for Chao Juning, is he worthy of my family Chu-Chu? Ruan Yan's illegitimate daughter would only like this kind of rubbish. My family Chu-Chu is a veritable daughter of the Ruan family, not comparable to that illegitimate daughter. Of course the resources are good. Mr. Ruan almost picked up a black Ruanchu, but he was still annoyed, so he called the housekeeper together. Do you have an account on the Grape app? No. Register one quickly, and help me scold those black people for Chu-Chu. Butler, old man, there is something in the entertainment industry called Navy. So you don't have to put on your armor to go into battle at all. Master Ruan was enlightened. He glanced at the butler approvingly, and then called his son-in-law Gu Zhiming. The Gu family focuses on the entertainment industry. As one of the 4 major entertainment giants, Zhaofeng Entertainment naturally has a lot of sailors. On the other side, in the living room of the Gu family, Ruan Shuling and Gu Xiaoming were also watching the live broadcast together. Not only them, but even the nannies and servants of the Gu family were watching the live broadcast with their mobile phones. Ruan Shuling praised Gu Yang while posting barrage and sighed to Gu Xiaoming. Fortunately, That girl Ruan Chu can cook. Otherwise, what would Yang Yang do if she was hungry? No matter how you look at it, Yang Yang is the best-looking, beautiful, and kind-hearted. It's my daughter, the inherited me. Gu Xiaoming. Can it be inherited without blood relationship? Gu Xiaoming nodded calmly, and at the same time looked at Ruan Chu pleasingly. At this time, he received a call from Mr. Ruan, and he was a little surprised when he heard the request there. Okay, no problem. We are all one family. If there is no need to buy, I will honor your old man as a son-in-law. So Gu Xiaoming called Xiaofeng Entertainment. Remove the malicious comments against Ruan Chu and Gu Yang. Because of Mega Entertainment's downfall, the bad comments in the live broadcast room were quickly drowned out, replaced by praises such as Little Fairy Gu Yang is kind and beautiful, and Ruan Chu has superb cooking skills and IKEA room. Those fans and Heisey who were trying their best to show off their talents, Hey Ruan Chu and Gu Yang, looked at the barrage that flooded the screen like a tide. The enemy army is approaching menacingly. How can you scold them? Ruan Yin saw that it was useless to use Chao Juning to stimulate Ruan Chu, but she was suffocated in her heart, and at the same time, she was also a little puzzled. Obviously, when she mentioned something related to Chao Juning in front of Ruan Chu not long ago, Ruan Chu would be easily irritated and would even attack her. How can she be so calm now? And she remembered that she had seen drugs to suppress depression in Ruan Chu's room. Her mood shouldn't be so stable. The live broadcast didn't end until 9 o'clock, and there is still more than an hour. Let's play a game. Wei Yuzhou, who was beside Tang Xiaoqiao, suggested with a smile. Tang quietly showed a sweet smile. I agree with what Brother Wei said. Brother and Sister Gu Yang, let's stop chatting and have fun, shall we? What are you playing? Ji Jingqi lacked interest, was as sleepy as a cat, and just slightly raised his eyelids. How about truth or dare? Tang Xiao asked with her head tilted. Okay. Fu Xing has always taken care of Tang Xiaoqiao's younger sister and immediately responded to her suggestion. Other people naturally have no opinion. Chapter 82 Cousin, do you still like Chao Juning? Wei Yuzhou borrowed a deck of playing cards from the program team, and then everyone sat around and discussed and simply formulated the rules of the game. Wei Yuzhou said while shuffling the cards, each of us draws a poker card. According to the order of Big King, Little King, K, Q, J, 10, 9, 2, A. The big one can be played against the small one. Ask questions or specify the content of the big adventure. In addition, the suits are arranged in order of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds from large to small. If you really can't answer the truth or take a big risk, you will be punished with a glass. The rules of the game are similar, and everyone naturally has no opinion, so the first round started soon. The 8 guests drew cards in order. Because they were not playing cards, they immediately showed the cards after they were drawn. Most of the cards drawn by the crowd were moderate, until Ruan Yin drew a gray and white little king. Sister Ruan Yin is really lucky. Tang Xiao quietly twiddled 3 of clubs, and she is currently the one with the lowest card. Ruan Yin raised her eyebrows, and immediately saw that Ruan Chu drew out an ace of diamonds. All the guests present were taken aback. Their eyes could not help but switch between Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin. This pair of sisters is about to face off again? Ruan Yin hooked the corners of her lips a little impatiently. Sister, do you choose the truth or the big risk? Whether it's the truth or a big risk, she has the ability to embarrass Ruan Chu. Ji Jingqi frowned and reminded. The little fairy hasn't drawn cards yet. Gu Yang is an amateur with no status, so he naturally draws cards at the end. But it wasn't just Ruan Yin, everyone else subconsciously ignored her. After all, Ruan Yin had drawn the second biggest Xiao Wang, so if nothing unexpected happened, she should have the biggest card in this round. Unless Gu Yang draws the king, but with such a deck of cards, the probability of drawing the king and the king in the same round is not high. It doesn't matter if my cousin smokes. Gu Yang turned out the next poker card, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Ruan Yin, but there was no surprise in his eyes. I am the king. Ruan Yin's voice stopped abruptly, and she was a little embarrassed for a moment. Little Fairy's luck is really good. Ji Jingqi on the side was a little surprised. Gu Yang smiled and said nothing, except for the fact that she wore books just after inheriting billions of dollars. She was indeed lucky. I can feel Ruan Yin's embarrassment through the screen. Although, I am quite looking forward to Ruan Yin and Ruan Chu tearing it up. If Gu Yang asks Ruan Chu, the questions he asks will definitely not be so exciting. Ruan Chu's tense nerves also relaxed a bit. She thought that Gu Yang would never deliberately trick her like Ruan Yin did, so she calmly said, I choose the truth. However, Gu Yang opened his mouth and asked, Cousin, do you still like Chao Juning? Ruan Chu. If she withdraws her previous thoughts, Gu Yang will still cheat her. The guests present seemed to smell the melon. Their eyes lingered on Chao Juning and Ruan Yin for a while, and then fixedly looked at Ruan Chu with gossip in their eyes. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. Is the long-awaited melon finally coming? Eat melons in the front row. Still likes? Does it mean that Ruan Chu liked Chao Juning before? In other words, Ruan Chu knew that Chao Juning was Ruan Yan's boyfriend and still liked him, so he knew what to do. I thought Gu Yang and Ruan Chu had such a good relationship, but Ruan Yin didn't mention it. But Gu Yang mentioned it first. It really is a wealthy plastic sisterhood. What kind of sisterhood can a wealthy family have? Gu Yang had a good relationship with Ruan Yin at the beginning, and even helped her testify that Chao Juning was her boyfriend. But it didn't take long for Ruan Yin to give Gu Yang lead and Mercury skincare products that exceeded the standard. Before, Gu Yang stood by Ruan Yan's side, but in the blink of an eye, he became friends with Ruan Chu again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how fake the relationship between these cousins is. Chapter 83. Don't play too much. The previous one, I don't agree with your point of view. Ruan Yin has hurt Gu Yang so much. Why does Gu Yang still treat her as a sister? Maybe it was through that incident that Gu Yang recognized Ruan Yan's true colors and knew that Ruan Chu was the one who really treated her well? Ruan Chu treats her well, so that's how Gu Yang treats Ruan Chu? Didn't asking this question embarrass Ruan Chu? I don't believe that the little fairy would intentionally embarrass Ruan Chu. The little fairy can lend a helping hand to strangers. She and Ruan Chu seem to have such a good relationship. How could she harm her? It's been said that Chu Chu is not a mistress, let alone knows how to be a mistress. Ruan Yin is the mistress. Bitch Chao and Chu Chu had a secret relationship when they were together, and they didn't make it public, so Ruan Yin took advantage of it. Ruan Yin glanced at Gu Yang unexpectedly and sneered in her heart. She said, how could Gu Yang's green tea be sincere to Ruan Chu? Aren't you going to step on Ruan Chu now? Although Chao Juning didn't go to see Ruan Chu, he pricked up his ears to listen. Ruan Chu was accidental, but when he thought about the question carefully, he was unexpectedly calm. I don't like it. Chao Juning suddenly looked at Ruan Chu, but he didn't see the expected calm expression. Ruan Chu met his surprised eyes and sneered slightly. Should not many people like cheating scumbags, right? Chao Juning's face turned cold. Ruan Chu. Ruan Yin took Chao Juning's arm and comforted him, then looked at Ruan Chu and sighed. Sister, you can't just pour dirty water on Juning just because he rejected you? Ruan Chu is so tough, calling Chao Juning a cheating scumbag in front of a live broadcast camera. Ruan Chu knows what to do, and he has the face to scold my brother? My brother only has sister Yin Yin in his heart. And if he rejects her, why does she slander her brother because of love and hatred? Not long ago, Ruan Chu also said that she was Chao Juning's girlfriend, but now he said that he doesn't like Chao Juning. Why do I not believe this is the truth? Didn't Ruan Chu say that Chao Juning cheated? If she was really Chao Juning's underground girlfriend before, even if she liked Chao Juning before, but now Chao Juning has cheated on Ruan Yin, why would she still like a piece of scum? Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was in full swing, a light and gentle voice rang out, with a little playful smile. Cousin Ruan Yin, why did you take your seats? Cousin Ruan Chu didn't say that your boyfriend is you cheating scumbag. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning's expressions darkened. Recalling Ruan Chu's words carefully, she did not mention Chao Juning's cheating by name, but anyone with ears can hear the inner meaning of those words. Ruan Chu glanced at Ruan Yin and Chao Juning and snorted coldly. Don't play too much. Both of them have ugly faces, but they also know that if they quarrel with Ruan Chu now, they will fall behind instead, and they will make jokes for others. Fu Sheng came out to smooth things over and said, let's start the next round. This round starts with Gu Yang drawing cards. The previously drawn cards were not put back, but the shuffled cards were drawn down. Gu Yang randomly drew the King of Spades. Everyone was taken aback. Little Fairy is really lucky. This random draw is the biggest card, Ji Jingqi said with a smile. At present, The big king and the little king have been drawn in the first round, and the biggest remaining card is the king of spades. Fu Xing spread out the two of hearts that he had just drawn in front of him. Worshipping the Emperor of Europe, unlike me, the cards drawn are not 3 or 4, but very 2. Chapter 84 Chao Juning's album has a group photo with Wan Chu. Drawn in the second round, the lowest card was Chao Juning. He said without any hesitation, "I choose Big Adventure." Gu Yang pursed his lips into a smile, looking obedient and gentle. "Choose a big adventure. You are cousin Wan Yan's boyfriend, and you are all in the same family, so I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing what Gu Yang said, Chao Juning became a little nervous. Wan Yan's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling a bad premonition. Gu Yang twirled the playing cards lightly between his fingers, and the complicated pattern on the back of the playing cards made people feel a little dizzy. Her tone was soft, making people feel relaxed before they knew it. "The big adventure is, open the phone photo album, show us." Both Chao Juning and Wan Yan heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Gu Yang would intentionally play a prank on them, or discuss them, and say big adventures like, "Let Chao Juning kiss Wan Chu," or "Let Chao Juning talk to Wan Chu." Chao Juning nodded with a gentle smile, said, "Okay," then slid open the phone screen and opened the photo album. At the same time, the camera of the program group also pointed at Chao Juning's mobile phone photo album. However, when he just clicked on the photo album and saw the indescribable pictures in the photo album, Chao Juning woke up suddenly as if he had been splashed with cold water. Picture. The bright woman in the picture leaning on his shoulder, with blonde curly hair and a red dress, is Wan Chu. The guests present surrounded Chao Juning when he clicked on the photo album, and now they all saw the indescribable photos in Chao Juning's photo album featuring Wan Yin and Chao Juning as the protagonists, as well as this photo of Wan Yin and Wan who was clicked on by mistake. Choose photo. Everyone was a little embarrassed when they saw the previous pictures, but when they saw the group photo of Wan Chu and Chao Juning who accidentally clicked on him, all the embarrassment turned into shock. This is Wan Chu? Suddenly, everyone's eyes on Chao Juning changed. Didn't Chao Juning say before that he knew Wan Yin first, and he was not familiar with Wan Chu? It's all on your shoulders. Aren't you familiar yet? Moreover, the photo of him and Wan Chu is at the bottom of the album, and the photo was taken earlier than the recent intimate photo with Wan Yin. Chao Juning was in a state of disarray at the moment. He put away his phone in a panic, denying it. "No, you read it wrong." He was irritable and annoyed at the same time. He didn't understand why he was so confused for a moment, and even forgot that there were so many private photos in the album. Wan Yan's face is ugly, not because of the private photos of her and Chao Juning, but because Chao Juning still has a photo with Wan Chu. Although the photos of her and Chao Juning are large in size, they are just thumbnails, and they can't be seen clearly even after a quick glance. And they are lovers. Even if there is something, it is normal. However, Chao Juning kept Wan Chu's photo, and he enlarged it so that almost everyone can see it clearly, which is troublesome. Director Chen also witnessed the whole process from the side, and he was equally terrified. The only thing he was lucky about was that Chao Juning didn't click on the private photos of him and Wan Yin. Otherwise, this variety show might be wiped out. The audience in the live broadcast room were already blown up when they saw Chao Juning click on the photo album. Fuck, shit, Chao Juning is really brave. How dare you open the photo album for everyone to see? Little Fairy Gu Yang is still young. I don't know that men's photo albums can't be read casually, crying and laughing, but it's really a dare to mention it, a dare to take risks. Before Chao Juning clicked on the photo album, didn't he have any points in his mind? Chapter 85 Wan Yin is the mistress. Tisk tsk, I didn't expect Wan Yin to have so much fun in private, and took so many photos with Chao Juning, but it's a pity that the slide almost didn't capture the screen. Yin Yin and Chao Juning are boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't it normal to drive with a license? Celebrities are people too. Don't keep staring at other people's private lives. I don't care about those colorful artistic photos, but I'm curious about the photo that Chao Juning accidentally clicked behind. Is the woman in the red skirt in the photo Wan Chu? Didn't Chao Juning say that he is not familiar with Wan Chu? Why are there still pictures of her? Still leaning together? Don't talk nonsense. My brother said it just now. That's not Wan Chu. The one leaning on my brother's shoulder must be Wan Yin. Ruan Chu and Ruan Yin are half-sisters. They are more or less alike, so it is not surprising that they are mistaken. Ruan Chu fans, don't touch our brother CI. How could there be a photo with her in our brother's phone? Don't see that the golden wavy hair is Ruan Chu. But if it's Ruan Yin, is it necessary for Chao Juning to turn off his phone in such a panic? This is not those art photos with colors. The live broadcast room was full of noise, and the popularity continued to rise. Soon, related entries appeared on the hot search. Hashtag Madden. Little fresh meat with the surname Chao clicked on the album, and it was full of private photos. Hashtag shock. The heroine of Chao Juning's group photo turned out to be Ruan Chu. Hashtag Jinghao Cao Jinning cheating, real hammer. Hashtag. Although Chao Juning quickly turned off his phone during the live variety show and denied that the heroine in the group photo was Ruan Chu, but many netizens quickly took screenshots. Even many marketing accounts are incarnate as Sherlock Holmes, reasoning in various details. Entertainment Gossip V. There are pictures and the truth. Screenshot. In Sang Ma's variety show, Chao Juning mistakenly clicked on the group photo, and the heroine was actually her, Ruan Chu. In the group photo, Ruan Chu leaned sweetly on Chao Juning's shoulder, and Chao Juning put his hand on her waist. The two behaved intimately, as if they were in a relationship, but Chao Juning said in the interview that he was not familiar with Ruan Chu. Is Ruan Chu Chao Juning's ex-girlfriend, or is he just knowing what to do? Entertainment Detective V. Video. Screenshot. When Tan Tan was watching Sang's mother, he recorded the screen. The previous video was edited and played at 0.5 times the speed. The artistic photo everyone wants to see is still blurred. It can be clearly seen that the group photo of Chao Juning and Ruan Chuha is under the artistic photo of Ruan Yin. After the screen recording slowed down, you can clearly see the time on the album. Ruan Yin's photo only appeared in the album in May this year, but the photo of Chao Juning and Ruan Chu was in August of the previous year. In the previous interview, Chao Juning revealed that his relationship with Ruan Yin only started this year. In the screenshot, Chao Juning clicked on the photo by mistake. It is obviously Ruan Chu. Judging from the degree of intimacy between the two, they are obviously a couple. So obviously, based on time reasoning, Ruan Chu should be Chao Juning's ex-girlfriend. Then who is the mistress is obvious. Entertainment Detective is like a clear stream among the marketing accounts. He seldom speculates privately, and more uses evidence to reason and speak with facts, so he has a high degree of credibility. When he saw it and analyzed a long article he posted, the netizens who were eating melons were blown up. So what Ruan Chu said before is true. She is Chao Juning's girlfriend? Ruan Yin is the third son? No matter who is the third, Chao Juning is a cheating scumbag. Chao Juning's fans don't wash it too. Isn't that obvious enough? Can the content of your brother's own photo album be faked? Chapter 86 Losing Fans and Stepping Back. I remember that Ruan Chu said on Weibo before that she and Chao Juning have been together for almost 3 years, and they only kept it secret for the sake of each other's careers. But I didn't expect that after she broke Chao Juning's cheating on Ruan Yin, Chao Juning turned around and said announced to Ruan Yin and denied her existence. I also remember my sisters, but there were not many people who believed in Chu Chu at that time. Chao Juning's fans still called Chu Chu Pengsi. Ruan Yan's fans called Chu Chu a mistress, and even Guyang, who was still on Ruan Yan's side, said Chao Juning is Ruan Yan's boyfriend. Fuck. So that's all true? Ruan Chu and Chao Juning had a relationship, but it was hidden too well? Then Ruan Yin seduced her stepsister's boyfriend? Countless melon-eating netizens went to the previous Weibo of Ruan Chu and Chao Juning, and after a closer look, they found a lot of clues. After sorting out and analyzing the Big V bloggers, various evidences were presented. Ruan Chu was Chao Juning's ex-girlfriend, and Ruan Yin was the mistress. These two things have basically been beaten to death. Ruan Chu's fans have lost a lot since Ruan Chu was withdrawn from the internet. Most of the remaining fans are diehard fans. But these days, these diehard fans have also been reviled a lot for supporting Ruan Chu. Now seeing Ruan Chu being wronged, many of them were so excited that they were about to cry through the screen. Everyone is finally seeing the true face of the scumbag. We Chu Chu are innocent. We were cuckolded by our illegitimate daughter, and we have not been framed as mistresses. How much wrong did we suffer in those days? The scumbag Shaoxin got out and apologized. Hug my family, Chu Chu. A scumbag is not worthy of your love. Gummy will always trust you to accompany you and support you. Gummy is Ruan Chu's fan name. In addition to the die-hard fans who always believed in Ruan Chu, some fans who wrongly blamed Ruan Chu for leaving fans also spontaneously apologized and expressed their guilt. I'm sorry, Chu Chu. I believed what the marketing account said at the beginning. I blamed you wrongly, and I turned off fans and stepped back. Now I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chu Chu. We blamed you by mistake. Woo, you've been wronged. When Ruan Chu was scolded as a mistress at the beginning, Gum Tang lost her fans in large numbers. Chao Juning and Ruan Yan's fans clung to them. But now the feng shui turns. Both Chao Juning and Ruan Yan's fans were scolded by their opponents and passers-by. There are also many fans who can't bear the pressure and have turned away. Among them, there are also veteran fans who have been fans of Chao Juning since his debut. Chao Juning, I have been following you since your debut the year before last. For 3 years, I have experienced a lot of ups and downs with you. But this time, I want to say goodbye to you. Taking off fans and not stepping back on them is the last kindness. Finally, on behalf of some fans, I would like to say to Miss Ruan Chu, I am sorry. Scumbag. What my wife hates the most is this kind of cheating scumbag. If you lose your fans and turn black, you can't do it without stepping back, and you don't need to be gentle with scumbags. Let's just pretend that I was a fan of Xiang. Ruan Yin is really disgusting to me. Seducing her sister's boyfriend. She really deserves to be the illegitimate daughter of a third-year-old, a daughter inheriting her mother's career. Under the deliberate guidance of Zhaofeng Entertainment's Navy, public opinion developed rapidly, and the situation almost turned to Ruan Chu's side. Ruan Chu turned against the wind and attracted the favor of many passers-by. Of course, with such a big hit, the traffic of talking about Sangama with wine also exploded crazily. After the live broadcast that night ended, Director Chen looked at the data in the background and laughed from ear to ear. Chapter 87 is not picking up Ruan Chu's unwanted garbage. Director Chen originally thought that the 2 major investors had stuffed a total of 4 oil bottles in this episode, and the ratings and popularity of this episode must be bleak, and he could only rely on Ji Jingqi, the actor, to continue his life. Unexpectedly, it was only a short day. First, Guiyang was late because of saving someone, and then Ruan Chu Xiaosan's incident reversed. Talking about Sangama with wine was on the trending searches sooner or later, and the popularity has increased compared to the previous seasons. Reduce. Although Chao Juning and Ruan Yin were hacked into the hot search, they also contributed to the popularity. Even though the two were about to be scolded by Cheng Xiang, Director Chen didn't feel sympathetic and even wanted to applaud. Deserve it. This night, netizens surfed and ate melons, and the guests in the small farmyard were not calm. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Truth or Dare ended. After the program team received the live broadcast equipment, it was time for the guests to rest. Without the camera, Chao Juning didn't care about his image anymore, and his face instantly turned down. Without looking at his phone, he can guess how badly he will be scolded. Ruan Yin stared at the figures of Guiyang and Ruan Chu with stern eyes, and did not turn to look at Chao Juning until they entered the room. The two walked to a remote corner under the moonlight. Ruan Yin held the phone in one hand and slapped Chao Juning with the other. Chao Juning, why do you still have a picture of that Ruan Chu? Ruan Chu said on the show that he didn't like Chao Juning, but Chao Juning still kept Ruan Chu's photo? Who is obsessed with whom now? Besides, if it wasn't for that photo, how could Ruan Chu's affairs be reversed? Chao Juning was stunned for a moment by the beating, resisted the urge to hit back, lowered his eyes forbearance, and said in an irritable voice, I don't know why Ruan Chu's photos appeared here. I deleted them all at the beginning. Yin Yin, you watched me delete one by one with your own eyes. Ruan Yin obviously didn't believe it, and her tone was anxious and rushed. Who knows if you have been restored in the recently deleted? Look at what is said about me on the internet now. And what about your brain? Guiyang told you to open the photo album, and you will open the photo album? There are so many photos of us in the photo album. Do you dare to open it in front of the camera? Chao Juning was upset. He didn't know why he was so stupid at the time, so he clicked on the photo album without thinking. He lowered his head and dared not reply, but his eyes were dark and forbearing. If it wasn't for taking advantage of Ruan Yin and Ruan Yan's father's influence, he would have given up a long time ago. She is also the daughter of the Ruan family. Although Ruan Chu was unwilling to have a relationship with him before marriage when she was with him, she was arrogant and conservative, but she was gentle and careless, with the cultivation of a famous lady. Chao Juning, you caused this incident, and it has already affected my reputation. You should think about how to solve it. Whether you continue to smear and attack Ruan Chu, or take all the blame on yourself, don't involve me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face and denying people. Ruan Yin left without saying a word. If it wasn't because Ruan Chu liked Chao Juning, she wouldn't have looked down on such a handsome boy. Now that Ruan Chu has said that she doesn't like Chao Juning anymore, she naturally has no interest in Chao Juning. She enjoys the thrill of snatching things from Ruan Chu, but she doesn't like to pick up trash that Ruan Chu doesn't want. And what Gu Yang said is also reasonable. As a daughter of a wealthy family, if she wants to marry, she should marry the children of those wealthy and powerful families, not an actor. Ruan Yin didn't look at Chao Juning's gloomy face, but called her father Ruan Jihao and cried. Chapter 88 is not my own person, but a tool person. The dormitory prepared by the program group for the guests is a two-person room, and Gu Yang and Ruan Chu live in the same room. Ruan Chu was browsing Weibo, watching the large-scale redress on the internet and netizens apologizing to her, feeling a little dazed. After a while, she looked at Gu Yang with complicated eyes. Gu Yang, are you leading the public opinion on the internet? She is in the entertainment industry, and she knows better than anyone that such a rapid and large-scale whitewashing can never be accidental. It would make sense if the public relations department of Zhaofeng Entertainment came down to guide public opinion. She is not close to Gu Xiaoming and Ruan Shuling, uncles and aunts. They will not help her for no reason, and her grandfather will not surf the internet late at night. So Gu Yang can only say hello to Zhaofeng Entertainment's public relations department in advance. Reminiscent of tonight's Truth or Dare, almost all Gu Yang is leading the game. Chao Juning's photo with her on his phone, was it really a coincidence? Seeing that Gu Yang was replying to the message as if he didn't hear her, Ruan Chuyu was not annoyed, but just looked at her fixedly and murmured to himself, Gu Yang, why did you bring me to the variety show? To help I cleanse? Gu Yang stopped what she was doing, leaned on the head of the bed, raised her moon-like eyes, and smiled softly. My cousin finally found out. It's not easy. What I said was a little lacking. Ruan Chu's teeth were a little itchy. She didn't know if she was infected by Gu Yang's smile. Her heart felt warm. She turned her eyes away and said a little uncomfortable, thank you. The purpose of Gu Yang bringing Ruan Chu to the variety show is of course not only to whitewash her, but also to subtly help her cure depression. But since it is said to be subtly, there is no need to let her know. Let her watch Chao Juning and Ruan Yinxiu love each other on variety shows, fight poison with poison, and completely let go of her feelings for Chao Juning. Then help Ruan Chu clean up, guide netizens to apologize to her, and stop the online violence from hurting her. It was all about curing her depression. Gu Yang's phone page displayed a WeChat dialogue with Su Yi. Gu Yang, thank you. Su Yi, you are welcome, little fairy. You are the boss sister. That is my Su Yi's sister. Chao Juning did delete Ruan Chu's photos, but for the hackers on the darknet hacker list, as long as they existed, there will always be traces, so they can be recovered. The photo with Ruan Chu in Chao Juning's album was recovered by Su Yi. Even if no one mentions Truth or Dare tonight, Gu Yang will find time to play Truth or Dare. So you quickly sent the screenshot to Gu Jin. Boss, look, my sister came to me for help again. It seems that my sister has already regarded me as her own. Gu Jin quickly replied, that's my sister, not your sister. Su Yi. Gu Jin. Also, it's not my own person, but a tool person. Tool man Su Yi. Heartbroken, Su Yi decided not to continue this heart-wrenching topic with his boss. Boss, the Shao family is still investigating you, and the investigation has reached the country, so take it easy. Gu family villa. Late at night, the lights are quiet, and summer cicadas sleep among the flowers outside the window. Gu Jin glanced at the message on the small computer window, slightly contemptuously. Heh, let him look it up. If he finds it, I'll be considered a loser. Xiao Iza has been checking on her since last year, and she has played tricks on 6 continents. If it weren't for the fact that there was a traitor among them, and it was revealed that she was also interested in that thing, Xiao Iza would still be in Africa. How could he return to China? Chapter 89 Tea Talk in the Small Blood Bank. After Gu Jin finished dealing with the matter at hand, she was going to stay up late and play games like before, and then lie on the bed and squint for a while in the early morning. Since that incident that year, she has suffered from severe sleep disorders and has difficulty falling asleep. Even falling asleep is accompanied by symptoms such as nightmares, so sleep is torture for her. She is also a healer, knowing that simply not sleeping is like drinking poison to quench thirst, but there is nothing she can do. Although she is a miracle doctor widely rumored by the outside world, it is difficult for her to treat mental and psychological diseases by herself. At this time, her phone vibrated. Took the phone and looked. It was a WeChat message from Gu Yang, and there was only one audio file. Gu Jin's eyes paused for a moment, and after turning on the audio, a girl's soft and sweet singing voice came from inside, accompanied by the light piano sound and cicadas, like the sound of heaven. Is a lullaby. Gu Jin's hand holding the phone slightly tightened, her eyes fixed on the words, "The other party is typing," without blinking. Gu Yang, my sister has a sweet dream. Gu Jin stared at the screen in a daze, with thoughts surging in her mind, and it took a long time before she replied. Okay. After thinking about it, he was afraid that Gu Yang would think she was cold, so he sent 2 more words. Good dream. She turned off the computer, turned off the lights, lay on the bed, looped the single, and fell asleep. Of course, before going to bed, Gu Jin badly shared the audio and screenshots with Feng Ju downstairs. Gu Jin, she just sent it to me specially. A red exclamation point appears next to the message. The message has been sent, but rejected by the other party. Gu Jin snorted lightly, feeling relieved. Downstairs, in the dark bedroom, the screen shimmered, faintly reflecting the young man's bright and handsome face. His hand holding the phone at this moment has white knuckles, and his eyes are fixed on the screen, with stubbornness deeper than the night. The girl's soft and gentle singing voice is like flowing water and moonlight, which makes people relax unconsciously. He calmed down a little and clicked on Gu Yang's WeChat dialog box. This dialog box is clean, and there has never been any conversation. The wind shakes the bamboo shadows, and the bright moon enters the window. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Jin's reply, but he didn't expect that she didn't ask anything. But with the IQ of the boss, he must have known that she is a psychiatrist, and he might even guess that she is not the original one. Gu Jin didn't ask, and Gu Yang tacitly didn't mention her sleep disorder. At this time, Feng Ju, the small blood bank, sent her a WeChat message. Feng Ju, sister, are you asleep yet? Gu Yang replied in seconds. No. Aju, what's the matter? The little blood bank has not yet been led astray by the big villain and turned into a little villain. She wants to give him enough warmth, make up for him, and lead him on the right path together. Feng Ju, it's nothing. I just can't fall asleep. I watch my sister's live broadcast at night, and now I close my eyes and think of my sister. I didn't hear my sister practicing the piano today, so I'm not used to it. Sister, if I send you a message so late, will it disturb you? I'm going to write a meeting on May 3rd. Sister, go to bed early. Gu Yang saw the message from the small blood bank, and his heart skipped a beat. The small blood bank meant that he couldn't sleep all night thinking about her? Oh no, it should be her lullaby. Besides, why does she feel that the small blood bank seems to be better than her? But if these words are said from that gentle and well-behaved young man, even teasing will hardly make people feel disgusted. Suddenly for a moment, Gu Yang understood why many boys like green tea. Chapter 90, The Correct Way to Open the Wealthy Daughter. Gu Yang sent another copy of the audio he sent to Gu Jin to Feng Ju. I recorded it at home before. If you can't sleep, you can listen to it. Although she recorded it specially for Gu Jin. After all, it is impossible for her to play lullabies to Gu Jin every day, and Gu Jin's sleep disorder is so serious that medicine is ineffective, so she must be hypnotized. That's why she specially recorded a lullaby for Gu Jin. Gu Yang thought for a while and sent several audio files to Feng Ju, which were some other piano pieces she played. Feng Ju, thank you, sister. My sister sings really well. So the next day, after Gu Jin woke up on time at 6 o'clock, she found out that Feng Ju had released her from the blacklist and shared some audio with her. Are all piano pieces played by Gu Yang? Gu Jin decisively saved the audio and then blocked Feng Ju. After a night of fermenting on the internet, the topics of Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Xiao Juning have already topped the list of topics, and even talk about Sangama with wine has become popular again. As soon as the live broadcast room opened at 9 o'clock, a large number of melon-eating viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Chao Juning has dark circles under his eyes. Did he not sleep well last night? Don't you have anything to say about cheating on Ruan Yin? Why don't you apologize to Ruan Chu? Ruan Yin, the junior, and Chao Juning, the scumbag. Get out of Mama saying. Get out of the showbiz. Ruan Chu fans stop barking like mad dogs. How many words can the marketing account say be true? Tobacco fans, we have to believe in Yin Yin. Believe in brother-in-law. Yes, 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 yes. I believe that Ruan Yin must be the mistress, and I believe that Chao Juning must be a scumbag. Didn't it mean that Ruan Yin is very favored in the Ruan family? Is Ruan Chu, the daughter of the first wife, also favored? Why didn't the Ruan family help her remove the trending search? That's right. According to the nature of the rich, the hot search was withdrawn early. How could such a black hot search hang up all night? I remember the last time Gu Yang's black hot search was at the top of the list. In order to remove the hot search and spread the heat, Gu's group ordered the artists sign by themselves to reveal their love affairs. This is the correct way to open up the wealthy daughter? As soon as the live broadcast started, the fans of several companies were already torn apart, while the fans of other companies were eating melons while calling their idols. Director Chun took 8 guests together in the mountains and forests. Summer and autumn are the time to pick mushrooms. This place is rich in wild mushroom resources. It rained last night, and a lot of mushrooms grew on the mountain. Our task this morning is to go pick wild mushrooms and eat wild mushrooms for lunch. The program team specially invited a local wild mushroom expert to explain the knowledge about wild mushrooms. Experts walked in front and said, "Wild mushrooms are delicious and can be described as mountain treasures. It is for this reason that even though many people are poisoned by eating wild mushrooms by mistake every year, their enthusiasm for wild mushrooms does not diminish. Wild mushrooms, that is, mushrooms, can be divided into poisonous and non-toxic. We should pay attention to the difference when picking wild mushrooms. First of all, it depends on the color of the fungus. Generally, the color is bright, and it is easy to change color after picking. Those with pimples on the umbrella cap are poisonous wild fungi. Secondly, look at its secretions. The secretions are thick and brown, and the ones that are easy to oxidize and change color after breaking are poisonous wild fungi. The non-toxic secretions are clear, some are white, and the fungus surface does not change color after being torn off. Experts said while wearing disposable gloves to pick mushrooms on the roadside for on-site teaching, and also help the audience of the guests to know several common wild mushrooms. After the science popularization, Director Chin and others stopped under a big tree with 5 people hugging each other and said, "Our task in the morning is to pick mushrooms. Similarly, we should divide into groups first and form a team by ourselves." Chapter 91 Little Fairy, You Promised Me? Ruan Yin and Chao Juning teamed up. Ruan Chu and Gu Yang sisters teamed up. Wei Yuzhou took care of Tang Xiaoqiao the most and would definitely choose her. The rest Ji Jingqi and Fu Sheng teamed up. I'm really a little genius. The Prophet is out tonight. So our season cubs are left behind? Is this a beaver? Crying and laughing. This combination guess is the most reasonable, and it has been recognized by many people. Although Ji Jingqi also felt that Gu Yang would choose to be with Ruan Chu, he still refused to give up and invited, "Little Fairy, are we in a group?" Gu Yang readily agreed. "Okay. It's okay," Ji Jingqi replied subconsciously, and after realizing what Gu Yang said, his eyes lit up. "What? Little Fairy, you promised me." Some fans were taken aback by Ji Jingqi's reaction. "Ah, why is Ji Zai so cute?" Some people also took Ji Jingqi's words and made a spoof. "No, I disagree with this marriage. Gu Yang is sensible. He didn't reject our season cubs. I thought Gu Yang would continue to be with Chu Chu, but it turned out that Ji Jingqi was more attractive. See profit and forget justice. What a wealthy plastic sister." Go away, Heizi. Don't put on the skin of Chu Chu's fans. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Chu Chu and her cousin have a good relationship, but a good relationship doesn't mean they have to be tied together. Ruan Chu also looked at Gu Yang in surprise, his eyes resentful, like looking at a scumbag. "Did you agree to go to the variety show for her?" Gu Yang looked at Ruan Chu suspiciously and joked with a smile. "Could it be that my cousin can't leave me anymore?" Ruan Chu looked away as if his mind had been punctured. "Who can't leave you?" Since her depression has worsened, She has less and less communication with the outside world, and only Guyang communicates with her the most, so that she is somewhat dependent on Guyang. If Guyang didn't say anything, she wouldn't have realized that she really couldn't do without Guyang. She doesn't want to interact with other people. Guyang was aware of this, so he agreed to Ji Jingqi's invitation and did not continue to form a team with Ruan Chu. She just wanted to force Ruan Chu to take that step. At this time, Chao Juning and Ruan Yin, Tang Xiaoqiao and Wei Yuzhou have already formed a team. Fu Xing can only look at Ruan Chu. With yesterday's cooperation, he actually has a good impression of Ruan Chu, so he doesn't dislike working with her. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Ruan Chu, happy cooperation. Ruan Chu stretched out his hand with some difficulty. Happy cooperation. It was difficult to take that step, but after taking that step, Ruan Chu only felt the ease of breaking through the shackles. The rules of the competition formulated by the program group are very simple. Each team puts the collected wild mushrooms into bamboo baskets and carries them back, and the experts identify them. The counted number of non-toxic wild mushrooms is the result of the competition. Time is limited to 2 hours. The Grape app live broadcast has a split-screen function. After the 4 groups set off in 4 directions, the live broadcast room is also divided into 4 parts. Viewers can watch the 4 parts together or choose one of them to watch. Fans of each family naturally choose the live broadcast room where their idols are located to watch. Ji Jingqi carried a bamboo basket on his back, changed his previous persona, who was less talkative, and kept looking for topics to chat with Guyang. Little fairy, why do you suddenly want to be on a variety show? Of course, Guyang could not say that he came to treat Ruan Chu, so he said casually, come and play. By the way, take a summer job to earn some pocket money. Call me Guyang or Yang Yang. Guyang felt a little ashamed to be called Little Fairy in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room. Ji Jingqi is as good as he is. Yang Yang. Does Yang Yang want to enter the entertainment industry? Chapter 92 Red Umbrella, White Pole. Ji Zai, your aloof personality has collapsed. Whoa. Betting on a bag of spicy strips, Guyang went to variety shows to enter the entertainment industry. I have to say that the cake in the entertainment industry is really big. So many wealthy daughters have come to have a foot in it. I also think that Guyang is going to enter the entertainment industry. Anything to play is just an excuse. She is not the real daughter of the Gu family, and it is not her turn to inherit the property of the Gu family. If she wants to make money and maintain a good life, the shortcut is to use the resources of the Gu family and her own external conditions to enter the entertainment industry, while the Gu family is still nostalgic. Netizens analyzed it logically, but Guyang shook his head. I won't enter the entertainment industry. Ji Jingqi felt a little regretful. Well, with Yang Yang's appearance, it's a pity not to enter the entertainment circle. I still think that I will have the opportunity to act with Yang Yang in the future. Guyang smiled. Before putting the book on, anyone who dares to persuade her to enter the entertainment industry will definitely be beaten up by those psychologists who are even crazier than mentally ill. The two of them did not continue this topic, and picked some wild mushrooms along the way. It's just that because of the late arrival, most of the wild fungi that grew on the mountain after the rain were picked up by the villagers who got up early, and most of the rest were a few sparse ones, and rarely a whole clump. Ji Jingqi was sighing. Sure enough, the early bird gets the worm. I thought it would be easy to fill a bamboo basket with mushrooms, but now it seems that I can't pick half of them in 2 hours. And they are not necessarily all non-toxic. Guyang spotted a clump of red mushrooms covered by weeds with sharp eyes. There are a lot of them over there. It should be enough to fill this bamboo basket. Ji Jingqi was surprised, walked over and looked a little complicated. Red umbrella, white pole. Is this a poisonous rasula? Guyang, wearing disposable gloves, picked the mushrooms and threw them into the bamboo basket. This is a big red mushroom, not poisonous. Although it looks similar to a poisonous red mushroom, it is still different. Guyang picked mushrooms over and over again while explaining science to Ji Jingqi, and Ji Jingqi nodded. When the two were picking red mushrooms, the screen of the live broadcast room was swiped, and the screen was full of red umbrella, white pole, let's lie down together after eating. Lie on the board, sleep in the coffin, and then bury the mountain together. Is what Guyang said true? So a large clump of red umbrellas and white stems is not a poisonous red mushroom? She is not an expert. Can she tell the difference accurately? Isn't it okay to pick other mushrooms? So a large clump of red umbrellas and white stems. If it is not poisonous mushrooms, how could it be their turn to pick them? It was picked up by the villagers at the foot of the mountain. It's over. I already have a premonition of how the season cub will come to the bottom in this round. Shingo will definitely want to hurt people again. Can Gu Yong not be a drag on our best actor, G? Wouldn't it be nice to be a quiet, obedient little fairy? Don't be disgusting. Wan Chu and Fu Xing didn't pick many mushrooms. Fu Xing often exercised, so he was still not out of breath after walking the mountain road for almost an hour, but to his surprise, Wan Chu's physical strength was also very good. During the interval of picking wild mushrooms, it was difficult for the two of them to remain silent for a long time. So Fu Xing took the initiative to find a topic. Does Miss Wan also exercise regularly? Well, the elders in the family were afraid that the girls would be disadvantaged outside, so they let us learn some martial arts since we were young. Exercise is also essential. When Ruan Shu talked about this, she remembered that since she suffered from depression, she has been very tired. Go out to exercise less. Chapter 93 is really a punishment. Fu Xing agrees. Girls should learn some self-defense methods and be able to protect themselves when necessary. Both of them are in the entertainment industry, and they have a lot of common topics, so they can still chat. Gradually, it wasn't just Fu Xing looking for topics to chat. Wan Shu would also ask Fu Xing some questions from time to time, and the two got along fairly well. That seems to be a chicken fur mushroom. It should taste good when used in soup. Fu Xing was going to pick the chicken fur mushroom with a bamboo basket on his back. However, Wan Shu stopped him. There are snakes. Fu Xing only then discovered that there was a snake spitting snake letters coiled on the stone covered with lichen and moss next to the colpodium fungus. The head of the snake is triangular, shaped like a piece of soldering iron. The tail is white, and the whole body is dark brown, mixed with very small yellow-green or rust-colored spots, forming a fine network impression. The snake's pattern and color were very similar to the lichen-covered stones, so Fu Xing didn't notice it. Fu Xing was taken aback when he saw it, and covered his mouth to keep from exclaiming. Wan Shu was relatively calm. While pulling Fu Xing back slowly, he said, "Snakes have no outer ears and no eardrums, so they can't receive the sound waves conducted by the air, so they can't hear the sound, so they can still scream out of fear." Fu Xing carefully stared at the snake, followed Wan Shu back, nodded with lingering fear, but still did not dare to speak too loudly. That snake, with a triangular head, looks like a poisonous snake. Aren't you afraid? Don't say that Wan Shu is a girl. He, a big man, would get goosebumps all over his body when he saw a creature like a snake. Wan Shu, a rich lady, can still be so calm. There is nothing to be afraid of. Although it is a poisonous snake, the venom of a poisonous snake is very precious. It is generally used to hunt prey and will not actively attack people. Even if it does attack people, I can protect you. I will still kill you if you hit a snake. Okay. Wan Shu picked up a branch and stepped back while guarding against the poisonous snake. She turned her head to Fu Xing and said, "Even if you are poisoned, you still have anti-venom." Fu Xing was infected by Wan Shu's calmness. I just took a photo and searched. It is a Mongshan ironhead snake, a national special level protected animal. If you kill it, you will be sentenced to prison. Wan Shumo was silent. If it attacks actively, we will kill it as an emergency escape, and there will be no sentence. When they saw a snake just now, the cameraman behind Wan Chu and Fu Xing, who was carrying the camera, was so frightened that his hands trembled, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also startled. Everyone is shouting, "Run!" Listening to the conversation between Wan Chu and Fu Xing, the tense atmosphere in the live broadcast room was relieved in an instant, and many viewers even started teasing. Good guy, discussing the killing of national special level protected animals. This topic is really enough punishment. Oh. I see that Mama Sang is getting more and more judgmental. Yesterday's art photos almost involved yellow, and today a certain actor and actress are discussing the killing of national special level protected animals. It's really a punishment. Reported by a law student, what Wan Shu said is true. It is not against the law to kill an animal under national special protection in emergency avoidance. Wan Shu is really calm and calm. Is this the inner cultivation of a wealthy daughter? After all, I am unworthy, crying and laughing. Ha ha ha, Fu Xing, is it really okay for you to be so cowardly? Hiding behind girls. Miss Ruan Chu knows a lot. I just went to Dunyang to search. Snakes do not have hearing. They rely on abdominal vibrations to distinguish objects around them. I feel that Miss Ruan Chu must be a top student, right? Chapter 94 Ruan Chu's Education. The dense branches and leaves of the big banyan tree, surrounded by 5 people, covered a shade. Director Chen sat on the stone under the tree, shaking his fan while watching trending searches. Ruan Yin, Ruan Chu, and Chao Juning's triangular turmoil entry is still on the hot search, and Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's red mushroom are also on the tail of the hot search. Netizens are divided into 2 factions, arguing whether the red mushrooms that Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi picked are poisonous. At this time, Director Chen noticed that there were 2 hot searches on the rise. Hashtag Fuxing Wan Chuzhenxing a hashtag. Jingha Sangma Yobo, now the national super protected animal Mongshan, iron head snake hashtag. Chen Dao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly clicked on it, and he let out a sigh of relief after a quick scan. He was scared to death, thinking that the guest really committed a crime. Mongshan ironhead snake is very rare as a national special grade protected animal, let alone wild, and soon attracted the attention of relevant forestry departments. The Wildlife Conservation Association also took advantage of the popularity to post a related Weibo to educate netizens about Mongshan ironhead snake. Ruan Chu also attracted a large number of passerby fans because of his calmness when encountering poisonous snakes. There is even a marketing account on the internet, picking up information about Ruan Chu's education. Via the Academic Affairs Office of the Entertainment Circle. I don't know if I don't know, but I was surprised when I picked it up. It turns out that Ruan Chu is actually a top student in Science 658 of the college entrance examination, and he is still studying at Jinda University. Attached is a copy of Ruan Chu's college entrance examination results. Picture. Underneath, a group of netizens were stunned. Damn it, I didn't expect Ruan Chu to be a top student in 985 University. No wonder I know so much. This score is rare in the entertainment industry with low academic qualifications. Another artist with a score of 400 to 500 can become a schoolgirl/schoolgirl. I didn't expect Ruan Chu to be so low-key. Before I heard that Ruan Yin didn't even pass the second exam, I thought that Ruan Chu's education was not very good. Now it seems that the illegitimate daughter is really not as good as the real daughter, and she can't get on the stage. Ruan Chu's college entrance examination transcripts 3 years ago amazed many people and invisibly attracted many passers-by fans. After all, if the idol is a top student, chasing stars is more justified. 2 hours later, the guests of the 4 groups returned the same way, and the 4 bamboo baskets were lined up one by one. Obviously, only Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's bamboo baskets were filled to the brim, and the other 3 bamboo baskets were filled with about half a basket of mushrooms, among which Fu Xing and Ruan Chu had more. Fu Xing was quite surprised. You have picked so many fungi. I thought Chu and I had picked enough. After 2 hours of getting along, Fu Sheng and Ruan Chu got to know each other a lot, and they didn't call her Miss Ruan as alienated as they did at the beginning. Yang is lucky. When Ji Jingqi smiled, he showed his small canine teeth, looking very sunny. Tang quietly stared at the mushrooms and suddenly tilted his head and said, "Red umbrella, white pole." Ruan Yin also noticed the basket of red-covered and white-stalked mushrooms and sneered. "Isn't this a poisonous mushroom? Didn't my cousin here, Director Chen, say that only non-toxic mushrooms count?" Without waiting for Gu Yang to say anything, Ji Jingqi said first, "Not all mushrooms with red covers and white stems are poisonous. The experts haven't spoken yet. Ms. Ruan Yin should not rush to draw conclusions." Ruan Yin choked, but he didn't dare to insult Ji Jingqi in front of the camera. After all, Ji Jingqi's fans are notoriously strong. When the experts were counting the number of non-toxic mushrooms, Director Chen shook the palm fan and coughed lightly. "Let me tell you in advance the rewards and punishments of this mushroom picking competition. The group that picks the most mushrooms can relax in the village freely in the afternoon. The other 3 groups can choose different field activities in order of ranking, such as transplanting, sowing, or fertilizing. Chapter 95 It all depends on peers." Hearing the disparity in rewards and punishments, the 8 guests were all taken aback, waiting for the experts' results. Chen Daobang announced the results of expert statistics. Ruan and Fu Sheng's group picked a total of 158 wild mushrooms, of which 75 were non-toxic. Hearing the result, Ruan and Fu Sheng were a little surprised. Ruan looked at only half of the mushrooms left in the bamboo basket. Only half of them are not poisonous? The audience in the live broadcast room also found it incredible. No way. Didn't you say that Ruan is a top student, and half of the wild mushrooms are poisonous? In other words, it is impossible for even a top student to know so much about wild mushrooms, right? There are specialties in the art industry. After all, there are many types of wild mushrooms, and many poisonous and non-toxic ones also look alike. As soon as Heisey came out to spray, someone stood up and went back. The expert explained to them very intimately, and also popularized science to the audience in the live broadcast room. These wild fungi picked out are all poisonous. It's the false Amanita. Looking at the wild mushrooms picked up one by the experts, the guests present were bewildered. What? What are you talking about? Aren't they all the same? Fu Sheng was a little confused. He picked these, and he knew them. Aren't these all chicken fur mushrooms? The live broadcast room is also in the same mood. Fu Sheng asked what was on my mind. Aren't these all the same kind of mushroom? Crying and laughing. It does look similar to the chicken fur fungus, but it turned out to be a different wild fungus. No wonder Fu Sheng and Ruan would admit it wrong. In my hometown, many people mistakenly eat these fungus as Gallus palacula and are sent to the hospital every year. Seeing everyone's doubts, the experts elaborated on the difference between these wild mushrooms and Gallus palaculae, and another large group in the live broadcast room shouted, "Increased knowledge." It seems that Ruan and Fu Sheng did not lose unjustly, crying and laughing. Blindly guessing that Ruan and Fu Sheng are the last ones, they are forced to pick manure to fertilize. Don't ask me how I know I'm picking manure, just ask. Shingo is such a dog. The fertilization he's talking about must mean farm manure. Everyone thought that this game was a certainty, and the bottom ones must be Ruan and Fu Sheng. But what happened next shocked the netizens in the live broadcast room. Tang Xiao and Wei Yuzhou collected 139 wild mushrooms. Only 51 were non-toxic. Ruan Yin and Xiao Juning are even worse, 138 wild mushrooms. Only 44 are non-toxic. This is something I never thought of. Ruan Yin and Xiao Juning probably picked a wild mushroom whenever they saw one. Why are about 2/3 of it poisonous? I thought Fu Sheng and Ruan were bronze, but I didn't expect them to be kings, crying and laughing. Fu Sheng and Ruan all rely on peers to set off. Then if this trend continues, Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's basket won't even contain a quarter of the non-toxic ones, right? Fuck. After seeing the whole crate of fungi poured out, I feel that there is not even a fifth of the non-toxic ones. +1. Did Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi give the red umbrella and the white pole to the nest? Crying and laughing. Why are almost all red umbrellas and white poles? The color of this stuff is so bright. Even I who don't eat wild mushrooms often know it's poisonous. Not all red umbrellas and white poles are poisonous. Maybe Gu Yang and Ji Zai were lucky enough to pick non-toxic ones. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, but when the expert poured out the whole basket of mushrooms, the other 3 groups of guests present and Director Chun were also stunned. Except for a few dark-colored fungi, most of them are wild fungi with red caps and white rods. Before they only thought that the upper layer was red umbrellas and white poles, but they didn't expect that almost all of them were. Chapter 96 is full of red mushrooms, non-toxic. Director Chen gave Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi a rare look and asked, "Hey, are they all picked in one place?" Ji Jingqi and Gu Yang nodded. Everyone looked at the expert. The expert picked up a few fungi and carefully identified them. At the same time, Director Chen awkwardly inserted an advertisement in the live broadcast room. The audience who are eagerly waiting for the expert to make a conclusion. Shingo is still Shingo. Shingo, be yourself. The advertisement ended in about a minute, and the experts had already come to a conclusion. These are all red mushrooms. Although they look like poisonous red mushrooms, they are not poisonous. Among the wild mushrooms picked up by the other group are poisonous Rasula. The experts quickly picked out a poisonous Rasula and compared it with the big Rasula, and popularized their differences with everyone. First of all, distinguish from the smell. The smell of the big Rasula is the fragrance. The smell of poisonous rasula is pungent. And secondly, finally, Director Chun gave the result. Ji Jingqi and Gu Yang's group has a total of 233 wild mushrooms, all of which are non-toxic. When the result came out, everyone present was quite surprised. It's all non-toxic. It's too strong. Wei Yuzhou sighed. Tang quietly smiled and said, "Congratulations to Ji Yingdi and Miss Gu." Wan Shu was also quite surprised. It's really amazing. Whether it is being able to tell the difference between red mushrooms and poisonous red mushrooms, or if you are lucky and bet right, it is quite rare. Ji Jingqi looked at Ruan Yin. What does Miss Ruan Yin think? Ruan Yin's face froze slightly. She didn't expect Ji Jingqi to hold grudges so much. Didn't she just say something to Gu Yang? Ruan Yin squeezed out a smile. Jingdi and cousin Yang are very lucky. The audience in the live broadcast room were also blown up, mainly because the contrast between the front and the back was too great. Fuck. It's all non-toxic. Isn't that too strong? I don't believe this is luck. But I think there is still an element of gambling in it. If the bet is right, it will be all red mushrooms. If the bet is wrong, it will be all poisonous red mushrooms. This is really a turnaround. I remember that in the sub-broadcasting room before, some people thought that Gu Yang was making his own decisions. Why didn't he speak? This wave of G Cubs is not a loss. It is purely being taken away. Fast forward. I want to see Chao Scumbag and Xiao San pick manure and fertilize. After the results were announced, Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi won the first place without any suspense. Ruan Shu and Fu Sheng, as the second place, have the priority to choose. After discussing with each other, they chose to sow seeds. Tang Xiaoqiao and Wei Yuzhou chose to transplant rice seedlings, and Ruan Yin and Chao Juning were left to fertilize. In fact, as the audience guessed, the fertilization was indeed farm manure. Back to the small farmyard, the program team made mushroom soup hot pot with the wild mushrooms collected. The guests ate hot pot with the air conditioner turned on in the house, which is similar to the idea of covering the quilt with the air conditioner turned on. After the lunch break, the live broadcast continued. Because the directions of the four groups of guests were different, the live broadcast room was divided into 4 sub-broadcast rooms. Except for the fans of various companies, most of the audience chose to watch Ruan Yin and Chao Juning pick manure and fertilize. On the vegetable field, the newly grown vegetable seedlings are green and green. Chao Juning picked up 2 buckets of farmyard manure and walked unsteadily among the vegetable fields, accidentally trampling on many vegetable seedlings on the side. The wind blew, and the smell of farmyard manure spread over his face. He couldn't help covering his mouth and nose with his hands. As for Ruan Yin, when she saw Chao Juning approaching, she pinched her nose and ran away. She was holding the vegetable shower in one hand and pinching her nose with the other. Her eyes were full of disgust. Now she regrets asking Wang Yunxin to help her and Chao Juning appear in this variety show. She intended to go on a variety show with Chao Juning to stimulate Ruan Shu, making Ruan Shu's depression aggravated, and she collapsed completely. It is best to commit suicide. But I didn't expect that Ruan Shu would be cleansed by accident, and she would have to do this kind of dirty work. Chapter 97. The white man is worthy of being worn on the road. When Chao Juning came carrying farmyard manure, he accidentally kicked a stone, staggered, and fell to the ground. And the farmyard manure was also spilled out, and even splashed on him. Chao Juning was so disgusted that he retched, but the task was not completed yet, and he couldn't go back to change clothes, so he could only bite the bullet and continue picking farm manure. Ruan Yin became more and more disgusted when she saw it, and physically and honestly moved further away from Chao Juning. Chao Juning's fans in the live broadcast felt distressed. Shingo is too much, right? How can I let my brother do such dirty work? Our brother has always loved clean people, but he has to suffer this kind of grievance. I feel sorry for Juning. Ruan Yin saw her brother fall. Why didn't her girlfriend come over to help him? Still going backwards? Smoke fans helped Ruan Yin to defend. My sister also backed away after being frightened. Those things are so smelly. Isn't it normal for a wealthy daughter like my sister to run away when she sees it? Can this be our fault? It's obvious that Chao Juning himself didn't stand firm. He couldn't lift his shoulders or lift his hands. He was so weak like something. Chirping. I can't stand still with such a little distance and such a little weight, so I'm still a man. Yen fan and Chao Juning's fans tore each other on a rare scale. Other fans and passers-by are eating melons to watch the fun. Tisk TSK, dog bites dog, really exciting. This is really a tasteful live broadcast room. Deserve it. The little three scumbags should be drenched in farm manure. Is this too much for Chingo? You haven't seen anything worse. It's fine if you don't let your brother pick up cow dung. Your brother accidentally drenched himself all over himself. Who can be blamed? Compared to Wang Yin and Chao Juning's stinking and foul atmosphere, whether it is Tang Xiaoqiao and Wei Yuzhou or Ruan Chu and Fu Sheng, they all cooperate very well, talking and laughing while working. Just looking at it makes you feel the years are quiet. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi, they can be called a casual duo, wandering around in the village, followed by the photographer. Ji Jingqi was wrapped tightly, even wearing a mask on a hot day. As an amateur, Gu Yang is not afraid of being recognized, but he is the most popular young actor at the moment, so he should be careful when going out. However, he soon discovered that his worries were unnecessary. Ji Jingqi took off his mask and let himself breathe. Why are there mostly old people and children in this village? There are no young people. Most of the current star fans are young people, and very few old people and children follow stars, so he doesn't worry about being recognized. Gu Yang was not surprised. She looked at the old man with a child on his back and another child in his hand not far away, and said softly, "It's normal. Most of the young people in the countryside have gone out to work hard, and the only ones left are empty nesters and left-behind children." Ji Jingqi followed Gu Yang's line of sight, and when he saw the gray-haired old man, he suddenly fell silent. The one who confers the white is worthy of being worn on the road. Up to now, it has not been realized in many places. Gu Yang said softly. The photographer also followed Gu Yangji's line of sight to Ji Jingqi and gave the old woman a shot. The old woman's hair was gray and her body was a little stooped. I don't know if it was because of her old age or because she was pressed down by the young child on her back. She carried a toddler on her back and led a 3- or 4-year-old child, walking forward slowly, leaving only a back view for the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room fell silent for a moment when they saw this scene. Chapter 98. The village is on fire. It took a long time before a barrage popped up. Weak question. What do you mean? I don't understand classical Chinese. The one who grants the white will not be worn on the road. This classical Chinese sentence comes from Mencius's The Widow of the State, which means the old man with gray hair will not carry things on the road. The problem of rural empty nesters and left-behind children is really sad. That grandma is in her 70s, and she has to work so hard. Can children be more filial? Are you embarrassed to let the old man have to be a nanny for his grandson at such an old age? You can't blame the children, can you? Children go out for the sake of the family. How can they make money to support the family if they don't go out and work hard? The live broadcast room began to discuss social issues. Such topics are related to everyone and can resonate with everyone. Of course, there were others who were kidnapped by morality. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi are just watching and talking sarcastically. Not to help? How about helping the old man take care of the child? It's hypocrisy. Who wouldn't know how to say a few words there? But it's a little action. Ji Jingqi earns tens of millions from a single movie. Isn't Gu Yang the daughter of a wealthy family? Why don't they donate some to these poor empty nesters and left-behind children? But someone quickly refuted. Say, why don't you help the elderly with their children? Are you idiots? In exchange for you, 2 strangers offered to take care of the child for you. Do you dare to agree? Why do people trust you? And even if I helped this day, what about the future? Could it be that Ji Jingqi and Gu Yang should stay here forever? Those who are kidnapped by morality and forced to donate. Get out. Our season cubs donate their salary every year, but they don't buy hot search promotions. For details, you can go to the Weibo of Ji Jingqi Global Support Club. As for Miss Gu Yang, she is still a student. Didn't the Gu family publicly donate 100 million before? For those who are forced to donate, I just want to ask how much you donated and what you have contributed to this society. Don't hold on to Ji Zai's 10 million salary all day long. The market is like that, and it's not up to our Ji Zai to decide. The cake is there. Anyone can eat it. Even if it's not Ji Zai, it's someone else. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi did not join in to help the old man. After all, with their strength, they could help for a while, but not for a lifetime. And in today's self-media age, if they come to help and let the old man and child appear in the live broadcast room, it will be self-defeating. Excessive exposure will attract countless internet celebrity anchors to disturb their peaceful life, and it will only bring trouble to the old man. Not surprisingly, because of the scene in Sangma, the social hot topic of rural empty nest elderly and left-behind children has become a hot topic again, which has aroused many people's reflections. The village where Sangma's program team filmed variety shows was also picked up, and it was a poor village in Liaoqing. Many people watched Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi's live broadcast, and netizens also discovered that although this village is a poor village, its natural scenery is no worse than some internet celebrity attractions, and it is better than quietness. After this issue of talking about Sangma with wine, this secluded mountain village became popular and became an internet celebrity attraction. Many internet celebrity anchors came to check in one after another, which also drove the local tourism industry. At the same time, national special grade protected animals were found on the mountain, which also attracted many scientific researchers to come to investigate. No matter how it has been for a long time, at least now it is beneficial to this impoverished village. The local village committee is also very smart, taking advantage of the east wind to drive the villagers to develop homestays and so on. At the same time, it has also attracted many young people to return to their hometowns to start businesses. To a certain extent, this can be regarded as improving the situation of empty nest elderly and left-behind children. But there is still a long way to go to really solve this problem. I wish the little cuties who took the postgraduate entrance examination today a successful landing. It's the end of the term. When will you have your holiday? Jiushi only has a holiday on January 10th. Chapter 99 has Gu Yang behind the scenes. Gu Yang and Ji Jingqi wandered around the village casually and then returned to the farmyard. It was hot in summer, and it was still comfortable to blow on the air conditioner in the house. Soon the other three groups of guests came back. When Ruan Yin and Chao Juning entered the yard, almost everyone subconsciously covered their mouths and noses. While lying on the chair and squinting his eyes, Ji Jingqi covered his mouth and nose in disgust, opened his eyes and asked, "What stinks so much?" After seeing Ruan Yin and Chao Juning, it suddenly dawned on him. "You are the ones who are back." Ruan Yin glared at Ji Jingqi and hurried to take a shower and change clothes. She doesn't want to stay on this show for a moment now, and she won't come in the next episode anyway. Ruan Chu also noticed the dirt on Chao Juning's body and took a few steps away silently, covering his mouth and nose. Now she just feels sick when she thinks that she once liked Chao Juning. "Cousin, what's the matter? Isn't it interesting to be on this variety show?" Gu Yang propped his chin on one hand and looked at Ruan Chu with a smile. "It's okay." Ruan Chu snorted softly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. It is undeniable that the 2 days on the variety show were the only days when she felt relaxed and happy. What made her even more happy was that she was cleansed and the online violence against her disappeared, and she could still see Ruan Yin and Chao Juning, a pair of dogs, were deflated in variety shows. Just thinking that it will end soon, she feels a little bit reluctant. She was afraid that after going back, all the sunshine would be blocked by the haze again, and she would return to the previous state of autism and pessimism, where life would be worse than death. However, Ruan Chu will soon find out that she is overthinking. After Sangma officially bid farewell to the audience in this episode, she just returned to Jinxing when she received a notice from her agent. After her comeback, she successfully washed her whites and became popular. Now her resources are even better than before she retired. There are many endorsement invitations, and even a director invited her to play the lead actress. In such a busy situation, she has no chance to stay at home and autistic emo. However, it is better to use work to numb the nerves so that I don't have to think too much. Ruan's old house. Old man Ruan was holding a tablet, looking at the smile on Ruan Chu's face when he bid farewell to the audience at the end. He couldn't help showing a smile in his eyes. The butler sighed from the side. "Miss hasn't been this happy for a long time." "Yes." Old Master Ruan also sighed. Before Chu Chu appeared in this variety show, he was worried that Chu Chu would continue to be hurt. But now it seems that Chu Chu not only did not suffer, but Ruan Yin suffered a lot. The butler said cheerfully, "It seems that Miss Gu Yang has indeed changed her gender, and she helped the young lady by a mistake." "By chance?" "Humph, that girl is smart." Mr. Wan could clearly see that Ruan Chu was able to clear his name in variety shows so quickly, and Gu Yang was behind it. But the change of is true, at least that girl doesn't disgust him as much as before. Ruan Yin and Chao Juning haven't come out to apologize to Chu Chu yet. Mr. Ruan asked again. The butler shook his head. No, they seem to be dealing with it coldly, and they haven't come out to express their position yet. Mr. Ruan sneered. My daughter of the Ruan family is not so easy to bully. Let the matter of Ruan Yan's expulsion from the Ruan family be exposed. And that Chao Juning, the daughter of the Ruan family, is also the one he can pick and choose? Block it bar. Although old man Ruan is at home for the elderly, he still holds a lot of power in his hands. It is not difficult to ban a third-tier fresh meat. What's more, he also has a son-in-law Gu Xiaoming who is one of the 4 giants in the entertainment industry. End of this chapter. Chapter 100 Ruan Group. Miss Ruan Chu is the only daughter of the Ruan family. Chapter 100 The Ruan Group. Miss Ruan Chu is the only daughter of the Ruan family. Netizens thought that the triangular turmoil between Ruan Chu, Ruan Yin, and Chao Juning would have no follow-up, but they didn't expect that the Ruan Group issued a public statement not long after. Ruan's Group v. Mr. Ruan Jihao of Ruan's Group has divorced Ms. Su Yun, and Ms. Ruan Yan's custody rights belong to Ms. Su Yun, and she is no longer the second Miss of the Jincheng Ruan family. The daughter of the second room of the Ruan family is only Miss Ruan Chu. Hereby declare. This statement has just been issued, causing quite a stir. Holy shit. Does that mean that Ruan Yin was expelled from the Ruan family? Didn't it mean that Ruan Yin was very favored in the Ruan family? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ruan Chu, the real daughter, is more favored. Ruan Yin, an illegitimate daughter, cheated on Ruan Chu, and let Ruan Chu take the blame for her mistress. Can the ruler of the Ruan family not be angry? Laughing. Let's see how Ruan Yin continues to speculate on by Fu Mei, an illegitimate daughter who pretends to be the daughter of the Ruan family all day long. Look at how low-key Ruan Chu is. He never speculated on rich second-generation characters when he entered the entertainment circle. There are still some Ruan Yin fans who are incompetent and furious. Our Yin Yin is so good. Why did the Ruan family drive her out of the house? In what age are you still doing feudal patriarchs? The Ruan family don't want smoke. We want it. Boycott all products under the name of Ruan's Group. This part of the smoke powder caused a lot of people's resentment. This is a family matter. What about Ruan Jai? Can you fans control it? In addition, there is one thing to say. Most of the products under the Ruan family name are high-end brands, not for the general public, and boycotting is really useless. In a high-end apartment in Liaocheng, Ruan Yin received a call from Huan Yu Entertainment's agent, and her face turned pale instantly. She hung up the phone in a hurry to check the trending searches, and her whole body was on the verge of falling. Su Yin asked with concern after seeing it. Yin Yin, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Ruan Yan's fingers holding the phone turned slightly white. A little unbelievable. Mom, the official Weibo of the Ruan Group announced to the whole network that I have been expelled from the Ruan family. She didn't take it seriously when she was expelled from the Ruan family. Anyway, Ruan Jihao would take their mother and daughter back, and no one else knew that she had been expelled from the Ruan family. But now, the Ruan family actually issued a statement. Su Yun's face was a little distorted after hearing this. Your father will definitely not do that. It must be that Ruan Chu who made the old man do it. I will call your father now. Su Yun was also in a hurry. She tried her best to win out from Ruan Jihao's many mistresses, marry into the Ruan family, let Yin Yin get rid of her status as an illegitimate daughter, and become the real daughter of the Ruan family. But now, everything is ruined. And since she left Ruan's house, Ruan Jihao has never visited her, and even made fewer calls. After she dialed Ruan Jihao's phone number, there was an ambiguous panting sound. Jihao, who is it? A woman's panting voice was ambiguous, so seductive as to be able to drip water. Su Yun's heart sank suddenly, and she almost lost her mind and shouted to the other end of the phone, Ruan Jihao, what are you doing? Who is that little bitch? You clearly said that after you married me. However, before she could finish speaking, the other end hung up the phone. Su Yun's face was distorted with anger. She finally married into the Ruan family, and it took so much effort to make Ruan Jihao feel at ease. But now, Ruan Jihao is in contact with those mistresses again. Ruan Yin also realized that Ruan Jihao was fooling around with his mistress, and felt even more irritable. End of this chapter.